Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I mean, at a certain point, you have so much money that you can just buy your way into literally any industry.
We
If
are now a market leader. Yesterday, we did not exist.
we just bought we just bought the human the actual physical assets and the human like knowledge capital, the entire essence of this entire industry now belongs to us. Lol, by the way, the prices are double now. Hope you like that, because we spent a lot on this, and think of the shareholders.
Yeah. We've talked about this before. It like when Best Buy came up into Canada, it
Yeah.
wasn't like Best Buy and Future Shop fought for a while. Future Shop was basically exactly the same as Best Buy in Canada,
Yeah, but like
except
worse because the salespeople were commission and really pushy.
yeah, yep. So that and their color was red instead of blue. Other than that,
Yellow.
it was yellow.
Best Buy?
No, Future Shop.
Yeah, Best Buy, yellow.
Best
blue?
Buy's blue.
Shut up.
Yeah,
Hold on. Pull.
Best Buy is blue.
No, that's it. Don't go on the website.
All right.
Pull. No, wait, I don't know how to create a
Okay,
poll.
yeah,
I don't
got it,
remember.
got it.
You always show it to me and then I always forget.
It's so straightforward. Best Buy's what, primary color?
Yeah. Okay, in the meantime, what were we talking
I
about?
think yellow.
Can't remember. We were talking about the by and large. Yeah, so Amazon's, they've got Ring, so they've got cameras all over your house. They're
Yeah.
going to have your medical data, so they're going to know, like,
Don't they have that little robot with
state
the
of
camera on
your
it too?
body, yeah,
That
and,
scoots
like,
around
the
your
little
house?
like drone thing and stuff. Like, they know all the products you buy. They're the primary employer in more than one, significant municipality.
Not only can they deliver your food, but they also have what's that? Big food chain.
Oh, Whole
Foods.
Foods.
They also
Yep.
own Whole Foods. Yeah, like
Terrifying.
it's blue, bro.
It's yellow.
87%
It's yellow.
of the votes are
52
blue.
for yellow.
What? No.
Yeah, 50,
Oh,
55,
total votes,
55
not
for yellow.
percent, Not percent.
Yellow's going up. I think you guys are just trolling me.
No, it's blue. Yes, yellow is the accent color, but it's blue. When you walk in
Yeah.
there, what are they wearing?
When you go up to the store, what color is the Best Buy logo on? Boom, got him, roasted.
The background's blue.
Shut up, it's yellow, isn't it? The tag is yellow, right?
I'm pretty sure the tag is blue. Oh, that tag is yellow. Yeah.
Wait,
But
no, Luke screen, Luke screen. What color? What color is
Hold
the
on.
no?
There,
no.
there. That's what I'm talking about. Look, it's the background is blue. I
What?
think this is old.
What color was the favicon? What color does Best Buy think their color is? Go back. No, you go back. You have to go back. Favicon, yellow. BestBuy.com. No.
Best Buy, employee.
And you're wrong.
Hold on.
And you're wrong.
Hold
And
on.
you're
Look,
wrong.
They're wearing blue shirts. They're all wearing blue shirts.
That doesn't mean their color is blue. Their color is still yellow.
And look, the banner. That's a Windows
No,
banner.
we're not looking at your screen anymore.
I can't use
We've
that
had
one.
enough of your screen.
The uniform is blue. And yeah, the yellow logo is old. The entire building is blue?
I don't know, guys. I don't know. All
You know
right.
it's a good WAN show when we're debating what color Best Buy is.
We do have an update for you guys. This came up on Reddit, and it's an update to the Apple Unlock story that we talked about recently.
Oh.
So apparently a large number of recent gen Macs have wound up unusable on the secondhand market due to an activation lock. Apple does, it turns out, have the ability to distinguish between locked devices that have been reported missing or stolen and locked devices with a clean record. And in some circumstances, Apple can and does unlock those devices upon request. So this is interesting because when we were talking about this, we were basically saying, well, hey, in the interest of reducing the incentive to steal a device, we actually kind of support non-bypassable device locks, right? Except that it is bypassable, so this complicates things. Users of r/setup app have submitted dozens of devices through Apple's activation lock removal service, and a few patterns have emerged. 1. Only devices with a clean status were unlocked.
What does that mean?
Which makes sense. That it was not reported stolen or missing.
Makes sense.
2. The vast majority of devices unlocked were an iPhone 8 or earlier. The iPhone 8 was discontinued in April of 2020. 3. All unlocked devices had been unused for at least a year. 4. When devices were unlocked, it appeared to happen through an automated system. When devices were rejected, it took significantly longer and went through a human review. So unless there was a fundamental change in the system after April 2020, this would seem to indicate that Apple might have the ability to unlock newer devices or could contact the original owner of the device and inform them of the unlock request, giving them the option to confirm or deny.
We have raised issues with that, though.
Yeah, there's potential like privacy issues. I think there's just potential customer experience issues. Like I wouldn't want like, okay, so what? I haven't used my HTC Vive in 4 years, and for whatever reason, it was locked somehow. And HTC just phones me and it's like, hey, can you deal with this? I'm like, I mean, yeah, I guess so, but also, sorry, why?
It would just sound like a scam.
Yeah,
to me.
why? Yeah, why are you contacting me? This is weird.
Email or phone or whatever. I would just assume it was a scam.
Yep. Yeah, I get that. Is chat still seriously talking about Best Buy color? Oh no, they're not. Anyway, I don't know. I just continue to be disappointed by Apple's attitude. You know, where they'll talk about how great they are and environmentally friendly they are and whatever, and then when push comes to shove and they have an opportunity to keep devices out of a landfill, they invariably do not take that path. Because at the end of the day, the only thing their shareholders care about is how many iPhones they sold this quarter. It's just all there is to it. And if they just owned that and they weren't so like hippie, touchy-feely about everything, I'd be like, okay, yeah, fair enough. So you're soulless and evil and you just wear it on your face, like, okay, fine. But just the duplicitousness, two-facedness.
There we go. Nice.
I find it so hard to deal with.
There's one that we might actually disagree on, which might be interesting.
Hit me.
China suppresses.
I disagree.
China suppresses public
No,
access
they
to
didn't.
AI chat. Regulators in China are apparently telling Chinese tech companies to restrict access to AI-powered chatbots made outside of China and to report to the government before launching their own in-house chatbots.
No, I disagree.
AI image generators are already censored in China, and Baidu's chatbot Ernie will refuse to generate images of Tiananmen Square. That makes sense. Synthetic content like deepfakes are far more restricted than in the West, not only to protect citizens from impersonation, but likewise to restrict the potential for parody and mockery of Chinese authorities. It is possible that the same factors that make large language models sometimes respond unpredictably or fabricate information may also make them difficult to effectively censor unless their data set is also fully censored.
Yeah, this could be. I've just unrelated to these notes here. I was reading about this, and apparently there's some criticism in China of the government's efforts to restrict the data sets of these large language models, and basically going like, look, because of what you're being thin-skinned about Winnie the Pooh generated images or whatever, we're gonna fall behind America in this tech war? Like, are you serious right now?
Here's the thing, though.
Yeah.
What is your stance on them? So I didn't actually know the whole thing, which is why I
Sure.
thought we were going to disagree. So I'm gonna narrow it down slightly. So just them blocking, let's say outside of China made.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all.
What is your stance on that?
Well, I mean,
What do you think they should do?
I just think it's stupid.
So what is your? I think I knew you said that at some point. I don't know if we were like talking about it offline or what. So that's why I thought we would disagree. Because I don't actually necessarily think it's that stupid. Because, and my reason for this is look at how we're all reacting to TikTok existing at all in the West. And they thought, China's using a different algorithm here to get the kids to watch dumb things so that they don't have good aspirations when they're getting older and all this type of stuff that we have talked about on the WAN show before.
I don't know that I would assign like causality necessarily to those things. I think there are much. I don't think TikTok's helping.
As far as my understanding goes, there is a difference in the algorithm for in China and out of China, where in China it directs them more to like science and education type topics and like wellness stuff, and outside of China it directs them to just who's making them watch the app more.
Yeah, okay.
Which is, to be completely honest, not different to how basically anything that's made in the West is made anyways. Yeah. So the criticism there is interesting, but you know, but I don't know. If I was the Chinese government, I would be concerned about like ChatGPT. I think I would be
losing this tech war.
Not only just that, but we've had the conversation here, right? To be able to make these things work better, say you're a software developer, to make it be able to work better, you might have to give it some information. So if they allow everyone to use it, imagine you're a developer for X government. Let's remove China from the conversation because there's a lot of situations there. France. Let's say you're a developer for the...
Paris is not on fire for a change, and you have other concerns.
There's other stuff to work on. It doesn't smell like pee right now.
Love you, France.
Beautiful city. But like, it's interesting because it incentivizes you giving it a lot of information because it will work better if you do. Right?
Yeah.
Like it is actually a massive security problem. We talked about that on one of the first episodes. We talked about ChatGPT at all, which was like, oh yeah, it can't read your internal API docs unless you give it to it.
Yeah.
Then it can. And like people have 100% done that. I guarantee it. I know episodes we talked about ChatGPT at all, which was like, oh yeah, it can't read your internal API docs unless you give it to it.
Yeah.
Then it can. And like people have 100% done that. I guarantee it. I know that people have done that. I don't know. It's interesting. This and the deep fake stuff, like yeah, we can I've taken this stance a bunch of times on the show, which is where like if you start banning this stuff, other countries are just going to surpass you. Like it's not like other people aren't going to make it. So at a certain point, like what's the point? But then we have also brought up the argument of like, yeah, they were bad, which was nice. But when people deepfaked us having a conversation on the WAN show, that kind of sucked. When people deepfaked other people in significantly worse ways, that sucked a lot more. Like, I don't know. It's not like there isn't problems with these technologies. And if they make it so that you're only allowed to use ones that are made in country, they might be able to have more control over it. There's also the downside that might restrict their level of innovation or whatever else, which is concerning. But I don't know. It's deepfakes, AI technology. It's a really interesting landscape, and I can understand why different governments might react to it in a variety of different ways. Is I guess all I can say.
I can run at 3200 megahertz. Respectfully asks us to delineate between Parisians and the rest of the French. Parisians are specifically known to be the worst, in italics. I don't know. This is one of those things where everyone's perception and everyone's experiences are different. You know, I hear a lot of the reputation that the French tend to have, whether we're talking Quebecois or Parisian or French, the rest of France. My experience has been very overwhelmingly universally positive in all of those places. So I just don't really, I shouldn't say I don't really get it. I should say I can respect it because every time I've talked to anyone about it or witnessed anything, the issue they have is if you don't even make an effort to engage with them on their turf in their way. So if you just walk up to someone in Montreal and speak English, where realistically, like a solid, like 75% of people speak fluent English anyway, they're just going to pretend they don't understand you, and you can basically just f off. Whereas if you walk up and you're just like, toilet sill. There's gonna be like, don't worry about it. Toilet's over there, and let me know if I can help you with anything when you come out. Like they're chill, right? Make even the slightest effort, and it's like fine. And honestly, I can't. Ugh, are we gonna get spicy today? I can't say I don't feel the same way. Like, I don't get running into people like in my neighborhood where I live who don't speak a single word of English, even though they've lived here for 25 years.
I have okay, yeah, that's a different thing.
I-
I was
I
going to
have-
say,
I
I have
have
a
en-
different take on that because I find it fun.
I've encountered it, and I'm just like,
I don't like if someone speaks to you in
Yeah.
a language that you don't understand, and I've seen this on both sides.
yeah,
When I don't understand whatever, I've just seen it on both sides. But if someone speaks to you in a language that you don't understand and then gets mad at you for not understanding it when
in that language,
Yeah.
usually, which is really funny.
and they just like start yelling at you still in that language, assuming you're
Yeah.
going to understand it now, it's like, bro, no, I have no idea. But yeah, like I was in, I'm just going to divert because I think we're going down a not great path, so I'm going elsewhere. I
Sure.
was in Paris / France because it wasn't just Paris, visiting Shadow fairly recently. And we weren't like in Shadow's offices the whole time. We cruised around. We're checking out different tourist destinations. We're going to different cafes, doing whatever, all that kind of stuff. It was great. Everyone was really nice. I don't know. I didn't really get it. I did walk past part of the street that legitimately made me almost hurl.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
it was just like,
I mean, New York's the same. Any like big city that had a sewer designed like 300 years ago or whatever is gonna be like that.
yeah, it was like brutal. But based on what people had told me earlier in that same day, I had remarked about how I was confused because it didn't smell bad at all, and I was confused. It was just this like one specific spot. Whenever we'd walk by it, it was really bad. But yeah, people were nice in Paris. People were nice in other parts of France that we went to. I had no problem with it. That might be because of like how I interacted with those people, so they were respectful back. I don't know. But yeah, I had no problem there. I thought everybody was great.
Bordaga asks, is Linus a you're an American speak English fellow? Absolutely not. A, I'm not an American. And B, it's not like the area that I live in is like a Little Italy type
It's-
area or anything like that. It's like literally everything's in English. You would have to have completely inoculated yourself from anything and everything in order to not be exposed to it and to not have to use it at all. Like it's shocking. It's like almost admirable.
If I moved to Japan, I would want to learn Japanese.
Whether you wanted to or not, you just probably should. Is sort of obvious to me, but
Fair enough, yeah. The should just doesn't apply because for me, I would want to anyways. So like it's it'd be almost irrelevant.
all right. Why don't we move on to YouTube, adding dubbing, podcasts, and 1080 premium. Whew.
So
Follow.
before we
Sure.
get into this, I just want to shoot in because I recommend using it. I complained on the show fairly recently, I think 3 or 4 shows ago, about how despite being a premium member and despite literally every single video that I would click on, manually switching it to the highest possible resolution.
Yes.
For a long time, being really diligent about it, doing it every single time, it was still automatically putting me at the bottom resolution forever. I complained about that. While I was on the show, I had the idea of I should just make an extension that automatically picks the highest possible resolution.
Ooh.
And then while I was sitting there thinking about that, being like, I shouldn't announce this, I should just do it, someone mentioned in chat, hey, there's
Nice.
this extension that does this. And I was like, oh, sick. So I went home, checked it out, got it, installed it, and have been running it for a long time, and it's great. So mine just automatically picks absolute maximum now. Because I was like, for a long time, it's just be like, oh, whatever, 1080p is fine. I don't need to crank everything so crazy.
Yeah.
But no, they wanted a war. Now it's max every time, no matter
They're
what.
gonna get one.
Yeah, screw it. Ugh. Anyways, the actual topic, though.
Following last week's leadership change, YouTube has announced a series of new features, including experimenting with a new 1080 premium. Sorry, no, I was going to say 1080p premium, but it's 1080 premium video quality with a higher bitrate. Despite concerns, YouTube does not currently appear to intend to decrease the quality of the current 1080p setting to encourage paying for the premium version, but the new 1080 premium will run at 13 megabits per second instead of 8 megabits per second with unpaid 1080p.
I'm sure it's still variable. I think that's just like a general target.
Yeah,
average
I
or
don't think
something
this
like
is
that.
just an average.
Yeah.
For the last year, a small group of creators has been testing a new dubbing system, soon to roll out more broadly, which adds the option to create multiple dubbing tracks on a single video, similar to the current system for subtitles, rather than having to create a different video for each language. I believe we were part of that beta.
I say that includes us, right?
We have tested it. I'm really excited about it. I think I pinged Ed about it earlier this week, and I think I was told that the first integrated into the workflow video is going to be very, very soon. Let me just have a quick, you know what? I might have talked to him in person. I think I just popped in on him. So nope, I don't know. I don't have it on my phone, but I think we're going to be ready to roll out. I think we're doing Spanish first. Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure because that's what most of our initial testing was done on. It will also be possible to designate tracks and videos as podcasts in YouTube Studio, as well as adding them to YouTube Music. Oh, okay. Dan's not there, so I guess I don't really know. Chair, Secret Labs chair. Nope, I guess he didn't make it in time. We're done having this conversation. Sorry.
We can't
Okay,
have his
Dan.
sweater on screen.
Do you have any idea how our podcast platform uploads work? Because I don't even know.
I have recently found out
Yeah.
because we didn't know.
Yeah.
So podcast uploads
looking
are
at this.
handled by Sven.
That's random.
Very random.
Yeah,
Yeah,
This
isn't
is
Sven on the
probably
business team?
going to change.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
I only just learned this.
Oh, okay.
We're looking into it. There
oh,
might be some
okay.
reasons, stuff like that, but it's also like not automated.
Reasons like that we rolled a 106-sided die and it landed on Sven. Like,
I think
You have been chosen.
I think maybe things like Spotify.
you are the 1%.
I think maybe things like Spotify might get different ads than other platforms.
That's correct. Yeah, there are specific ad reads for Spotify.
And then because our ad reads are of variable length and at variable points in the video,
I see.
it can't be
Because
automated.
it's just whenever I feel like doing it.
And also for a different amount of time, right? Because you wouldn't do it for like, okay, for the exact next 90 seconds, no matter what, we are doing an ad, like a section of ads. Like it's not structured like that.
Right.
So you can't really automate it. So that means if there's a long weekend, it's not going to be up on podcasting platforms until
Like Tuesday.
Tuesday.
By which point you might as well just start watching clips because, who has time to watch like a 4-hour podcast?
So we're like hyper
listen to.
hamstringing our own podcast.
Yeah, it's kind of hilarious how WAN Show is, as far as I can tell, actually an enormous podcast,
Yeah.
and yet
We do everything we can to try to make it
to
not.
impede its success. Yeah.
Yep. I don't know, man.
I put these wrinkles here on purpose. You guys know that, right?
Oh yeah, it's brutal. But yeah,
I think the irreverence is why they like it.
I want it to be automated in some way.
It's a feature.
I just don't know if it can be
Oh,
because
okay.
of how we structure the ad spots. Unless we started doing like we have the timer, right? So unless we started doing okay, but there's some amount of variance in the recording start and the recording end, so it's always going to be a little odd. I don't know if there's some way where we could automatically splice out if we started being really rigid about the duration of ad spots and when we did them and stuff like that. Yeah, but we don't want to do that. So like it keeps coming back to if we
I
want
love
to
how
have
he uses the word "we" to mean Linus.
if we you used it after a while. If you hey, I stopped signing things for you. Is that
Have you though?
yeah, because now I can just sign things as myself on behalf of the company. We just changed that. What was I going to say?
I'm not hearing any of this.
But yeah, if we want to have custom ads on those platforms, it's going to have to be manual to some degree. Yeah.
Dark24 says, no, Linus, it is not why we like it. Some of us tolerate it because nothing will change no matter what we say. You being a troll is not funny. Why am I laughing then?
Oh man.
Oh no.
Casual forgery on the WAN show. It's been enough time. Statute of limitations, whatever.
I don't think a week counts.
Hey, come on. Oh jeez. Sign my screwdriver. Yeah, at LTX, I'll sign everyone's stuff as Linus. There we go.
Oh,
Solved.
I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, I'm doing great. Okay, LTX 2023 BYOC update. Hey, speaking of LTX, what a great segue.
Yeah.
We know not everyone was able to get a Whaleland BYOC ticket, but we were able to shuffle the layout a bit, and we're selling more 38 more tickets. That's it. We sold all of them in like the first day. That's gonna do nothing. I mean, okay, look, the thing is we can't take up the whole floor plan with BYOC. Otherwise, it wouldn't be LTX. It would just be Whaleland.
Yeah, there needs to be like fun things to do at the convention.
Yeah, and so it's a balancing act, right? So I get it, but anyway.
I think at some point we're going to get to a point where the BYOC gets like its own floor.
Yeah, Vancouver Convention Center has multiple buildings.
Yeah.
So the BYOC could just have its own thing.
Totally.
And you could be in BYOC land, which would actually be great for security anyway.
Yep.
So you're in BYOC land, and then you just walk across like this little courtyard or like external plaza thing, and then you're in the other building, you're in LTX. I mean, I could see us getting there.
Yeah.
LTX is like kind of awesome.
Super legit.
Well,
Yeah.
at least the last one was. Presumably this next one will be good. But yeah, assuming it continues to grow at the pace that it has been over the last two, and then what looks like is going to happen for this next one, it could be like a 10, 15, 20,000 person convention by like 2025, 2026. Like it's pretty exciting. It's really cool. Anyway, BYOC tickets, those 38 will go on sale March 3rd at 5 p.m. Pacific time. So if you didn't get a BYOC ticket and you're into it, go for it. There's some notes in here. For LTX 2019, we apparently made the mistake of opening up too many more BYOC seats at once. So we'll be offering, there will be several waves of small batch tickets provided that we sell at each wave. So if you already have a ticket and want to purchase BYOC instead, please just do so and then reach out to support at info@ltxexpo.com so we can refund your original ticket. All right, cool. So that way, if you like had any extras on your original ticket or whatever, we can get you sorted out. Should we do a few merch messages?
Yeah.
Oh, Google was accused of destroying evidence. We could talk about that.
Sure.
Blah, blah, blah. They were accused of destroying evidence by the American government. Something antitrust Epic Games.
This is a real podcast.
I mean, the headline kind of says it all.
That's okay. That's what I was saying about the topics for this week, though. They're just like legal stuff, which nothing else happened.
Blue Origin can make solar panels out of moon dust. All they have to do is go to the moon. They hope to market this innovation to NASA.
Cool. Maybe they'll win something from NASA that SpaceX doesn't get.
All right, let's do some merch messages.
Okay, sure. We got one here from Kira. Happy Friday, Luke.
Yay, happy Friday.
Hey.
Luke, would you say in the programming world it's more important to be an expert in one language or proficient in many? Do you have a favorite / least favorite language?
I think it all depends on what you're doing. Like there's people that get paid a lot to be extremely knowledgeable in like a very old antiquated language that no one learns anymore, but like airports or
or nuclear
governments
silos
or heavy industry or whatever still uses it, and they need you to come make some change to it like once a year, and they'll pay you like literally. I have heard of contracts where someone flies in, works for like 1 to 5 days, flies out and gets paid $200,000.
You just have to hope that comes along.
You need to be the best one. You have to hope it comes along, because this isn't going to be like a perpetual thing. It's just going to be a one-time thing. I'm not actually saying this is like necessarily a good career path,
Yeah, right.
to be clear, but I know that there are people that do it. So
Right.
it's like you can just say COBOL. That's one of them. There are others as well. So like that's a situation where being an expert in one language would be good. Being proficient in many, though, has some other aspects of it that might be good. Like I'm assuming if you're proficient in many, that means that you're actively learning. And if you're trying to stay with the trend of technology, the current like language that's going to be the best at doing whatever is basically
always changing.
constantly changing.
Yeah.
So if you're only an expert in one and you're like, no, this is the only one I learned, well, you're just going to fall behind, and you either luckily become that like one COBOL guy that gets paid 200 grand to do the thing, or you don't, and then you just don't have a job. So like, I don't know. Do you have least favorite language? Not really. I really like
He
C.
hates French.
I do actually really hate French.
Such a hater. Literal hater.
Not France, but French. I even like hearing people speak French and stuff is fine, but when I was learning it in school, I did not like it. But yeah, I like C. I like to see a lot, which might come as a surprise, but yeah.
Okay, this one's from Anonymous. Hello, Linus and Luke. Was just wondering if either of you have watched Jeff Geerling's 6-month review of the Screwdriver and what your thoughts are on it.
No, but I read the comments. I'm serious. I'm not gonna dance around it. That's what I do. I am glad that he has had an overall positive experience with the Screwdriver. As a YouTuber who sort of understands how retention curves work and how consumption of media through headlines works, as a king tier consumer of media through headlines, I can't say that I'm stoked that the thumbnail and title focused on it breaking, when actually if you make it like quite deep into the video, it turns out he like broke it on purpose. So it's kind of like, a lot of people are only going to see that, and I understand what your point was. It was, like a multi-layered sort of critique of the average YouTube viewer's tendency to not watch the whole video. But like, since we all know that, and since we're not going to change that, now a lot of people are just like, LTT Screwdriver broke, and it's like, okay, cool. So that is not the best, but yeah, I'm glad he likes it.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay, this one's from Austin. What is your favorite LTX 19 moment? Mine was when I got to chat with Linus for a second, and he told me the name of a banger pizza place, D Plus Pizza.
D Hut, I think, actually, but yes, close enough. D Plus Pizza is a completely different thing. I think that guy got arrested.
When
You don't know
and
what I'm talking about, do
no,
you?
I don't.
The
I
guy
was
who,
trying to think about it.
on the pizza.
I didn't know about this.
Oh yeah, that's the thing.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
that sucks.
you don't want that pizza.
No, you don't. When you and I don't remember if we like ran the line or just walked the line, but when people are lining up to get inside, you came and grabbed
yeah,
me
that
and
was
you were like,
fun.
let's like go to the end.
Yeah,
And then it was like, holy,
yeah, that was fun.
when does this end? That was really cool.
You know the line is going to be like twice as long this time, right?
I've heard.
Let's go for a run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, this one's from Jackson. Hi, Linus, Luke, and Dan. I'm an avid car enthusiast and wanted your opinion/thoughts on why auto manufacturers give 0 Fs on upgrading the electronics in cars, infotainment centers in particular.
Because fuck you. That's why.
It's a lot cheaper to not.
Because you'll buy it anyway, you piece of shit.
Being on super old processes is like genuinely way cheaper.
And actually can have reliability advantages.
That too.
But the main primary reason, is because just they don't want to change their technology. They just have stuff that works for them, and they just keep doing it.
I also honestly think most people don't really care that much.
Yeah, well, the thing is that it bothers them, but they'll buy it anyway.
Yeah.
And as long as that continues to happen, then I mean, that's one of the things that I was most supportive of Tesla about. Their better infotainment
They
systems
pushed it pretty hard.
that I think have put a significant amount of pressure on the legacy automakers to build better infotainment systems. At the same time, Google and Apple pushed CarPlay and Android Auto forward, which has been just enormous for me. The last thing that I ever had any care for was updating the stupid integrated navigation garbage in my stupid car. Take it to a dealer to get a new map? Are you fucking kidding me? Like, no. I like, on principle, I don't even want your new map. I don't even care if it's fucking free. I don't want it. It's stupid. I have a computer in my pocket that has a permanent data connection that already takes all my information anyway. So it might as well just go to them instead of you and them. So anyway, I'm a huge fan of being able to just set my infotainment system to not use the OEM software and just use my phone, and it's great. Which, by the way, I figured out that issue with the navigation. So it just changed the defaults. There's a setting in Android Auto that I didn't notice the first time that restores that bottom navigation bar that shows you your previously opened app and has controls, or it has your turn by turn. Super Glitch in Twitch says this is super wrong. The life cycle of a car is 5 to 7 years started before they're released. You are super wrong. That's actually not the reason. And you can kind of look into why the great silicon shortage of the coronavirus pandemic affected the auto industry more than just about any other industry, and affected the legacy automakers more than Tesla, who actually uses modern technology in their cars. The reason is that they are supply constrained. Semiconductor manufacturers want to move on from these ancient processes, and they just don't want to redesign things. I've heard horror stories from like small design teams that are like, literally the problem is that the one person who designed that board doesn't work here anymore, and nobody else knows how to like make one, so we keep using the same board.
Oh,
Oh
jeez.
man,
That happens.
kills me.
You lose a lot of knowledge when you lose certain members of teams. Check this out. This is how you update the maps for my car.
That is the stupidest thing I've ever
You
seen
buy
ever.
a $180 DVD.
Don't forget about the $32 shipping for a DVD, which makes a ton of sense in the age of broadband internet.
It's so annoying. I've known about this. I have obviously never updated the maps, but I've known about this the whole time. I should check.
You should pirate it.
I should check if other people are privateering this software. Just out of curiosity.
I mean, I already said you should pirate it. I don't think you really need to beat around the bush at this point. There's got to be like an entire like private tracker or something for that, or you know, people can be shockingly dedicated to shockingly specific causes.
I should look into this because apparently that was the last year that they were going to do it for that vehicle as well. So it would be 2021.
That's another fantastically stupid thing. Yeah, I really want something that will just stop getting updated at some point when you arbitrarily decide there's not enough this particular vehicle left on the road. That makes such sense. It's good.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah.
Ugh! They might as well ship on a floppy disk.
Yeah.
It's just
Would have been
dumb.
cooler.
Okay, this one's from Thomas. Hey, Linus and Luke, I've been buying some products, both physical and digital, to help my productivity. What consumer-grade products in the last 5 to 10 years have aided your productivity the most?
Consumer products. Man, I like having a big monitor.
I was going to say monitors.
I like my quadrants. I have 4 1080p screens, each of which is 21 inches, which is like perfect for me at 0% scaling. So I just have a ton of information on my screen. I love it.
Yeah, monitors as well.
This one's from Chris. I just started a new career as an AV tech for a community school system. We've been busy installing new interactive TVs. What kind of tech that, if you've seen, would be helpful for teaching our youth?
VR is super cool. I mean, it's super expensive and kludgy, so it's a long way from, I think, being legitimately useful for like at scale for educational purposes. But man, 3D printers would have been super cool. I would have loved to learn about
A bunch
like
of
modeling.
schools jumped on 3D printers right away, which I just thought was brilliant because I didn't think they would necessarily do it, but that is an absolutely wicked skill to have when you're growing up.
Yeah.
Like if your reaction to something breaking in a physical way in your house is, oh, I can fix that by like printing a new part or
And like
whatever.
epoxying it on or whatever.
That is sick.
Yeah, that's super cool.
That is so cool.
Okay, this one's from Charlie. Hi, Linus and Luke. It's probably been answered before, but what is the average age of your viewership? Love from New Zealand.
He's looking it up.
This data is always going to be skewed. Like I've seen reports from our audience many times, like, "Hey, I couldn't help noticing that you guys say you're only like 1% female, but I'm definitely a chick or whatever, and Google thinks I'm a dude or something because I'm into dude stuff. But just letting you know." You know, like I hear that a ton. I don't know what that voice was. Don't worry about it. But like I've definitely gotten people reaching out to me who are like, you know, just as an FYI, you were talking about how you guys skew heavily male, and I'm not going to dispute that. But what I will say is that
We do exist.
we do exist, and Google often misidentifies people, especially ones who are not logged in, which is a significant number of users.
based
Less
on
today.
like interests and stuff.
Exactly. So they'll profile you and just kind of assume that because you looked at a razor once that you're a guy because it had a blue handle instead of a pink one or whatever
Yeah,
arbitrary
yeah.
bullshit, right?
Yeah.
So there's that. And then we also get a lot of people telling us, hey, yeah, I'm into it, but I always watch with the hubby, you know, stuff like that, right?
Oh, so it would be his account. Yeah.
yeah, so I can tell you, oh, I know. I can tell you what Google reports to us. I'm just saying that I used that the gender as an example of a way as a way to illustrate that this data is.
Yeah, because like when I was a kid, if I was signing up for a website, I would go put in my birthday, and then when I hit the year, I would just whip the scroll wheel and click on something random. Like,
I still do that.
yeah.
If Steam pops up an age restriction thing on my logged in account with a credit card, what are you doing, bud? Right? Like I've had my account is old enough to vote. Right? So what is the point of this? I understand what the point is, but that doesn't mean I have to have patience for it.
Mine
And so yeah,
fills
it's-
mine now.
oh really? Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe it's a setting or something.
Like I said it once. I know the screen you're talking about.
Yeah.
What's your birthday? I said it once, and now it takes that same thing I put in last time and has it by default all the
I
time.
haven't seen that.
Weird.
You know what? Maybe it's depending. I use new computers all the time because I'm always benchmarking and
It's
stuff.
probably because I've done that on that
It's
computer
probably
before.
cached somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I run into it all the time. I'm like, stop wasting my time. And so, yeah, I just, whatever, and just select something random.
outta here.
Yeah, get out of my way. Anyway, so the average, okay, so hold on. Oh, what median mode, average. The bulk of our viewers, 70% of them are 18 to 34, which is exactly what I would
That
expect.
honestly sounds probably accurate.
Yeah. Am I aging out of our audience?
It's okay. There's these new filters now that make you look younger.
Oh,
It'll never matter.
we got this.
We talked about this quite a
Like
while ago.
Botox filter, or was it? What are we talking about here?
We talked about this quite a while ago
Microneedling?
about how you were worried about different features making you look older, and then people not wanting to listen to tech person because they look
Yeah,
older.
yeah, tech boomer. Yeah, I do
There's-
think there's a best before date on like
There
tech
is
personalities.
100% filters that already exist that happen live
That's crazy.
that make people genuinely look significantly younger, and it looks actually like quite good.
That's wild.
It will totally be a thing, and it will be like indistinguishable later on.
I mean, if we keep putting wrinkles in the backdrop, then they'll distract from Linus.
Yeah, then they won't even be looking at me.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The next big group, 17%, is 35 to 44, and then it trails off significantly from there. 45 to 54 is 6.4, and then it's peanuts below 18 and above 55. But then again, I think there's a lot of younger people that are just clicking 18.
I'm certain the below 18 number is smaller than it is in reality, but I bet you that, 18 to 35 one is actually probably pretty accurate.
Yeah. I think the 25 to 34 one is probably the most accurate because that'll be the ones that are have credit cards entered in the site.
Is actually probably pretty accurate.
Yeah. I think the 25 to 34 one is probably the most accurate because that'll be the ones that are have credit cards entered in the site and stuff like that. Where you can really make a solid guess as to how old these people are.
Yeah.
Okay, this one's from Matthew. Hi, Linus and Luke. What are some red flags you look out for when interviewing staff? On a side note, as a developer, seeing a Floatplane developer's blog/newsletter would be awesome.
We just don't have the bandwidth for it.
Yeah. Maybe eventually. I know Conrad has mentioned being interested.
We just don't have the
Developers, eggs you look out for when interviewing staff. On a side note, as a developer, seeing a Floatplane developer's blog/newsletter would be awesome.
We just don't have the bandwidth for it.
Yeah. Maybe eventually. I know Conrad has mentioned being interested in writing a newsletter for the LTT store before. So it's not like there will be no development stuff ever, but yeah, we definitely do not have the bandwidth.
I mean, Luke had the idea of doing one right at the start, and he was like, yeah, even if no one reads it, it would be so cool to look back over it, 5 years down the line, and it would be, but we've just
I've documented some stuff
do.
anyways. I have really old school screenshots and videos and
Remember
stuff
I had the idea of
done this.
linking every comment and every tweet where people told us we'd fail and printing them out so that we could wallpaper our office with it.
Yeah.
We would actually have enough. Would we have enough devs in person here to have a space where we could have put that? Probably. I think we could have done it at the lab.
Once we're local, there will be at least 3 of us, if not more.
We need to do more Floatplane merch. That's a good point, Rod. Sorry about that. We'll do it. I promise. I think our printer is finally back up and running, and we're going to be doing some printed T-shirts again. So
nice.
maybe we could do a blue, just Floatplane logo one.
Speaking of working here and stuff,
yeah,
there's lots of roles on the site actually, especially if you want to work for labs. Oh my goodness! But there's 2 new ones that are kind of in my realm. One of them is a Floatplane project manager. It is a relatively small team. You will also have to do development, but it's a Floatplane project manager. So we're looking for someone to try to work on tasking and help guide the ship. So apply.
Wow. So what, mini Luke?
Kind of, but they will also do development and be much more in on things, if that makes sense.
Okay.
And then the other one is for Linus Media Group. So what I need to do is delete this stuff and just go to just jobs.
Nice.
And
that's totally elegant.
Infrastructure administrator.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow, we're finally doing it.
We are finally doing it.
It's about time. How much you want to bet that particular posting gets a lot of applicants?
I think it's going to get a bunch. And I will throw out a warning here. This is a relatively senior position. And one of the reasons why it's a relatively senior position is because your decisions and actions are going to have to stand up to criticism against not only me and AJ and Linus and Jake.
Yeah, don't forget about Jake. Jake likes to criticize.
And other Jake.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, other Jake.
And lots of other people.
Don't forget about the 14 million out there.
And the entire audience.
Yeah, so no pressure, though.
And they love picking on infrastructure things that we do at the office. So you're going to be criticized for what you do. Now,
even if you get it completely right and it's actually the best solution for our needs, there will be people out there who are experts in their domain but have no f***ing idea what it is exactly that we do here and will suggest all kinds of... The number of times over the years that I've been torn apart for not setting up a SAN, and I'm just like... No. That's just actually f***ing stupid and has nothing to do with what we do here. Chill. It's amazing. It's actually, it's not that I don't know what it is. It's not that I couldn't afford one. It's that it would be stupid. And so yeah, you'll be dealing with that.
And you're not a team of one.
Oh, SAN, Storage Area Network.
You're not a team of one. You'll be working with Dan. Actually, you'll be working with another person that I can't name because they're probo. You'll be working with me. You'll be working with AJ. You'll have resources and stuff. But I want this person to come in to be fairly high level infrastructure, security, all that jazz. So yeah, apply. It's going to be pretty epic. The stuff that you do is going to show up on video. It should be actually a very fun job if you're into this type of stuff. But just, understand that it is a relatively senior position. We're not looking for someone like just out of school, something like that. Because not only will you be maintaining what is here, but you're going to have to, would they work with me? They work with Jaden.
I kind of doubt it.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I mean, maybe. But yeah, I don't think so. Not only are you going to have to maintain what's already here, but you're going to have to keep it moving forward, and you're going to have to facilitate someone like Linus or Jake or whoever else going like, oh, I want to try this thing for a video, and then them coming in like a wrecking ball and doing whatever they want to do, and then you either need to pick it up where they left off and bring it to full implementation, or deconstruct and keep going with what we had, yada, yada, yada. So it's going to be an interesting role. But yeah, apply.
Cool.
And what kind of red flags would you look out for when interviewing that
There's
person?
a first-time chat over here on Twitch, typical Twitch. One big red flag would be this question from Dimshin. Is there a link to the job posting? That's the first test. If you can't find it, you're not hired. I mean, and you know what? Maybe that makes me like kind of a merciless asshole, but I just don't really care at a certain point.
You
like
gotta
if
have
you
drive.
don't, if you don't have problem-solving skills, like if you don't want it, then yeah, that's a huge red flag.
If you can't find that link, you'll never make it here.
If you're, yeah,
like,
if
because
you,
we don't want to micromanage. We don't have the people to micromanage.
yeah, if you tell me in an interview that you don't really want the job, then I'll be like, then I don't really want you here.
I
Like,
have
what?
genuinely had that before.
Yeah, like why are you applying? I don't understand. Like if you're, why don't you go find something you want to do? I don't want to stand in the way of your happiness. Like you spent like it's 40 hours a week of your life, right? Like if you're not going to enjoy it, then get the fuck out of here. Like why
Yeah.
what are you doing?
Yeah.
What are you doing? Take care of yourself, right?
And sure, you're not going to like it every single day.
I don't.
Yeah, nobody does.
Who does?
But at least a little bit.
Well, there has to be things that make up for it, right?
Joe, I made it hard required on this one. I know developers are not exactly necessarily known for their social skills and wanting to communicate a ton.
Yeah.
But we had a position fairly recently where the file drop for resume and cover letter was a required field, but you could just upload one thing. So like the vast majority of people just uploaded a resume with no cover letter, even though it says that you have to upload a resume and cover letter. And we were just like, fine. But now, haha, got them. 2 separate fields, both required. Get owned. Submit the darn cover letter. We actually do read them. Come on.
Phase 32 says applicant gatekeeping. Weird. It's not weird. It's literally an entire job.
Yeah.
Like that's the whole point. That's like, oh man, that's such a terrible take. So what would your process be if someone doesn't care at all and doesn't want to? Okay, imagine it. It's like,
I mean, it depends on how many applicants you have. If you have to fill a position and one person applies and they're like, well, you have to fill a position.
sure, I guess that sounds like an awful place to work.
Yeah.
I don't think I'd want to be on either side of that interview table. It's like, well, I might hate you, but I guess we're going to work together. Well, I might hate working for you, but I guess I'm stuck with it. Thanks for the money.
Yeah, it's not great.
That sounds like the worst thing ever.
And like I've had people that in interviews have told me that, I think we talked about this earlier in the show even, that they have like no idea who we are or what we do really, but they like really love this thing that they do and they're excited to be able to do it in this environment, and I tell them different projects that we want to work on, they're like, yeah, that sounds sweet. Like, okay, great. Like, I don't
Yeah.
care if you're excited about working here because of what, like, the fandom of it. That has no benefit, or I don't care either way. But if you're excited about doing the things that we do, then that's great.
Yeah, Twitch is like still being Twitch. Robotic Sausage over there. My probably terrible take is that asking for the link is problem solving through communication.
No.
Asking the CEO where the link to apply is not problem solving.
Taking something that could take actually less time by
Yeah.
typing a very similar thing to that, but not the same thing, into Google and immediately getting a result. Instead of doing that, taking two people's time.
Throwing it out into the ether
Yeah.
in like a fast moving live chat.
It's not better.
That is problem solving, but that's a really bad solution, and you're the problem. It's like I don't know what else to tell you. Oh, I love you, Twitch chat. I do think that this has got to be like Twitch chat, just
Be in Twitch.
be
chat.
in Twitch chat,
What-
which is
what is
which
your
is the only
opinion-
reason I'm going to give them attention for it.
What is your opinion on people typoing their own email? And what is your opinion on it
Shit happens.
if it's very obvious how it happened? Like it's
No.
OCM.
Happens. It depends though. If they're applying for an accounting position, then they're out.
Got it. That
Put
makes
a
sense.
0 in the wrong spot, you better double check your whereas if they're applying for a creative position where really what I need is dragon energy, and if they've got a little bit of the dyslexia or they fat finger a key on their keyboard once in a while, that's not a game breaker. Everything is context dependent, right? So yeah, I mean, if you were just going to create a flow chart of how to weed out applicants, then you might as well just be an AI, right? You've got to be actually thinking. Otherwise, yeah, again, why don't I just replace you with a robot, right?
One interesting one that I've ran into, and I will warn people of this again because I suspect we're going to get a lot of applicants for this. It's super neat. And honestly, even if you're applying for the infrastructure position, especially if you're running your own mail server or whatever, like that's pretty cool. Make sure it works.
Yeah.
Had that problem a lot.
Oh, just people like submitting cool like projects they've worked on, and you look at it and you're like, this is very broken, and
People
it doesn't.
submit, here's
Yeah.
my portfolio website. It's been under construction for 6 years. There's nothing literally interesting on it at all, and it barely loads. It's like, you probably would have been better off just not showing me that.
Right.
Or mail servers, which have like major issues, so I literally can't even email them back from Gmail. That's also a problem. Like, be a little careful with things. Check your stuff. I had somebody who they linked a portfolio website that I think they like didn't pay their hosting or something. So I went to go check it, and it was like very clearly offline. So I messaged them about it, and they're like, "Oh yeah, like I haven't actually checked that in quite a while." It's like, maybe do that before you apply, bro.
Right.
Like
Okay.
those types of things.
So you're basically looking for basic due diligence.
Yeah, because a lot of the roles that I'm hiring for, that's actually really important.
Right. Yeah, and I don't know. It's one of those tough things, right? Like there's personality traits that you can't really expect to train. Like you can train
Yeah.
a skill, but you can't train an attitude in a lot of cases. And so if someone just has an attitude of perfectionism, then that's a very desirable trait. Again, for something like an accounting position.
Depends, yeah. Yeah. You
where-
might not actually want that all the time because perfectionism will often also mean that they take more time to do things.
Yep.
So like, it depends.
Yeah, and I think we've talked about a lot of red flags. We've given a lot of hints to the WAN Show audience for how to avoid our our traps here.
Yeah.
Okay, so I won't email the CEO asking for the application form. Got it. Yes. Success.
All right, next up's from Alex. Hey, Linus and Luke, what's something tech-related that you vastly disagree on and have just agreed to disagree?
Razer laptops.
I don't think I disagree about
Now,
anything. Well,
we did for a long time. We had a strong disagreement about those for a long time, all the way back to pre-Linus Media Group, actually.
really?
Yeah.
I mean, I thought their Switchblade thing was stupid. I thought it was cool, but like cool in a like I'd like to see where this goes in the future kind of way, not like a this is a good laptop kind of way.
Eventually, I think we were still not Linus Media Group yet. Maybe we were just still working NCX once a week. I don't know.
You know what? I had never really like owned a Razer anything, and I didn't have firsthand experience with their QA.
Yeah, I did at that point.
Sure. So
Yeah.
that's fair. Yeah, we disagreed. But I don't know if that's really like a technology. Is it like technology disagreement?
It just says tech related.
Tech related.
What's something tech
I
related?
mean, I
that
made fun of
vastly
you for
disagree on?
like standing Firefox for the longest time, especially when it was going through its very long period of being a complete and absolute piece of shit.
Yeah.
Um,
I actually think Firefox is in a good state right now, but the problem with it is site compatibility. Like when I told you that I tried to switch to it, I think we've talked about this on the show, so I'll try to keep it short. But I did try to switch to it, and it was actually very good. I really enjoyed using it. And then I had to use the PADI website,
yeah.
the scuba diving website.
Yep.
That's a terrible website.
I
And
don't doubt
like,
it.
Doesn't work on Firefox at all. So it's just like, okay, I guess I have to go back to Chrome. Other than that, I actually really enjoyed the Firefox experience. I thought it was really good.
I have to pee. It hit me like a ton of bricks. I'll be right back.
Okay, see ya.
I drank this whole thing.
I don't think most tech stuff we disagree on, though.
Let me see if I can find some Luke-specific one.
Yeah,
Fact-oriented, yeah.
yeah. I don't know if that came through. He was saying we're both pretty fact-oriented, which is true. Like, we both had Athlon 64 AMD processors in our systems forever ago, and then ran Intel for a long time when Intel was winning, and it wasn't because we liked AMD and then liked Intel. It was because AMD stuff was awesome and then Intel stuff was awesome. And now we're both back on AMD stuff because now AMD stuff's awesome. Like, it's more about just like what's good at the time, you know?
I've
But
got
yeah.
a specific one here for you, Luke.
Sure.
This is from Matthew. Hey, Luke, what do you think about the recent layoffs at the big tech companies? Do you think they will continue or will they start to rehire? And what about Floatplane?
Well, Floatplane's hiring right now. I announced a position, I think, 10 minutes ago. So that's a thing. Floatplane will also probably, but it's going to somewhat depend on how things go in a variety of ways. But we will probably be hiring again before the year is over. But I don't know when. It's very likely that's going to be like Q3 or even maybe Q4. Like, it might be near the end of the year, but it's very likely we'll be hiring again. And we're finishing up a hiring wave for the Labs web development team right now. I know the Labs local team is hiring, I believe, a junior software developer. We're hiring, and we didn't have like giant layoffs, so we are not in that category. Will it continue? I don't know. I'm not really in the like Silicon Valley world, so I have no idea. I suspect companies that haven't done it yet, I would be concerned. But if your company has done one of those massive layoffs, I think they're probably done now, unless they're Twitter. Lol. And yeah, I've already seen some of those companies start hiring again. I think a lot of them, once a couple other companies started doing it, tried to use like, oh, it's just the industry as a scapegoat to get rid of sections of the company, to like slim down in cost-effective ways, not because they had to, but just purely because of like they thought the stock would go up. All right, so
Smell my hand.
fresh.
Can you identify that smell? We have new soap, and I was
Can I identify like
bemused.
what like theme?
Yeah, like what's that smell?
Lavender?
Watermelon and mint. Yeah, watermelon and mint soap. What is watermelon and mint? What?
That doesn't smell like watermelon and mint.
It's very
Wait,
unlikely
wait.
combination. Maybe like watermelon flavored gum.
Yeah,
like,
I was gonna say like chemical
like
watermelon,
that
maybe.
ester.
Yeah, maybe chemical watermelon. Yeah,
Anyway,
totally normal.
Real podcast.
we have fun here.
This one's from Jacob. Does the LTD backpack have enough space to store a full-face motorcycle helmet? I ride a '01 Honda Shadow, 69k miles, baby. And most backpacks are uncomfortable and small or too expensive with bad quality.
It's a good question. You might be able to pack it in there, but I wouldn't say the back would be particularly comfortable. I don't know that I would. Yeah, I don't know that I would recommend it.
Check the dimensions. They're on the site.
This is an anonymous one. Hi, Linus, Luke, and Dan. YouTube has been recommending the old videos of yours with Brian the Electrician. Great theme song. Where's he been?
Brian moved.
Oh,
Yeah, he's not local anymore.
I was kind of wondering.
Yeah, I
that too,
messaged him
actually.
recently. I just sent him a screwdriver. Just like,
Cool.
hey, how's it going? Do you have a screwdriver? He's like, no, I'm going to buy one. I'm like, no, you're not. So he has a screwdriver now, says he likes it. But that's about it. Yeah. Yeah.
This one's from Garen. Hey guys, been a fan for about 8 years now. Did a project for school, graphic design, recently involving advertising for companies. Do y'all have a brand standard manual or something similar?
If we do, I've never seen it, but I wouldn't be surprised if.
It's like a pitch deck.
No.
I have no idea.
No, it's like a whole like guideline thing for like how many pixels far away you need to be from the border of something, and like if it's on a dark background, what does it look like, and if it's on a light background, what does it look like? I'm pretty sure Sarah has something like that, but I don't think I've ever seen it.
Canadian rail branding is like the best one ever. It's really detailed about all sorts of
CN Rail.
Yeah. This one's from Tugs. Question: as a small business owner with success, what do you feel your biggest "we are effed" moment was, and how did you overcome it?
Oh, that's a pretty easy one. In the very early days when we had no money, we YOLO went outside and filmed a video in the rain. And I kind of figured, well, there aren't that many gaps in the chassis of the Sony FS700
Oh, I thought it was
camera.
a different story.
Oh, did you think it was going to be the windy day?
No, the drive to the ferry.
Oh, well, that was just, we could have died, but other than that, it would have been fine. No, let's not talk about that. Let's talk about instead going out and filming in the rain, because there didn't really seem like there were that many gaps in the chassis. We finished the shoot, got back to the house. I went to turn on the camera and black screen. So I disassembled it to the greatest degree that I could that night after everyone else had gone home or to their room upstairs. It was very early days, and I didn't have a space heater other than a Radiant style one, and I didn't really want to point a Radiant style heater at my black camera, not knowing, what was sensitive or not sensitive to heat. So the only blower style air cooler I could conceive of was a test bench with a GeForce 4080 on it, or 480.
480.
Yeah, with a 480 on it. And so I think I put a couple of them on there, fired up Furmark or like some other stress test in SLI, and basically just put the camera in the exhaust so that whatever was in there might hopefully evaporate.
If I remember correctly, at this point in time, I had a 480 in my system, and we ripped it out of my system to help this heating project, which was just very funny.
Yeah, so that was terrifying, because at that point, if we
That's
had
a lot of money.
not had a camera, I didn't really have a way to get another like camera easily. It was tight. Yeah, it was tight.
Even the method of getting that one was fun and exciting.
Yeah, wouldn't we like import it from the States or something like
Yep.
that? And then like,
In a specific way.
yeah, we shipped it to NCIX, who I forget why, but it was like hard to get it in Canada for some reason. It was stupid. Yeah.
Okay, let's get you another one here.
No, we're not talking about the ferry thing.
This one's from
Yeah, no.
It's not happening. This one's from Connor. Tell us about the ferry thing. No, okay. Hi, guys. I like the screwdriver, now getting in the water bottle. My question is, what is the most notable thing, in everyone's opinion, to spring out of the LMG media universe? Mine is the Lambo.
Oh, it's got to be the like sad Linus or Linus selfie like memes. I did not see that coming.
What about the... Wait, I don't know if this is fair. I was going to say your original screwdriver was orange, and that literally set the color for the company forever. That's pretty notable.
Yeah, I don't know that it sprung out of us though. Like,
Yeah, that's why I kind of
Yeah, the LTT cinematic universe, I think.
Yeah, I think it would be.
There's the Christmas album. Sorry, I couldn't even finish that. It's a real thing, by the way. You can DM the CEO and ask where to buy it.
Oh God.
Or you could just Google it. That might be faster.
Yeah.
It's awful.
I still, and I could filter them out, but I don't want to because every single time it happens, I just laugh so hard. I still get emailed every single time one of them sells. And I just, every time I get like a ping on my phone, I'm like, oh, what's going on? And I see what email it went to, and I'm like, oh, interesting. Like, I wonder what this is. And I drag it down. It's like, you have sold one copy of the LG Christmas album. And just every time it cheers me up. It's great. Because you know that someone just purchased raw trash. Like, it's so bad.
It's digital garbage. It's an actual waste of zeros and ones.
It's so bad. It is so
Pugboy1321 says, oh God, I forgot about that album. It needs whatever the opposite of a Grammy is.
I had it on my phone for a while because I don't even remember why. It literally wasn't to listen to, but it was on a local file on my phone. So Google Play Music back in the day would just randomly start playing it if I had it on like play random songs, because it would be like, it's in your local files, you must like this music. So I'd be like driving along and I'd be listening to whatever, and then out of nowhere I just hear Linus singing Silent Night. Make the album a Floatplane exclusive. He told me to upload it for Christmas, and then I don't remember why I didn't, but there was some reason. But I'm planning on doing it next Christmas.
Look, if you guys are watching us like laughing about this and thinking, oh man, this must be like hilarious, it's worth buying.
No. Just understand that it's bad and don't do it.
Yeah, it's not worth it.
It's like
It's
legitimately
like $5 and it's not worth it.
It's like, it's a level of cringe which is not actually very entertaining. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really not. I mean, look, I'll take your money, but don't give it to me. It's $3.
Buy something on the store.
It's $3 and it is not worth it.
It's even missing songs, and there's nothing we can do about it.
It's missing songs.
Yeah.
Like songs that were in the teaser that we advertised.
We lost tracks.
How did we do that?
I remember trying to hunt it down. I don't remember all the details, but apparently, yeah, there's just songs that are just gone. So people, you don't even get the full album. Because once we figured out that it was missing songs, because it's just like a zip, if I remember correctly. You don't like get it in a reasonable way. You just download like a zip file. So when someone told me it was missing songs, I asked about it internally, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we just don't have those." So then I had to update it, being like, yeah, these don't exist, whatever." 1,100. Oh yeah, my phone's going. Oh no,
you guys are stupid. Stop.
I want to remaster it.
It's not worth it.
Can I please spend time on that?
Absolutely
no, you
not.
have much more important things to do.
Forbidden.
Damn.
Forbidden.
Five people have bought it.
Please.
And the other fun part is the email comes in, and how our Envision Powerboard, the software that we use for the forum, how it works is you could get commissions off of things that you sell. It has to be uploaded by an account, so it's uploaded by my account, but the commission is just set to 0%, right? So every single time it emails me, it's all excited. It says, "You have earned $0.00." 7 people bought it. Genuinely, it is not worth it. You're going to download it because you're like, this is a fantastic meme. You're going to play one song and just be like, ugh.
You're not going to make it through a full song, I promise.
It's bad. It's really bad.
I wonder if I can find the lyrics. I think I did it in a Google Doc.
Only 5? Are you nuts? That's the amount of emails that I have right now, but like they might stroll in slowly over time.
Oh, no, this is the wrong account. Or rather, this is the right account.
I have 12 emails
This
now.
is the account
13 emails now.
Supposed to be signed into.
Oh boy, every time I refresh it goes up.
We should have increased the price.
Yeah.
No, we shouldn't. We will not increase the price. Okay, so hold on. Christmas might not work here. because it's going to bring up like Christmas parties and stuff like that. Blah 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 blah. I wonder, man, how? Maybe if I try lyrics or something like that. What year was
What
it?
are you trying to do? That would have been 2015.
Man, these
I
are in
think.
no particular order.
There was the announcements on YouTube.
lyrics.doc. What's this? Who dis?
Linus Tech Tips Christmas album. Yeah, the Linus Media Group Christmas album promotional video from 7 years ago is still up. It has 301,000 views.
Copy of Linus Tech Tips Christmas. Here we go. Here we go. Original Christmas song track list. Jingle Bells not done yet. Deck the Hall, Silent Night, The First Noel, 12 Days of Christmas, Joy to the World, O Come All Ye Faithful, Christmas Tree, Hark the Herald Angels Sing, We Wish You a Merry Christmas, and God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen. Now, of course, we rewrote the lyrics with tech. Okay, so Jingle Bells never got done by anyone. It just says Jingle Bells claimed not done yet. So people signed up for which song they would do.
We had to write some.
Everyone had to write a song, and then I think I went through and did a pass of like kind of fixing them a bit.
Yeah.
So here we go. Deck Your Rigs by Colton. Deck your rig with silent cooling. Fa la 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 la. 'Tis the season to be greedy. Fa la 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 la. Yeah, that gives you some idea. Silent case, Nick. Silent case filled with fans, running low RPMs, blowing air.
Dan's like cringing in actual pain behind the.
I
behind
have
the
worked
camera.
with worst artists. This is pretty good, actually. I could stomach this for 70 hours.
iPhone, Lord Jobs did say that the patents he filed were perfect that day.
I just refreshed and we're over 50 now.
Oh no.
I'm remastering.
So you
this.
just
I
made
don't care what you say.
$150.
Yeah, not really, because a $3 transaction is
Oh,
like
yeah, you're getting
20%
wrecked.
20% fees.
Oh, man.
Okay.
We're re-
Anywho.
we're
Why was it
re-releasing
uploaded
this.
to Spotify 2 months ago? Well, because 2 months ago is probably Christmas, so somebody just did
Yeah,
I
that
don't
kind of
know.
makes sense.
Why does this have
Yeah.
28 monthly listeners on Spotify?
I don't know, but that's awful. They
It's
should
genuinely
stop.
really bad.
Yeah, it's as bad as what I just did, except I'm probably one of the better singers here.
I was handpicked out of school when I was a youngin' to join like out of school like primo choir. While I was there, the choir teacher said that I asked too many questions. And I don't know exactly what I said, but I said something along the lines of "that's stupid." Stood up, walked out to where my mom was like still sitting in the car in the parking lot, and was like, "We're done. Let's get out of here." And never went back. And then I hit puberty, and my voice cracked, and now I can't sing at all.
Nice.
It's so bad.
Nice.
It's horrible. I'll like be singing along to a song in the car, and then like some map thing will happen, so the song volume goes down. I hear myself, and I'm
You're
like,
like,
"Whoa, that's
So
bad."
you've still got the ear, but you don't have the voice.
yeah,
And then
yeah.
it's best to just do this.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
That's
So
bad.
you've still got the ear, but you don't have the voice.
Yeah.
And then it's best to just do this.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Next up is from Nick. Hey, Linus and Luke, loving my LTT backpack and screwdriver. Kate, can't wait to see what's next. Linus, do you find that your kids' hobbies and interests are influenced by your work and love of technology?
I mean, we definitely have a lot of tech in the house, and I think that, you know, when you're bored, it's not much of a stretch to be like, video games are fun. In terms of tech, though, you know, if anything, I think it can be an impediment sometimes, because I'm so quick to kind of jump in and try and
Yes.
fix something because I just want it fixed, that, you know, I think that there's room for me to make my kids do more problem solving on their own too.
Okay, this one's from Richard. Hi, what do you make of Google's recent breakthrough in quantum computing error correction? Will we be seeing it in the wild anytime soon?
I'm gonna be honest with you, I am not a physicist.
Soon, I seriously doubt it. But,
And-
I mean, quantum computing is going to be a hell of a thing when it hits.
Yep.
Also, I'm going to say it because he wanted us to show it, but I don't actually think showing the dashboard is a good idea. The facelift that happened in merge messages looks great. Conrad, you did a good job. There you go. Recognition served.
Thanks, Conrad. Okay, this one's from David. Thank you for years of great content. Question for you too. If given an option and having an access to one company and their top secret project, what company would that be?
Valve. There. I win. That's the best answer.
Their top secret project. Could it be projects or just project?
Whatever the best one is.
Hmm.
You just get to see their one coolest, top secretest project.
Does DARPA count?
DARPA. No. That's
I don't think it's a company.
No, pick a company.
I don't actually know like how they work.
Why don't you just pick like Palmer Lucky's stupid defense company or something then?
Anduril?
Yeah, they're probably working on
Because
something
I'm
cool.
pretty sure it's the reason why I know that off the top of my head is I'm pretty sure it's the sword from Lord of the Rings. I think it's named after the same thing.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it totally is Anduril. Got him. Nah, I'll be boring to say Google, just because I want to see what. I am right now extremely interested in large language models. Right,
Okay.
I want to see what they're capable of, with like nothing holding them back.
All right.
Everything. Want to see it all.
Okay, this one's also from Nick. Hi from Melbourne, Australia. My gym had just installed adverts on the mirrors. What are your thoughts on paying for a gym membership and having to look at ads while working out?
I would switch gyms.
I don't go to the gym, so I guess I have. I can't imagine that I would like it.
I would switch gyms because you're supposed to be paying attention to your. You probably wouldn't care because you wouldn't see it anyways. Just being honest, but like people are supposed to. Yes, people use the mirrors for vanity. No problem. Don't care about that if you do it or not. But the mirrors are supposed to be there in a functional way so you can watch your form.
Mm.
If you're being distracted by an ad that is intentionally trying to grab your attention away, that's actually like not a good thing.
That's fair.
And I don't want the idea of like I'm pretty deep into a workout and my brain is wandering a little bit and I start staring at some ad and then I hurt myself. Like, no, I want to be able to focus. Screw off. I would switch gyms. I would just out of principle. I'm gone.
By the way, the did you watch the worst tech ads video by any chance?
Yes, actually. I'd seen a lot of those before.
Some things never change.
Yep. Yeah, when Yvonne.
Some things never change.
Yes, actually. I'd seen a lot of those before.
Some things never change.
Yep. Yeah, when Yvonne was like, "Why did you know it was MSI?" and you were trying to explain like, I just do. I felt that. I was like, "Yeah, it's just MSI. It's just what they do." I don't know, man. Oh man. All right, next up.
This one's from Elijah. I want to buy a QD OLED, but the S95B doesn't support Dolby Vision like my 4K Blu-ray player. I can't afford Bravia. In your opinion, what's the line between sunk cost fallacy and investing in an ecosystem?
Investing in an ecosystem is bad.
Yeah.
But once you are invested in an ecosystem, I mean, basically, you just have to kind of go.
How much money do you have? Because like if you're like,
Yeah, wait, why are you buying an S95B if you can't afford a Bravia? You should just wait a generation when QD OLEDs will get way cheaper. Like that's the actual solution. The answer is always wait and buy it secondhand or wait for the new one that is better because that will cover literally every outcome. So maybe if it's like Stereo 3D or something like that, and there doesn't continue to be new development, there will definitely be a period before it becomes a collector's item, like a CRT period, you could call it, where getting it will be extremely cheap. So you can either wait for a new one that's better and cheaper. It's technology, right? Like it's predictable. Or you can wait and get it secondhand from someone who doesn't manage their money as well as you do, because you're going to be smart like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was reacting to something in chat. Don't worry about it.
All right, cool.
Moving on. Next one.
Okay, this one's from Hector. Linus, what is the story behind the katana you have on your fireplace? I've seen it in multiple videos and wanted to know if there's a story behind it. Also, any update on the LTT screwdriver holster?
The story behind the katana is I was at the Richmond Night Market with Yvonne, and I had always wanted a sword because I am a man-child.
Weeb.
And no, not that.
Oh,
But
I know. I have a sword too.
yeah, like see, this is what I'm like. I was the kind of kid who would be like 13, like hanging out in House of Knives, being like, swords. I mean, they weren't even like real. I'm pretty sure they were decorative, but I didn't care. I just like swords, you know, like they're big and long and manly. They're swords, right? Like what's to not like about it? So I just liked swords, and I was finally sort of an adult, and I was like, I don't have to ask my mom for the sword this time, because she's not here, so I'm going to ask my girlfriend for a sword. She didn't actually buy it for me. I just wanted approval. And she was desperately in love for some reason, so she said, yeah, you can have a sword, and now I have it. And now it's on our mantle as a reminder that she has more love for me than sense.
Swords are just cool and stuff. And when my brother got married, he chose me as his best man. And I don't know how true this is, but I believe there's some history behind best man actually being originally best swordsman or best fighter. So I brought a sword to his wedding.
Nice.
With his, like,
Yeah.
I asked him,
Yeah,
obviously.
that's good.
I'm not that guy. The photos that they have of mostly actually his wife standing there in her, like, full bridal gown thing, holding this gigantic sword, it actually looks so sick.
Nice.
Like, they're super cool. I don't know. Yeah. But yeah, I still have it. It's dope. And it is Anduril, which is why I always remember the name of his company.
Nice.
Next,
Round pile and float plane. My love of swords versus my fear of knives. Love it. Okay, sorry.
No. Next up's from Artem. I am currently studying for mechanical engineering, and I have noticed that you have been hiring more people with an engineering background. What have they studied and done to make you hire them?
They studied engineering, and then we needed engineers. I mean, we've never really had a
Heck
need for
yeah.
engineering in the past because we're a media production company. A lot of people don't understand what kind of company we are. Like, remember I talked about how we got that offer to purchase a little while back, right, on One Show last week? We've gotten more than one. That was like a serious one where they actually had some idea what the heck it was they were buying. But we've had so many people reach out thinking that we're a tech company and, like, you know, trying to offer, you know, possibilities for partnership or like I had this one guy approach me because his company is like a trucking company, and soon there's going to be these mandates around like trackers in the trucks or something like that. And they were like, yeah, maybe you could co-develop one. I'm like, we are a media company.
Yeah.
We're not a tech company, but that's changing, right? With Floatplane and
actually.
labs and Creator Warehouse. So we have a lot more need for engineers than we used to, because before it was like, no, we need video editors and writers and creatives. Now we need more of the
everything.
hard sciences,
Yeah.
right? So that's why.
Yeah.
Wait a second. Linus Media Group is a media company? Oh,
What?
no, right? Is it a Linus company too? Is it a group?
Next up's from Michael. Hey, Linus and Luke. I'm a systems administrator for a school district. How do you feel about one-on-one technology in education? Do you feel the benefits outweigh the cost and e-waste?
I think it's 1-to-1.
1-to-1.
I'm
What?
not actually sure.
Sorry,
It's
what is
one, to
it?
be honest.
Oh, like one
1:1.
device to one
Yes.
Yeah.
student.
Yeah.
Um,
I guess 1-to-1 is a different, yeah.
I mean, given that these people are going to have one device dedicated to them for their like entire life. As far as I can tell, I don't think this paradigm is going away anytime soon. It seems sensible
I think
enough.
the issue is cost.
I mean, well, what we need is we need a way to make sure that these devices can be used over an extremely long period of time. I think Framework has the right idea, but their Chromebooks are so expensive that they'd be uneconomical for a deployment like this. I think that as costs continue to come down for something serviceable, we're not going to get around the e-waste problem, other than the first R, reducing, or sorry, reusing, whatever it is. No, we're not reducing anything. Whatever, using it for as long as possible. We can do that, but it's still going to be an increase in consumption. So it is not the first R, is what I was trying to say. Yeah, I just want to see longer lifespans, I guess, but I don't inherently think that sharing a computer, with my classmates was particularly beneficial in typing class. Like, we just kind of should have both had one. I don't know.
Yeah, my only concern is school districts that would definitely in no way be able to afford it, which is a thing. So we need more money in education.
Yeah, see, I don't think we have the same issues around district to district funding as I know are very common down south.
I know my, in the boonies high school was broke as all heck. Have I told you the story of one of the reasons why, one of the best things ever, I'll just say his name because he's awesome and I believe he's a principal now. But my computer teacher, Mr. Traddle, did a lot of things for me that were very foundational in my opinion.
Right.
But one of the things that he did, maybe he doesn't want to tell me the story, but I'm going to go for it.
Here we go.
He convinced a bunch of trucks that were going around to other school districts, picking up old computers, old monitors, old computer parts, whatever, and taking them to a recycling facility to come by our school, but just leave it there for a little bit, and then they could take our stuff and take off. And what actually happened was, when the guy wasn't with the truck, all the computer students ran out and basically grabbed everything they could off the truck and ran it into one specific classroom and then left it there. So we had all this e-waste stuff. None of the computers worked.
Right.
And then it was a project in the class to go through all these computers, verify what components worked, and build computers. And we built an entire classroom.
That's cool.
It was such an incredibly cool and fun project for a bunch of kids that a decent amount of kids in my school had computers at home, but not all of them.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, not
So,
back then.
and you're not going to be allowed to just rip apart random computers in class because we only have so many.
Yep.
Now we had a bunch of spare parts to keep the rest of the labs up and going. We got a new lab, and you had all these kids that had some form of ownership over these PCs because they made that.
Yeah.
Which we would have never had the ability to do that. Oh, a bunch of people are saying, dude, that's awesome. Mr. Traddle was an absolutely insanely fantastic computers teacher. He also, he went to BCIT for a summer course. He did a course over the summer at BCIT and then took what he learned there and taught a brand new course that didn't exist in our school system
That's super
before,
cool.
called 3D game programming, which was just an amazing course. And it was diluted from what was taught at BCIT, whatever. It wasn't the same thing.
Yep.
But he did just...
Passionate teachers are a game changer for their students.
It was fantastic.
I mean, I write for a living now, and it's only because of my AP English teacher.
Yeah. I had a very, unsurprisingly, due to dyslexia and all these other issues, I had a very poor score in English for a really long time. And then I had one teacher that was just super inspiring and believed in me and understood the problems that I was having, but was you're still creative, you can drive this forward. And just my average English just shot up. And then I took AP English with another teacher, and it wasn't as good because he didn't share the same things, but I was confident at that point. So I was able to carry it through and still passed and did okay there. I don't know. That was amazing. I don't even know how I got on that subject, but that was one of the coolest things I've ever taken a part of. Watching everyone else in the class just be so excited every time a part would pass.
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool.
And we had to we didn't know if a single component worked, right? So at the very beginning, everyone's trying to find like the first functional motherboard.
Right.
Right? And then we use that to like pass all the RAM and like trying to figure all these different things out. And like,
Yeah, it's a cool puzzle.
and then when you would go into that lab to do whatever class, it might not even be a computer class, but you might need to work on computers for whatever reason. You'd know like what the good computers were.
Nice.
So you'd like try to snipe the good one and stuff. Like it was just, I don't know. It was so cool. So cool. I might have some parts of that story wrong. Whatever age I was when that happened, brain might have remembered it in certain slightly more fantastical ways. Like maybe it was totally above board how he got those computers. I don't know. But but it was just incredibly fun. And I know that the project of like trying to pass good all these components and building all these custom computers is a thing that a lot of other schools didn't have that opportunity. And I know we did it because not only did we need another lab at the school and we couldn't afford it, but it was one of the coolest ways that he could introduce like hardware to a computers class possible. It was absolutely fantastic. Huge amounts of respect for him.
Okay, next up's from Russell. Oh man, I never know what to say. I wonder if Linus would write an autobiography one day, or has it all been left out there on the interwebs?
I went as far as I think I have a title for it. Something, the story so far. Here, I'll read my not a foreword because someone else writes that, but like whatever the like part at the beginning is. If I was a total sellout, I'd have structured this as an inspirational story about how anyone can do it if they try hard enough, and a collection of tips to help you achieve what I have. But then, if I wasn't interested in making money, I wouldn't bother writing a book at all. It's a pretty transparent cash grab from my perspective. That's been the fine line I've walked throughout my career. I'm not one.
That's a pretty good way to start it.
I'm not the kind of person who, either genuinely or otherwise, hides behind the "I do this out of passion" line. From day zero, when I was asked by my boss to start making YouTube videos, I've been paid. Now, to be clear, I was chosen for the assignment because of my genuine passion for technology, and I was only good at it because of that passion. But I never would have started making YouTube videos without a bonus on my paycheck. So back to the book for a minute. Why did I write this? For the money. But if I didn't care about creating it, it wouldn't be any good. So did I sell out? I guess you'll have to read it to find out.
Seems good.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess it'd be pretty good. But that's about as far as I've gotten. Well, no, I've written more than that. But I just...
That's all you get for now.
That's
you got
all
to
you
buy
get
the
for now.
DLCs to get more.
Comes
Yeah.
with a free
Son.
Christmas album. Okay, next up this is an anonymous one. Hello, fellow Vancouverites. How does Linus survive without coffee? Also, is there
too.
any other plans for an LTT store not com?
I'll answer the not com one. Yes, we're going to do it. The goal is this year.
Woo. Okay, this one's
Well,
What?
you guys were asked a question.
I was just 70
No.
albums have sold now, by the way.
Oh, my goodness.
Surviving without coffee is easier if you never drink coffee.
Yeah.
You don't drink it in the first place, you're less dependent on it. It's literally a drug. You get literally addicted to it. If you don't drink it after a while, you have withdrawals. Like, it's totally a thing. I don't know. I don't drink it either. There are definitely days where it's been a little hard, and I've been like, I could. But then I'm always like, okay, that just makes future days harder, so I'll just tough it out. I'm not saying that's a good idea for everyone, but it works for me. Seems to work for Linus.
Okay, this one's from Aaron. Spending B-Day cash on some stuff I've been eyeballing, can hardly wait. With labs ramping up, has there been any tech or tech-related categories that you have decided not to test?
Security.
Yeah.
We thought about it. We had an applicant that would have been like really good for it,
Yeah.
but decided not to go down that path. And I honestly think that's probably the right
Yeah.
way to go.
Like, you mean like software, like antivirus software or something like that? Because
It
that's
was-
one that I definitely said no, forget it. At
it was
some point.
mostly software, but it was a variety of
Right.
things.
Anything else? Man, I'm trying to think. Like, there's stuff that I probably can't imagine we'd get that into. Like, I don't see us, getting really into the weeds on, like generic Android set-top boxes or something like that. Like little like content piracy boxes.
Yeah.
And it's just not really our jam. I don't think we'd be focused mostly on things that can be measured objectively.
Yes. Yeah. Our goal isn't really to inject opinion. So if it can't be measured objectively, it's going to be a little tough.
Okay, next up is from Aiden. Hey, Linus, love the content. I was wondering if there was going to be an LTT pocket knife multi-tool sometime in the near future.
We are not working on that. I'm not saying we're not working on that. Like, I'm sure maybe at some point, but at this time, we're not working on that. Yes, I'm wearing the swacket. It's the sweater jacket. It's not half sweater, half jacket. Half cool.
Half cool?
Yeah, that's it.
Is it half uncool?
I mean, it's LTT merch, so it's going to impress a certain kind of person.
Yeah.
Some people might not think
Buy
it's
LTT
as cool.
underwear now.
Yeah, exactly. I promise you, my personal Linus Tech Tips guarantee, it will get you laid.
Wait, can we
Please
get,
note, Linus Tech Tips guarantees are for entertainment purposes only.
Can we get that on a shirt?
No.
Oh,
Next up's from AJ. During your RAM tour, you weren't allowed to show some conversations about the 24 gigabyte sticks you got. Crucial has since announced 24/48 gigabytes of RAM. Is that what you weren't allowed to show?
Yes.
Nah. Yeah, it's strange. Just boring. This next one's from Jacqueline. I think buying the LMG Christmas album should be available as
No.
one of our low-cost merch messages.
No,
No.
nobody needs it.
I don't think
That wasn't a question.
that the LMG Christmas album matches the quality of other things that are on the LTT store.
Yep. And
I think it will remain
it is a waste of power consumption to transfer those bits and bytes.
also that. Yeah,
Spending 90 hours on it.
it's not
You
worth the
can't stop
contribution to
me.
the strawberry.
I can
Anyone that
stop
gets that
you, Dan.
reference, high five. I
You-
suspect almost no one.
You may not work on it. I forbid it.
All right, so we just got some potentials left in the incoming.
Okay, out of 10, how ignored was I just now?
Pretty aggressively.
Yeah, okay.
You cannot work on it on company time.
No,
I-
at all. It is my copyrighted material, and you may not work on it. I don't.
I'm going to cover it. It's going
Is
to
that
Oh,
legal?
come
Yeah, I was gonna
on!
say I don't think you can actually say that.
Linus, can I please have a sync license?
What's a sync license?
Oh,
I
he
don't
doesn't
know what that
yeah.
is.
What is
So
a
you,
sync
you
Dan
can-
actually like comes from like the recording industry,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
he's gonna like dodge around me here.
No,
This guy.
because you own the copyrighted material.
Yeah.
So under copyright law,
Yeah.
I can release audio covers, but I can't release videos of me playing your song.
What?
because
Seriously?
That's called a synchronization license, and your song covers can't be
What?
put to video. It's very weird. It's very, very strange.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's wild.
That's really odd.
Yep.
Why does
Okay.
that exist?
Music videos? I don't know. I'm guessing.
It's strange.
I'm literally guessing. All right. What else we got?
We're into potentials. This one's from an anonymous. What watch does Linus wear? The gold one with the blue strap. Can we expect float plane exclusives on LTX?
It's some Withings watch that I forgot to put on today, but I wear just because it's a watch. I don't use any of the smart features at all. I kind of give up. And yes, you can
I-
expect that.
Yeah, I would suspect so. Yeah.
Okay, next up's from Aiden. Hi, longtime fan. You used Sorry, there is a comment there. Hi, longtime
late.
fan. You used to talk about wanting LTT Store to take off as its own thing. Have you ever wanted to compare a week month of not shouting it out every video versus when you do?
Nope, can't say I have.
Nah. Let's not.
That's not. This is from Shane. Hey, Linus, I remember your story of maintaining your SV650 instead of buying a Zero. Have you been able to get much enjoyment out of your bike since deciding to keep it? Bike nerd and fan of the show.
I don't find much time to ride, but I am being extremely stupid right now. My bike is currently in a shop getting all of the paintable
Oh,
parts
yeah.
ripped off of it so that I can paint it like pink with iridescent green accent, kind of depending
Lambo
on
is
how the
now
light.
A motorbike.
Yeah, the Lambo is now a motorcycle is sort of what I'm going for.
Yeah.
I'm very, very excited. It's going to make absolutely, I could buy my bike probably a couple of times over for what I'm going to be spending making my bike look cool, which is probably the most frivolous thing I have ever spent money on.
Okay, this one's from Steve. I know Linus was playing The Witcher 3 at one point on WAN. Did he finish the game? Thoughts on it? Played The Witcher 1 or 2? Thoughts remaking Witcher 1 open world with Unreal Engine 5 instead of the Red Engine? a lot of questions.
I never made it past the tutorial because I got distracted. And all my gaming time has been Fantasian for a while. But I'm looking for something new. I kind of want to play Stray. That's like the one that caught my eye that I'm like, I want to do that because apparently it's a pretty short experience and I want something contained.
Yeah.
You're not going to get lost in the Stray meta. Next up is from Anonymous. Linus and Luke, what are your favorite flowers?
Zelman CNPS 7000-CU.
That's beautiful.
Is that like a CPU cooler? It's called a flower or something? Yeah, this is some old school stuff.
Oh my god, I remember wanting one of those so badly.
Yeah.
Without hesitation.
I don't.
You had that memorized, don't you? Okay.
I don't know. I'm not super. I like plants. I'm not so into flowers though. I like having some greenery around your home though. Makes it feel less dead.
Next up's from Eric. Hey Linus, have you had any more time with the GPD Win 4 after the short circuit?
No.
Okay.
I'm still rocking my Ioneo Next. I just have all my stuff on it. It's like not because it's necessarily the best one anymore.
Dan, you're just sending them into curated.
I know, because we've already done curated. It's easier than rejecting them and then archiving them.
Okay, I understand.
So the rest are like incoming. Do you guys just want to breeze through these? They're kind of like the third level of curation at this point.
Okay.
We had a lot of really good questions this stream.
I don't know. Sure. You know what? I don't know what you did with that one.
I blooped that one.
Really? What's blooping it?
I just sent it to screen.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Verifiedbyverified.com. That's funny.
Is it?
What should that site do?
Nothing.
I don't know. And thanks. Yeah. This was a big career.
Okay, I got an
thing for
idea.
me.
I got an
Featured
idea.
on MKBHD. You see, like the first 30 seconds of that video was just us on the WAN show.
What video?
Yeah, Marquez did a video on ChatGPT.
Oh.
And it just like he doesn't even show his face for like the first half a minute. It's just you and me on WAN show.
Oh, I don't know.
Must have confused a good number of people.
I haven't.
Sorry, is this an ad? Like skip?
I should check that out.
Where's MKBHD?
I'm wondering. I constantly get frustrated, like deeply frustrated, that people have these like revelations about ChatGPT or Bing Chat or whatever that are things that we talked about on like the first episode that we talked about it at all, and I'm just like, and I'll see it like blow up, like it'll be like, oh, the top thing on Twitter is people figured out that you can like circumvent security things by convincing it that it's something else. Yeah, the first show I did filter bypass mode. It's just a different version of that. Get over it. Like, come on. I feel like people that watch the WAN show honestly probably feel the same way.
Yeah, because they're in.
Yeah.
They're here.
Yeah, exactly.
They're on the inner circle.
I had something to say, but I don't remember what it was. Oh, right. What to do with that domain. I actually thought of something. I shouldn't have skipped it.
Verified by verified.
Yeah. You should figure out, you should be able to type in like, say a company or a person or whatever, a handle that would be the same handle across a bunch of different platforms and figure out how much money they spend every month on verifications.
All right. Thank you for that.
It's pretty good. What, you make tech for a living, right, Luke?
It wouldn't be that hard to do. That's one of the reasons why I like it.
Okay, I guess we'll just start burning through these. Anthony says, podcast listener here, we are real.
Yeah.
Do you think the way we build PCs will ever change? I mean, Anthony, our Anthony, not you, did a really good video talking about how it's probably a matter of time before things get more integrated. And I think he's probably right in the longer term. Okay, and then I'll just archive. If you weren't in your position as tech gurus with access to limitless hardware, what do you think your hardware upgrade habits would look like? Frequency, performance tier? I was always a step down from top kind of person, so I'd be likely to end up with like your non-ultra version of a phone with your like, 3070 Ti sort of tier of GPU. Core i7, maybe, probably Core i5. Whatever can be kind of overclocked or unlocked or hacksorted in some way to get pretty much the performance of the top one, but at half the price. And in terms of frequency, For like PC gaming, I was an every gen kind of character for a long time. Sometimes multiple times a gen, just to try different stuff because I was constantly buying used and flipping, so it wasn't really like costing me anything. In terms of phones, I think I'd be a pretty infrequent upgrader. I mean, I went straight from the Note 9 to the Fold Z Fold 3, whatever the stupid branding they have for this is. And other than that, my screen is cracking down the middle. I haven't really had any reason or temptation to upgrade this because honestly, upgrading your phone's a hassle.
Yeah, it's really
It
annoying.
sucks. I know it's not as
Super
bad as
annoying.
it used to be, where you had to like go into the store to get them to transfer your contacts or whatever. But it's
Logging
still
into 10 million things still sucks.
a pain in the butt.
I haven't paid for the components of a mainline computer for myself since I was a teenager.
Right.
I'm in my 30s. I don't know. Whenever I'm like, this sucks, I'm lagging in this game, I just like bug Linus. It's pretty sick. To be fair, you get views out of it.
Symbiosis in
Yeah.
action.
Yeah. And phones, I'm an infrequent upgrader. Honestly, mostly not because I don't like want better battery life or whatever. I don't want to go through upgrading to a new phone. It's an annoying process.
Yeah.
And I don't use
your
my phone
phone
that
has to annoy you enough
Yeah.
to overcome the annoyance.
And over 90% of what I use my phone for is like work notifications or work messages, which is going to be like Discord, Teams, Slack. Those are going to run just fine.
Overrules says try saying, "Hey, assistant, set up my new phone," and it automates quite a bit. Yeah, but it doesn't automate all the stupid entering of
It can't log
passwords
in.
and 2FA and going in and adjusting my stupid Swift key, long press delay, and blah 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 blah. Get it, like clearing out all the nonsense, unnecessary notifications that my apps send me, so that I only get the ones that actually matter. Yet. Whisker app, I only care if the litter tray is full. That's literally the only thing you can tell me that matters. Stuff like that, right? Oh, right. I'm supposed to just keep doing this.
Yeah, just breeze them.
Right. Okay. It's really hard to read. My mic is like right here, and it doesn't matter.
I'm sad too.
Do either of you have a game that's coming out this year that you're looking forward to?
Yes. Ooh,
Breath of the
looking
Wild 2.
forward to. Anticipating, yes.
I thought I wasn't going to play Breath of the Wild 2 because I thought I was just kind of done. I never played the DLC. But then I fired it up for some reason. Oh, yeah, I was playing around with Switch emulation. And I fired it up and I was like, I'm going to play it.
What is it even called? It's been so long.
Anonymous. Currently looking for a job in the U.S. and
Starfield.
Sorry?
Starfield.
Suffering through their atrocious visa policy. Have you guys hired immigrants before? Should they apply? How did it go?
It's so
it
brutal.
sucks.
It's so brutal.
It's the worst.
People talk about how Canada brings in like a massive amount of immigration all the time. And it's like, yes, but
Yeah.
Also no.
Yeah, it's also very challenging. There are a lot of roadblocks in place.
There's tons.
You can't just be like, hey, sup, neighbor, come on over. You live in, Britain and the Commonwealth country or whatever. I guess that's chill. No,
There are contractors that we work with that are outside of country right now that would like to be inside of country right now, and that's not changing for them, unfortunately.
I found out on Wednesday evening that we have not paid Gary yet. Gary's the head of the lab.
It has been for like
6 months, at least.
That's brutal.
So the reason
Like
is
at all. There's
we-
got to be something. You could do a contract thing.
No,
No?
you can't. So there's a whole thing. Go to lunch with him or something and ask him about it. But don't worry. I checked with him. I was like,
He's
hey,
good?
has Yvonne offered to lend you money in case you
Yeah.
need it or whatever? Just,
Yeah, like are
under the
you
table.
okay?
like whatever. And he's like, oh, no, everything's fine. I'm like, okay, Gary.
What a
Anyway,
champion.
he's almost got it sorted out. I think he said he told me then that he should have his like personal number, like a social security number equivalent, in like 3 business days or something like that. So it should be sorted out. But the problem it was A, getting him here, B, getting him to be able to stay here, C, getting him the documentation that he needs to work. And it's just, yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous. So yeah, we have not actually issued him a paycheck yet. And I was like, Gary, that's fucking ridiculous. We
Yeah.
need to solve this. And he's like, yeah, I'm working on it. I'm like, okay, well, you don't seem to have the appropriate amount of fire under your butt. So like,
Well,
I must insist. You must be paid for this.
if
I
he's
know
just
it's complicated.
waiting-
No,
yeah.
I was just bugging him.
Yeah.
And no, he's not just waiting. It's been many different hurdles to jump over. It's been
No, I mean like waiting on.
no, yeah, he is now.
Yeah.
But it's been shockingly stupid.
Yeah.
And you'd think, like, America and Canada, lots of treaties, lots of general international cooperation.
But a lot less than you'd think.
Yeah, it's not as easy as you'd think.
Yeah. Will Gary be making a fat paycheck? Well, I suspect that first one's
Yeah,
gonna
I
be
bet that first one's going to
pretty
be
good.
pretty hefty. A thick boy. Yeah. What's a piece of tech you imagined as a small child that you still wish was a thing today? That I imagined as a small child. I mean, I imagined I wanted a lightsaber more than anything, and the hacksmith's come about as close as anyone can, I think.
Yeah. I wanted a really, really fantastic version of a NIA, a neural impulse actuator. I've always been fascinated by different input devices. I think that's one of the reasons why I find VR so interesting, honestly, is the input ramifications more than almost anything else. I find things like Tobii eye trackers and everything else just very, very interesting. And I have always wanted the ability, without just like completely screwing myself over, which is questionable, to be able to have just like brain to device inputs. I've always thought that would be really cool. And there was a video that I watched recently of this lady using a much more modern version to do something. I don't remember what. And it was like, okay, this technology has clearly moved forward, because her demonstration was fantastic. But it's still not quite there,
Dylan asks, Luke, do you think you'd be a mid or senior in the market if you were looking for a job? I'm in an interesting position where I'm a senior at my job, but if I were to apply in the market, I'd probably be more like a mid.
Depends what company you're applying at. Depends on the size of the company that you're applying at. I don't know how specific to go, but it depends on that. Yeah.
Okay. Joey asks, there's in Seattle a store called REPC that recycles old PCs to fight e-waste. For how much of it there is, why do those kinds of stores seem to be disappearing rather than thriving? I think it's just because it's cheaper to ship it overseas than it is to process it here with North American labor, which is a whole complicated can of worms that I don't think we're going to open up right now.
Yeah.
Do you have a current recommendation for VPNs and or password managers? I believe, what are we migrating to for password manager?
Keeper.
Yeah, and I'm still using PIA, even though I don't know if it's like a good one, and I don't think there's any. You shouldn't trust any VPN because they have access to everything.
Same with Keeper.
Yeah,
We're not telling you to trust Keeper.
yeah,
It's the ship we're getting on, but we'll see how it goes.
yeah. I mean, we got on LastPass, and look how that went.
Yep.
Woo!
So like it might suck. We are the thing moving forward is we're going to try to be more ready if something like that happens again, for us to be able to pivot to something else. But not using a password manager is not an option for us.
Yeah, or for you.
Yeah, like use them.
Yeah,
Just be ready to move off quickly. Do some research into the company. Make sure that if they get super mega hacked, that hopefully your vault is going to be decently okay, even though your vault might leak. And then if your vault leaks, move off, change all your passwords, move on. It should be okay. Why not Bitwarden? There's a bunch of reasons. I don't want to dive into this. I'm not surprised a bunch of you just said Bitwarden. And I'm not surprised that a bunch of you said Bitwarden because open source. One of our main reasons is in our testing, at least, and this isn't something that we prepared for a video or anything, so relax. But in our testing, at least, we found that autofill worked better for a lot of the things that we use it for. didn't think it was a good idea to tell people what we use. Neither did Jake.
It's going to be obvious at some point.
Yeah, that's honorable enough, but I guarantee you within 2 weeks, Linus is going to leak it anyways.
Yeah.
So it just doesn't matter. Security through obscurity, it's not super effective.
Daniel says, if internet access seems to be the thing that always trips up AI systems and leads to them being unstable, what do you think could be done to mitigate the problem? I mean, not much. I think that's just, if you train something on human data, it's going to end up kind of human, warts and all. Glad your daughter loves the plushie. Greetings from Iraq, Eli says. Most unusual place to find out you have fans watching from, and also most unusual country for you to visit or read about.
Iraq.
Really? Not Antarctica? Is that even a country, though? Or no, the place. The question was place. Yeah, we have ended up having to retool some of the float plane infrastructure because we had one viewer stationed in Antarctica.
Whoa, I forgot about that. That was a hot
at
minute
like
ago.
a research outpost or something stupid for you to visit or read about.
Iraq.
Really? Not Antarctica? Is that even a country, though? Or no, the place. The question was place. Yeah, we have ended up having to retool some of the float plane infrastructure because we had one viewer stationed in Antarctica.
Whoa, I forgot about that. That was a hot minute
at like
ago.
a research outpost or something stupid like that. So we had to figure out how to make sure their stupid video wouldn't stupid buffer in stupid Antarctica, which wasn't my problem, fortunately, but Luke and AJ had a wonderful time with it.
Yeah, I don't even remember exactly what we did or whatever, but I remember addressing that a long time ago.
Yeah. Caleb asks, I was really hoping to get the Orca VIP package for LTX, but I missed it. Do you feel it's worth the 2-day pass as that's all that's available by now? Of course.
Yeah.
You should be there.
Yeah.
Be there, be square. Let's go. Or be there and be square. That's fine too. I mean, it's a big geek nerd convention. What can I say?
Yeah.
Just wear deodorant. That's all I ask.
Yeah.
Alan asks, for non-competitive gaming, watching videos, web browsing, would you rather have an ultra-wide QHD monitor, so what would that be, 3440 by 1440, or a 4K monitor at 60 hertz? So the ultra-wide is at 100 hertz. Oh, 100 hertz. 100 hertz, 60 hertz.
Refresh rate still matters even when you're just like on your desktop.
Yeah, it's just responsive.
100%. Yeah.
It's like going back in time for me.
It feels bad. It feels like the old SSD upgrades. Like when you like double your refresh rate, it just like feels significantly better.
Okay, replying to this one. Thanks for making baby shower shopping easy. What are some things you had as a kid that kids today don't have and you wish they did? Not much. I mean, I think Super Soakers were higher quality when I was a kid. Oh, Screaming Blue Saucers were this cool like Western Canadian candy that was like super, super sour, and then it got like discontinued and it popped up on Reddit a little while ago. People were talking about it, and like I think the rumor is that it caused cancer or something. Like there was some kind of health concern. I ate a ton of them.
That's unfortunate.
So yeah, that's one of my favorite candies. I would love if my kids could try that candy and not get cancer.
Yeah, I don't know.
I remember my dad complaining a lot about how like candy quality had gone down since he was a kid, and I always just thought, now your tastes just changed, Dad. But like wagon wheels when I was really young were awesome, and now they taste like actual dog food.
I believe that's actually been like documented, right?
I don't know, maybe.
Because whatever company made wagon wheels like got bought out by some other company.
Sure,
and they
that makes
tanked
sense.
the quality, and a lot of these different candy brands have just found that they can save costs in a variety of ways or whatever. That's been happening to a lot of different
like
things.
Honey Nut Cheerios, man. As much as MKBHD might have like built his brand on his love for Honey Nut Cheerios, the Honey Nut Cheerios that he eats taste like dog shit compared to what I had when I was a kid. Like before they changed the formula and they went like all whole grain everything, Honey Nut Cheerios were so good. I would literally sit on the couch and like watch the hockey game and like eat an entire box of them.
I used to have them like every morning when I was growing up.
Yeah, like that young boy did not get to experience Honey Nut Cheerios.
This is totally off topic, not part of the question, but something that I always find fascinating is the differences between Canadian and American versions of like the same thing. Like Canadian
like corn
American
pops?
corn pops is the weirdest.
Yeah,
American
Smarties.
corn pops are like terrible. Like
I've actually grown to like them.
Oh.
Yeah, I know. It's an acquired taste for sure. The Canadian ones peaked in probably about 2002.
Yeah, back when they used to like cut your mouth. And I know that's going to sound bad.
Cut your mouth came later.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so they were perfect. and then they cut your mouth,
Yeah.
and then they went Sogtastic, or
Yeah,
it might have been the
and
other
that was
way.
bad.
And then they just like never improved. I haven't actually had them in a long time.
Me
Maybe they're
neither.
better now, but or maybe they went back to cutting your mouth. I don't know, but they were like
Pre-cut your mouth, even during cut your mouth, but pre-cut your mouth especially. Those, oh my
Peak.
goodness, so good,
peak. And then
so
man,
good.
man, when they were like hard as glass, it was an experience.
It still tasted good though.
Yeah,
it still had the flavor, just the texture was.
But then
screwed.
the flavor went away because I
Yes.
guess they just weren't putting enough glaze on them after, and they just got soggy instantly.
Yeah,
Absolute
that got-
garbage.
That got bad. And then there's Smarties, which up
Are
here
rockets.
look basically like M&Ms,
Yeah,
and then down in the States are what we call
powder
rockets.
candies.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just weird.
yeah, yeah. Good stuff.
Yeah, Tainan just brought up the exact same thing.
Oh
we did.
yeah, Joe Scallon over in Floatplane Chat. Toys and cereal boxes, video games and cereal boxes. That was sick.
Oh, demo discs. Yeah, that'll be my thing. Demo discs. Demo discs are sweet. Being able to get like a magazine that had the demo disc in it. This might be a weird one, but I liked the flow of information more back then. The internet was around, but it wasn't as vastly used. So
More
you weren't
excitement?
you weren't just like completely bombarded with all this terrible stuff all the time. You know, I don't know, but you could access the internet and it had a lot of information on it. Whatever.
I'm just replying to some in text here, blowing through a few more of these. Good morning, Wan. I have recently gone from $20,000 US to 40,000 take home in under a year. Wow.
Nice.
How have you dealt with your meteoric rise in going from scraping by in the early days to being a real company? I got to tell you that I took a long, long, long time to really change my habits at all. And I know actually, yeah, the same is true for this guy. And the reason for me was that even though my income went way up, the amount of reinvestment and debt that I was carrying went way upper for a very, very long time. And so, I mean, like I finally like bought the dumb car.
Learn to love the bomb or whatever.
Yeah. Realistically, I probably could have had a not Chevy Volt like a while ago. But for me, there were sort of internal goals that I wanted to hit, and just like feeling like I can actually relax about it a little bit, I think is what happened.
Yeah.
And he just doesn't spend money.
I do have some costs. Like my body is like broken in a few ways, so I go to physio pretty often, and stuff like that. But I don't get a lot of personal satisfaction from just buying things. I actually feel it very negatively pretty often. I don't mind buying like a quality thing that I know I'm going to use a lot.
Yep.
But then there's a lot of research that goes into that, and a lot of the time you'll find that like most of it's just junk, and then I'm not very interested. Like, yeah, I'm not going to go into specifics actually, but and then I'm not very inspired to buy it anyways. But then when I do find something that I like research a bunch and then I feel really confident in buying it, and then I buy it and it shows up and it is really good, like, yeah, I'm pretty into that. I like doing that, and it's nice that I can do that. But like just going to the store and just like buying some random junk that I think is neat doesn't fulfill me. It doesn't make me happy.
Any thoughts on whether or not MMOs that are shutting down should be forced to give up the server code? Yes.
Yep.
Has Linus seen his AI counterparts on Athene AI Heroes Twitch channel? It's eerily accurate.
So
What?
I have heard about this. I didn't know that they made them for you, but I've seen some made for other people, and they are significantly higher quality than the ones that we reviewed on the WAN show.
Sure. Yeah, one sec.
Keep doing what I'm best at. Actually, I'm planning a
Okay, hold on. So let's go back to.
Hey, MKBHD, you're now an AI who is live on the Athene AI show. taking questions from the chat. Anything you want to say to introduce yourself?
Hey everyone, this is Marks Brownlee, aka MKBHD. It's a little overwhelming to be asked questions while I now know I'm technically a machine, but I'm just going to keep doing what I'm
This
best
one
at.
doesn't sound good.
Actually, I'm planning a 10-bit HDR
for the stealth-like boner hiding operation. And of course, like I always
Stealth-like
say,
boner.
only the very best gear
Perfect.
is going to be enough for the job. Like our sponsor, Ridge Wallet.
This one doesn't
Get your
sound like you at
very
all
own
either.
titanium hammered wallet to hide your boner and keep your money safe and secure. Order now at Ridge.
Well, okay. I guess that's a thing that just happened on our show.
The text response is great. I've seen ones from him from other people where the voices are way more tuned in.
Sure.
Marquez's and yours didn't seem very tuned in there, in my opinion.
Okay. Well, now that we've had that happen, that we can do our last merch message. Evening, lads. Do you have a brand recommendation for battery banks, cables, etc.? I've been buying Anchor for nearly a decade, and I'm genuinely
yeah.
disappointed that I'll never buy their products again. I have not. We are going to be able to review cables and battery banks once the lab is like really going here. We are not there yet, so I can't give you a data-based recommendation. What I can say is that we've been working with Ugreen a fair bit lately, and we have not received any complaints yet. So that's always a solid indicator. We might find out they've got some dirty secrets down the road. Haven't seen any indication of that yet, though. Hoping for the best, but that's where we're at right now. So full disclosure, they're a sponsor, but that's the reason I'm bringing them up, is that we've been pushing them for a while, and we haven't seen any issues. Oh, sorry, one more. Dustin D. Love the pins. A few of my friends all bought the LTT backpack, so I've been looking for something to distinguish mine from theirs. Anything like LTT iron-on patches in the future. I do think we would like to do something like that, but I wouldn't recommend ironing anything onto the backpack. It's made of recycled water bottles, which means
It'll melt.
it'll melt. So please don't do that. Yeah. And that's it. We will see you again next week. Same bad time, same bad channel.
Bye!
You know, early in the show, I thought this was going to end up being like a really short show because we were like blowing through topics and there was nothing to talk about, and then we got like we got like a zillion merch messages. So much for that. Squarespace.
Dump Cloud.
Nice.
How is it going, guys? Oh boy, this video is definitely going to upset a few people, but I'm sorry, it had to be said. How is it going, guys? Drew Peacock here, back with another video, and I'm just gonna rant today. I'm just gonna let it all out. There's so much stuff that is just annoying me with the car scene, and none of my opinion does not matter. I know that. I'm not sitting here expecting everyone to magically snap into shape and everything, but oh god, the state of the car scene is in such a bad shape. I went to one car meet the other day and I posted a video on it, and someone's car lit on fire. Go figure, right? Like what is with this car scene mentality of people just trying to just be dumb until their cars get destroyed? Like I don't understand it. Like your mommy and daddy are not going to appreciate you coming home with no rear bumper on that Charger. If you haven't seen that video, go check it out. But anyways, today, like I said, I'm going to rant about some things I don't like in the car scene, and it means nothing, but I already know people will get upset. So let's go ahead and dive right in. First things first, if you follow me on Instagram, I just reposted this the other day, and I hate it. I hate it so much. It just grinds my gears so bad when I hear it. Is two-step competitions, right? There's nothing wrong with a two-step competition itself, but if you're in a two-step competition and you don't have actual two-step, if you don't have, you know, if you don't have that, then don't be in the two-step competition. Don't go up there and go. That's not two-step. That is not two-step. Like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you're so stupid that you think that that's two-step. But that's not two-step. Revving your car rum, bah, is not two-step. Stop entering yourself into a two-step competition if you don't have two-step. And the crowd is enabling it, by the way. If you're in the crowd and somebody is just revving and spitting a little flame at the end, laugh at them. That's not two-step. You have done nothing. You lose. How are you in a competition when you don't even meet the fucking criteria of the goddamn title? Two-step competition. Yeah, I'm gonna rev my car like an idiot. Yeah. Okay. I hate it so much. I see it all the time. That's why, like, I don't really go to giant car shows anymore, because two-step competitions aren't really two-step competitions. They're just people revving their annoying, obnoxious-ass cars and spitting little flames out. There are, people in those competitions that actually do have two-step, and often they win anyways, because real two-step is a lot better than a shitty rev. But still, it annoys me. I don't know why it annoys me. It just does. Next point that is annoying me, and it's why I don't go to car meets anymore, is because, dude, these car meets are getting so ghetto now. I don't even like the word ghetto, but it's like the only way I could describe it. Ghetto, ratchet, trashy. Like, the cars there are one thing. Like, there are some decent cars that pull up. Like I said, if you haven't seen that other video, go check it out. There was some cool cars that pulled up. I don't really try to record the clowns anymore because it seems to just encourage more clowns to show up. But yeah, I don't enjoy going to car meets anymore. I used to go like damn near daily, like literally daily going to car meets, and it was sick. It was cool. And I mean, even back then I didn't like it because they were becoming trashy, but like now I look back and those were the glory days. I look back and I was like, wow, only one guy started revving? Damn, that must have been nice. Now it's everyone in their little tiny penis trying to rev their 350Zs and BRZs and Tequache trucks and shit like that. And it's just like, it is so obnoxious and annoying. I don't like it. Not a fan. Personally, not a fan. I still will go to car meets every once in a while, but it is like strictly for content. And that's why, like, in my titles, I put like, oh, I'm done with car meets, blah, blah, blah. And I still go for the content. I'm not going for pleasure. Like, I'll go to Cars and Coffee. I'll go to early morning weekend car shows. I'll do that. But going to these late night police magnet car shows or car meets, I'm not a fan personally. Not a fan. I think what it is the takeover scene is starting to blend into the park and chill scene. So yeah, I don't even feel safe taking my damn Supra to one of these. Hell no, not happening. Yeah, that is just something that annoys me though. Next thing, I could say maybe it's an honorable mention because I have talked about it in the past, but it just still seems to be so prevalent now that it's a trend. It is literally a trend. Like, I was talking to ESR and I was like, ESR, you guys need to drop a wheel that fits a drag spec because you guys will become millionaires overnight. And that's putting welds or race stars or just some sort of drag pack on a slow ass car. I don't get it. I don't know why you would want a slow ass car to have an aggressive ass tire setup to where if I see you on the freeway, I'm gonna blow your doors off in a heartbeat with an actual modified car. I don't know why that's everyone's first mod now. Oh, just got a scat pack fresh off the lot with my 30% APR. I'm gonna go get a set of bead locks and some aggressive ass tires, probably costing me about $3,000 to $4,000, just so I can just hook better in my stock scat pack. You know, you could hook better on normal ass tires too. If you just get a good compound, if you get an NT05R and an NT555 G2 or my bad R2, you get a Mickey Thompson ET Street SS and you just put it on an 18, you're gonna hook. You don't need a 15, a 17. You don't need that for 400 horsepower, especially when your car weighs 5,000 pounds. You don't need that. I don't know why you dumb people are doing this, but you could spend that money putting actual mods into your car. You could actually do some sort of supercharger. You can even use it as a down payment if you wanted to, if you don't want to pay it all up front. But you could get a supercharger. You could get, full exhaust system, headers. You could get a tune and an intake, and you'll be faster on normal ass tires than you would be with those fucking slicks. Now, the only exception is, I guess, if you're doing digs, I guess, but still, it's like you could hook on a prep surface with normal tires. My boy Brian was on some shitty ass Mickey Thompson, just normal like street tires, not ETs, not drag tires, on a 19-inch wheel, and he was hooking at the track. in his full bolt-on E85 Mustang. If he could hook in that, then your stock Scat Pack and your stock Camaro can hook just as well on normal-ass tires. So stop putting drag packs on these slow-ass boats. Luckily, the JDM scene doesn't seem to be too invested in this dumb trend, because I'm not seeing too many JDM cars with this shit. I will see the occasional Q50 and shit, but it's not as prevalent as it is on these Scat Packs, Camaros, and just all these guys. You don't need it. You don't need it. And if you have an EcoBoost, please don't. All right, next up. This one's definitely going to piss off some people. Only specific people, though, I guess, if this actually applies to you. And that is these fake car influencers and TikTokers. I see them everywhere just making the same mediocre cookie cutter content that everyone else is making. And I don't like it. I am tired of it. I mean, you could do whatever you want. I mean, I don't think I make the greatest videos out there, and that's fine. You don't have to like my videos. But I'm on TikTok, and I'm scrolling, and I'm seeing, today we're going to change my oil on my 2004 Nissan 350Z. And I'm like, this is your content? Just like what everyone else has done a million times over? Today we're going to be installing this little air filter into my car. And it's like, okay, good for you. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just because like on TikTok, it's super easy to grow. So if you have like 1 million on TikTok, it's like not that much on Instagram or YouTube. Maybe that's it. And it's just like, oh, these guys are just doing the laziest, most mediocre shit possible and somehow attracting a following. I don't know. It might be that. But typically, it's just like I'm looking at the content and I'm just like, there's no substance here. They are either stating the obvious, which is usually the case, or they're doing something that other people have done before and better. Like, you're not the next Chris Fix. We don't need to watch your little car maintenance videos. Unless you're actually upgrading something on your car and showing some benefits, nobody really cares. And half the time, they're not upgrading jack shit. Go look at a bunch of car TikTokers and Instagram car people pages, and it's all the same content recycled. They all do the same little shit. It's all mediocre. Rarely do you see them actually out there driving their car. That's one thing you'll never really see them do, driving their car. And if you do, it's like a car TikTok girl just recording herself driving like 20 miles an hour, and then she like shifts, and it's like, wow, such good content. I hate it. Shoot me. All right, last thing. Couldn't really think of another thing, and I didn't want to make a 4-point list. This one I've talked about before, but it still just seems to not go away. And it's the whole respect all builds thing. Like, oh, you can't talk smack on that person's car. You can't. That's an extension of themselves. They're expressing themselves through that car. You are so rude if you talk smack on that car. You know what's funny? If I go out there and I write a trash-ass song expressing myself, I will be made fun of till the end of time. Exactly. Why is it a double standard like that? Then we can make fun of people for expressing themselves in other groups. Oh, musicians? Oh, they make trash music? Let's laugh at them. Oh, actors? They suck at playing roles? Let's laugh at them. Oh, your car? Oh, you can't laugh at someone's car. That's too serious. You can't laugh at a fucking 2-ton piece of metal. You can't laugh at that. No, that now you cross the line. Laugh at their music, laugh at their face, but don't laugh at their car. That's too much. I hate that so much. Guys, if you don't want your car to be laughed at, or have other opinions other than what you think about your car, don't post it online or don't go to car shows. I don't care if people don't like my car. If you don't like my Mustang, if you don't like my Supra, if you think my McLaren Rap's ugly, it doesn't really bother me. Hell, there's some things about my car I don't like either, and that's fine. I don't expect to please everyone with my car, but these people nowadays, they have this like mindset of everyone has to agree with me or else they're haters, and that's just so not the case. Some people don't like supercars, some people don't like JDM, and some people don't like American Muscle. Right there, you've already split a fan base. You've already split a group of people that aren't going to like your car. So if somebody doesn't like it, who cares? Like it doesn't, I don't understand it. I don't know. People are just, I feel like, soft nowadays. If you say a joke about someone's car, hey, you hate my car? What the fuck, man? You got to square up right now. Why? It's a car. I get if I'm talking shit about your mother, but it's a car, okay? You're going to go crash in 2 weeks anyways. You're going to wrap around a tree and move on to the next build. It's really not that important to you, okay? I hate that shit. I'm tired of it. Bye. Every day it just gets worse and worse. Oh, Lord, have mercy on us. I can't anymore. I literally can't anymore. I'm at the point. Oh boy, this right now. Why? It's a car. I didn't.
Something's wrong. Mr. Sheriff, something's wrong. Been in on the plains, ain't been dark too long. They left just a hymnal of old-timey song. Might be the answer that we need all along. We found a body stripped for all that it's worth, out in the garden, just covered with earth. No sign of the family, they must have skipped town. The land has been tilled and we're gonna look down.
During the hot Kentucky summer of 1955, an entire family burst into a local police station, shouting in panic that their home had been attacked by aliens. The officer on duty reacted with amusement, but little did he know that what he was now dealing with would become one of the most prolific and well-documented cases of extraterrestrial visitation on record. For most, Kentucky is known for its beautiful, rolling green pastures and world-renowned bourbon. But for others, the Bluegrass State is home to many myths and legends, and even some downright terrifying paranormal and supernatural events. Perhaps one of the oldest is the Hillbilly Beast, a Bigfoot-like entity which is said to stalk various stretches of woodland. Then there is the Pope Lick creature, otherwise known as the Fisherville Goatman, which haunts a local railway bridge and is often heard mimicking a child's voice, calling out in distress to passers-by. Those who venture forth to investigate are later found dead or disappear completely. One of the lesser-known legends speaks of the Little White Men of Kentucky, which is perhaps closely related to the case we're about to present, and which we will explore further in Part 2. But for now, let us focus on the state's boldest claim to supernatural fame. A case known not just throughout the United States, but the entire world. On the night of the 21st of August 1955, a household situated in the rural stretches between the communities of Kelly and Hopkinsville in Christian County was apparently besieged by strange creatures, the likes of which the residents had never seen before, or for that matter, since. The event itself was witnessed by 11 people, 8 adults and 3 children, and would later involve up to 16 members of various law enforcements, as well as the military. For those immediately affected, the story is one of bewilderment, incredulity, and ultimately, unbridled terror, and is considered by many to be the definitive account of extraterrestrial visitation. More than 60 years later, not one word of these accounts has changed, and it would all play out as follows. Earlier that evening, Billy Ray Taylor, a young man in his early 20s, exited the farmhouse where he was staying with friends and made his way over to the well some 100 yards distant. Despite the heat, the dying light had brought with it a cool breeze, which stirred the leaves and branches of the trees surrounding the property. It was a welcome change from the stifling interior of the household. He and his wife June were visiting friends for the weekend on a much-needed break from work. The house itself belonged to Glennie Langford, who lived there with her 3 younger children. But it was Glennie's older sons from another marriage, Elmer Lucky Sutton and John Charlie J.C. Sutton, with whom he was most acquainted. They were there too with their wives Vera and Aileen. Aileen's brother, O.P. Baker, had also joined the group for supper. In total there had been 11 people, including himself, sitting inside the parlour, and unsurprisingly, the air had become heavy with heat and moisture. When Glennie declared that they had run out of water, Billy Ray had been first to volunteer in fetching some more. As he trudged towards the rear of the property, he stopped for a moment to admire his surroundings, regarding the lengthening shadows and encroaching gloom beyond the trees. The seclusion and privacy afforded by the encompassing woodland was not lost on him. Maybe one day, he thought, as he reached the well and threw in the pail, he would have the means to purchase his own patch of land just like it. There was a muffled splash as the bucket hit the water, and as Billy Ray worked to retrieve it, he turned his head skyward to look at the orange light of the setting sun. To his surprise, his gaze was drawn elsewhere. He suddenly caught sight of a round metallic object in the skies above the property, glinting in the last vestiges of the sun's rays. It looked to be descending at speed in an arc across the sky, with a multicoloured tail trailing behind it. It was like nothing he had ever seen before. There were no wings or discernible features, and it made no sound whatsoever. It disappeared behind some trees about half a mile distant, an action which was followed by a dull thud, and Billy Ray knew in that instant that whatever the object was, it had most certainly just crashed. Collecting the pail, he ran back to the farmhouse and declared to the others present that he had just seen a spaceship. There was a moment of silence before the room burst into a cacophony of laughter. The consensus amongst the group was that surely this was nothing more than one of those pranks that Billy Ray and Lucky sometimes played on one another. But Billy Ray was not laughing. In fact, he seemed genuinely agitated by what he had just witnessed, and as soon as his companions realized that he was not joking, they tried to reason that maybe he had seen a meteor or shooting star. Unwilling to let it go or pass it off so casually, Billy Ray insisted that Lucky accompany him to the well so that he could point out exactly where the spaceship had crashed. and see if there was any smoke or other indication that something was out there. By now, darkness was well and truly creeping in. The two men spent 10 minutes surveying the skyline. It was hard to see anything in the twilight, but there were certainly no columns of smoke anywhere to be seen. Lucky didn't know what to make of his friend's story, but it was clear that something had shaken him. As they made their way back to the house, the sound of a snapping branch suddenly caught their attention. Somewhere out in the tree line, they spotted a dull glow, low to the ground but moving towards them. It wasn't bright enough to be a flashlight, possibly a lantern, but there was no definition to it. They watched as it moved closer, and only as it got to within 20 feet of them did they realise that something about this situation was terribly wrong. They could not believe their eyes, but what they appeared to be looking at was a small humanoid figure with short, atrophied legs and long, thin arms. Its most striking feature, though, was its large saucer-like eyes, which glowed in the darkness. Either side of its head, they could see what looked like large pointed ears, and most disturbing of all was the fact that it seemed to be floating along the ground rather than walking, moving inexorably towards them. The two men yelled expletives, then ran into the house, slamming the door behind them. Glennie, who had been sitting in the parlour with the rest of their companions, rushed out into the hall and demanded to know what the commotion was about. "There is something in the woods near the house," Lucky replied. "Something strange. We best stay inside." Unsurprisingly, his mother did not believe a word of it, assuming that it was all part of a wider prank being perpetuated by him and Billy Ray. In any case, she did not want the children being scared at this hour, and so she sent the youngsters off to bed. Shortly afterwards, Lucky grabbed a 12-gauge shotgun along with his .22 hunting rifle, handing the latter to Billy Ray and instructing him to watch the back door whilst he watched the front. Glennie was just thinking to herself that this joke was all going a bit too far, when she suddenly spotted a small figure standing at the rear of the house. Her blood-curdling scream alerted Billy Ray, who immediately took aim with the .22 and fired. The bullet pierced the netting of the screen door and appeared to strike the strange creature, which tumbled backwards with a metallic rattling sound, and then moved off at speed into the trees, apparently uninjured. Emboldened by the creature's retreat, Billy Ray stepped out onto the porch, aiming his rifle towards the woods when all of a sudden, what can only be described as a spindly hand with long talons reached down from the porch roof and made a grab for his hair. Aileen, who had been standing behind him, yanked him backwards into the house. Lucky then stepped outside, aiming his weapon up towards where the hand had appeared. A shot rang out, and another of the creatures fell from the roof with that same metallic rattle, and then proceeded to hop into the woods, also seemingly uninjured. Once everyone was back inside, JC collected his 20-gauge shotgun and joined the others. No one knew exactly who or what these creatures were, but it was quite evident that there was more than one of them, and they appeared to be completely impervious to bullets. Collecting their thoughts, the distraught men and women of the group began to exchange ideas about what they were dealing with. Glennie, who was deeply religious as well as superstitious, questioned whether they might be demons, sent by the devil himself. Lucky wondered if they were the cave goblins which folk in those parts sometimes talked about, whilst Billy Ray believed they had something to do with the object he had seen earlier that evening. Suddenly the air was pierced by a shrill scream, coming from the direction of the children's bedroom. The youngsters had been instructed to remain where they were, but now they came running down the hall, saying that they had seen a strange face with large glowing eyes peering at them through their bedroom window. Lucky asked his mother to take the children into a room at the rear of the house and suggested that JC accompany them. A few minutes later, there was another scream, as one of the strange faces now appeared at the window in the back room. This was followed by another shot and the sound of breaking glass, as JC unloaded with his 20 gauge. Once again, the creature simply bounced backwards, unhurt, and scrambled out of sight. Over the course of the next 2 hours, the family would be terrorised by these small entities. Scratching sounds would be heard on the roof, faces would appear at the windows, the family would look outside, only to see a number of them moving about the yard, or perched up in the trees near the house. Although the beings never tried to enter the residence itself, they seemed especially interested in the children, and each time they got too close for comfort, they would be shot at by either Lucky, Billy Ray, or JC. Between the 3 men, they estimated that there were probably 3 or 4 of the strange beings in total, at which they would fire more than 100 shots. At around 11:30 PM, there seemed to be a lull in activity. Thinking that maybe the creatures had left, the family piled into 2 trucks and drove to the police station in Hopkinsville. The desk sergeant on duty didn't know what to make of their story, and at first reacted with mild amusement. Someone was pulling his chain, he thought to himself. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to take the matter seriously. In the back of his mind, he was at least half concerned that a gun battle might have taken place between local residents, and arranged for the immediate dispatch of officers to the scene. In all, 4 city police, 5 state troopers, 3 deputy sheriffs, and 4 military police from nearby Fort Campbell arrived on the scene at the Sutton farmhouse. They found extensive damage to the property in the form of bullet holes, screen doors which had been peppered with gunfire, windows which had been blasted through, and shot which was found embedded in the frames of doors and windows. Littered around the home were various shell casings. It was quite evident that something significant had taken place, but a wider inspection of the property yielded little evidence. One officer noticed something glowing in the distant trees, but a search of that area returned nothing. At a spot where Lucky had apparently shot one of the beings, officers found a stain that gave off an odd sheen when viewed from a certain angle, but there was nothing really to collect or sample. It appeared the creatures, whatever they were, had left. The family were interviewed at length, and all gave the same consistent account of the night's events, as well as uncannily similar descriptions of the entities that had besieged the farmhouse. Neighbours also somewhat corroborated their story, saying they had seen strange lights in the woods, and assumed it was the Suttons looking for one of their pigs that had escaped. Later they would also hear the gunfire, and reasoned at the time that they were perhaps trying to scare off a bobcat, which was worrying their livestock. Nevertheless, after hours of fruitless investigation, the officers felt they had exhausted their efforts and departed the scene. The next day, neighbours converged on the Sutton property, intrigued by the rumours which had been circulating around town in the aftermath of the incident, only to find that no one was home. As it would transpire, Glennie had awoken at 3:30 in the morning and had seen one of the creature's faces peering at her through the window. The strange beings had returned during the night, but had left again as soon as the first rays of sunlight had appeared on the horizon. The family and their guests had not been far behind. Terrified beyond belief, they had left in their trucks, and it would be some time before they returned home. Over the following months, a media circus ensued. Local as well as national publications, radio and TV stations all wanted to interview the Sutton family and their friends. At first, the Suttons were forthcoming, but as soon as the true agenda behind this interest was realised, one of ridicule and cynicism, they became introverted regarding what happened and refused to comment any further. Of the lucky few who did manage to speak to members of the family in the months, years, and even decades afterwards, all would comment on how each of their stories remained ironclad, unchanged and startlingly similar to each other's, despite the amount of time that had passed. After constant harassment from reporters and souvenir hunters, Glennie and her family vacated the property within a few months. But it wasn't just the barrage of unwanted callers that drove them away. It was the constant fear that those creatures, whatever they were, would one day return. Much has been written about the Kelly Hopkinsville encounter over the years, and it's safe to say that opinion remains well and truly divided over its legitimacy. Many of the police officers who attended the scene that night attested to the family's state of utter panic, along with the amount of damage caused to their property. They would go on to declare on record that they had no doubts whatsoever the family and their guests experienced something, but whether it had anything to do with extraterrestrials was another matter entirely. Skeptics have argued that it was a case of mistaken identity, perhaps agitated by excessive alcohol consumption. Joe Nickell, a member of the Committee for Skeptical Inquiry, theorised that what the family had actually seen were a mating pair of great horned owls. After all, these are fairly large nocturnal birds, which have yellow eyes, fly silently, and aggressively defend their territory. The descriptions of the creatures given by the family do somewhat loosely fit these characteristics, but there are a number of glaring issues. The Suttons described the entities as being around 3.5 feet in height, which is significantly taller than the maximum height of the great horned owl. Secondly, these birds will almost always attack from higher up. They would not, and could not, hover slowly, just mere inches above the ground when zeroing in on a target. The final issue, and perhaps the most obvious, is that great horned owls are not bulletproof, and they certainly do not rattle like tin cans when shot at. In light of this, skeptics then fall back on the possibility that the family were intoxicated, or simply fabricated the entire incident for financial gain. Police found no evidence whatsoever that the Suttons or their guests had been drinking alcohol on the night in question, and they also doubted that a relatively poor family would destroy their own property as part of a hoax. They never made any real money from their story, even though they had ample opportunity to, and the repair costs would have created an extra burden, which they simply did not need. However, there were accounts of people being charged a fee to enter the property in the wake of the incident, which the Suttons readily admitted to, and stated that it was their way of deterring unwanted visitors. Whilst the story seems highly fantastical, so many of the family's friends, acquaintances and neighbours vouched for their integrity in the years following the encounter, stating that it would have been completely out of character for any of them to perpetuate a hoax of this magnitude. Not one of them sought the spotlight, and in fact, they shied away from fame and fortune altogether. They have always maintained that they were the reluctant victims of something they were never able to fully understand, and that the less they had to do with it, the better. As it would turn out, a little-known case which occurred in the spring of 2012 would seemingly corroborate the Suttons' tale, and leave the rest of us asking if the Kentucky Goblins had returned. In the previous episode, we discussed the events that occurred at a farmhouse in rural Kentucky during the summer of 1955, in which an entire family was besieged by what they believed to be extraterrestrial beings. It is a case that has resonated over the last 60 years, but what if the same thing happened to another family as recently as 2012?
Hello. My name is Dr. David Christie. I received your contact information through a mutual acquaintance who assures me that you are well equipped to investigate peculiar problems. Furthermore, I believe you may have interest in these events beyond any compensation that I am prepared to deliver in order to have these issues sorted. For the past 6 months, I have been living in a rural home located on the border of West Virginia and Kentucky, where my family is nightly assaulted by creatures that I have come to believe are of an extraterrestrial origin. These beings appear to be the size and stature of a small child, devoid of any facial features save for large, oily eyes and lipless mouths. They frighten my children by peering through their bedroom windows, chirping at one another. They actively attempt to enter my home in the middle of the night. Last month they took my dog. The police refused to provide any further assistance, attributing the problem to wild animals and forwarding my complaints to the State Game Commission. I believe they are coming from an abandoned mine located on the edge of my property. Though I'm armed, I'm afraid that I'm far too frightened to enter the mine by my lonesome, and cannot convince any sympathetic friends to accompany me, though I cannot blame them. I am convinced that the only answer is to collapse the mine. I believe this is where we can be mutually beneficial to one another. If you are prepared to assist me in this matter, I can offer you permission to record and document these events under the condition of anonymity. I can guarantee you evidence of these creatures which I assure you are not wild animals. Please respond ASAP. Thank you.
What you have just heard is the content of an email sent to paranormal investigator Greg Newkirk of weekinweird.com on the 22nd of April 2012. Originally thought to be nothing more than a simple prank or hoax, this initial communication would prove to be the spark that would ignite one of the most intriguing cases of recent times, one that would come back to haunt those involved again and again over the course of nearly a decade and counting. In all, Dr. David Christie would send 4 emails to Greg over the course of several months before he seemingly disappeared from the face of the earth, never to be heard from again. In this episode, we will read the transcripts of those emails and show the photographic materials which appeared to back up the besieged doctor's claims. In his younger days, Greg used to run a rather tongue-in-cheek ghost hunting team known as Ghost Hunters Incorporated. It was to this group's website that the first of Dr. Christie's emails was sent. Ghost Hunters Inc. had long since disbanded, and the website hadn't been updated in years, but Greg would still monitor the site's server and check for messages from time to time, so it came as something of a surprise to him when he received this particular email, not least because it obviously had nothing to do with ghosts. Not being one to shy away from a challenge, Greg replied, simply stating that he had no experience with either extraterrestrials or explosives, but that he would be glad to assist if David could elaborate on the details or provide any evidence. After clicking the send button, he did not expect to receive a response. However, the next day, he found the following email sitting in his inbox.
Thank you for the prompt response. I do not blame you for being skeptical of my story. I appreciate you keeping an open mind about my situation, and I am more than happy to provide you with as much information as I am able. I was given your contact information through a man by the name of Terry Wrist. When these disturbances first began occurring, I was only inclined to confide in a personal friend who I knew had fringe interests. He offered to share my concerns with a man that had dealt with somewhat similar experiences in previous years. I accepted his offer. Within a week, I was informed that this gentleman had long since retired from pursuits of this kind, but was willing to provide me with contacts who may be willing to help. This is how I came to contact you. I do not have any answer to why, other than a referral and recommendation from a gentleman I do not know personally. I was under the impression that you would answer that question. I am located in Pike County, just outside the town of Hellier, Kentucky. Hellier is located roughly 30 to 60 minutes from the borders of Virginia and West Virginia, respectively. Most of Pike County is made up of small towns and rural communities. It is not uncommon to go days without seeing my closest neighbors. I moved to this area for the peace and quiet. I have received neither. I have lived in this area for just under 7 months, and in that time the majority of the harassment has occurred within the past 3. I did not become aware of any strangeness until early December, although that is only when I began to keep a record of these events. At first, it was merely strange tracks in the snow around my home. I had initially imagined that they were from some kind of animal, though it closely resembled a human footprint minus the heel. At that time, I was under the impression that it was simply a single creature. It wasn't until weeks later that I began to suspect that I was dealing with a number of what I thought were individuals hazing me upon my arrival to the area. At this point, I was incapable of keeping my dog outdoors overnight. Any attempt to leave her leashed would result in her barking herself hoarse until she was allowed back indoors. In the weeks leading up to this particular evening, I had awoken to find my shed doors open on several occasions, many of my children's toys missing or moved, and my yard in general disarray. I had already given a report to the police, who were making it increasingly clear that they were not interested in my case, barring physical harm or large-scale theft. The second week of January, I'm having breakfast with my family when my 5-year-old daughter begins talking about the kids without hair. When my wife inquired about these kids, she informed us that she had spent the previous night watching them play in the yard. As you can imagine, that was of some concern. I asked my daughter what these kids looked like. She told me that they were bald like Grandpa and weren't wearing any clothes. The very same day, I found the wreath that hangs inside our rear porch stuffed into our mailbox. I purchased and installed motion-activated floodlights the following day, and for a time, the problem ceased. It wasn't until the end of February that our daughter informed us that the bald kids had returned. I was awoken to the sound of my daughter screaming and rushed into her bedroom only to meet her halfway down the hall. When my wife and I were finally able to calm her down enough to speak, she told us that the kids were trying to peer into her window, but they couldn't reach, and instead had taken to tapping on it. She hasn't slept in her own bedroom since. It was that morning that I phoned the police for the second time, and they responded by finally sending a trooper to our residence. I informed him of the regular mischief, how I was unable to let my dog outdoors after dusk, and of the bald kids. When we found the ground disturbed just under my daughter's bedroom window, the officer informed me, very matter-of-factly, that we were dealing with an animal and I would be better off contacting the Game Commission than waste their resources any further. Almost every day for the following week, I would find some evidence that something or someone had been on my property the previous night. Smudges on the windows were not uncommon. Stones from the walkway dragged to the other side of the lawn, and I had found tears in the screen door. On Wednesday, the 7th of March, I finally witnessed the kids without hair for myself. The dog woke me up around 1:30 a.m., scratching at the back door and whimpering to be let out. I noticed that the motion floodlights was on and went to the kitchen window to check that the shed doors were still closed, when I realized that I could see the shadow of an individual cast across my lawn. From the angle I was positioned, I could not actually see the source of the shadow or the floodlights. The dog was pacing circles around the back door, and I could hear someone rifling through a box on the porch. Filled with more anger than common sense, the only reaction I could muster was to bang loudly on the window and yell, at which point I heard the screen door on the porch swing open and slam against the house. I heard what I can only describe as chirping at this point. It sounded much like a skunk, if more guttural. I then realized that there were more than 2 people on my property, and the shadow, which had been reacting as if it didn't know which way to run, was quickly joined by another, For a moment, I watched as the shadows chirped at one another when I noticed a figure out of the corner of my eye. Standing in the flower bed just to the bottom left of my window was a small humanoid figure with sickly pale skin. Completely hairless, standing roughly 4 foot. It was looking in the direction of the shadows and had clearly come from around the left side of the house, opposite the porch, and had not noticed me as far as I could tell. Its face was devoid of features, save for large round eyes, very reminiscent in shape and color of a bird's eye. It had no nose to speak of, and only a small slit for a mouth. It didn't appear to move its mouth as it chirped, sounding more as if the noises originated from its throat. It was most certainly not a wild animal, and even more certainly not a child. I was too terrified to move, and watched as the creature hopped to the others, and together they scrambled into the woods on the right side of my property. It was clear that there were at least 5 in the group. I've not mentioned this particular incident to my wife, and the only other person who I've spoken to about these creatures are yourself and the close friend who introduced me to our mutual friend, Mr. Wrist. I would prefer to keep things that way, and to approach this problem as discreetly as possible. Since that evening, my dog has gone missing from the porch, yet to return, and I can only imagine that this disappearance has to do with these creatures. I've gone looking for him during daylight hours, only to find many of my missing belongings scattered at the entrance to an abandoned mine shaft at the far edge of my property. I don't dare go inside. My friend has convinced me that my experience is similar to that of other visitation experiences, providing me with material and references that back up his claims. I am aware of the outlandish nature of what I have told you, but I'm afraid that I have no other explanation for what I have seen, at least at this time. I can see no other option than to seal the entrance to the mine. I cannot achieve this on my own, and I am too frightened to try. I don't dare share this information with others for fear of ruining my career and the reputation of my family. I am prepared to compensate your travel expenses and offer you unrestricted access with whatever recording equipment that you desire, but only on the condition of complete anonymity. Beyond that, I have no desire than to be rid of this problem. Please inform me of what you would like photographs of and where to send them. Thank you again.
Although Greg was intrigued by the doctor's story, he was not prepared to commit to an investigation without any supporting evidence. He responded by reiterating this request. But the thing that most stood out to the intrepid investigator was the name of the so-called mutual acquaintance, Terry Wrist. Greg had never heard of this person, and wondered whether it was someone he might have met only briefly during his past exploits. An online search garnered no tangible leads in this direction, but it did reference something that seemed just a little too coincidental to ignore. Terry Wrist was not a real name, but it does appear in 2 books by Alan H. Greenfield, titled The Secret Cipher of the Euthnauts and The Secret Rituals of the Men in Black. In each of these books, the author conducts an interview with an ex-military individual who uses Terry Wrist as a pseudonym. But it is what this individual talks about that is most interesting. In The Secret Cipher of the Euthnauts, Terry Wrist claims that he was part of a covert group of Vietnam War veterans, which was tasked with infiltrating and destroying underground alien bases situated in the southern United States, the entrances of which were to be found in various caves or abandoned mines. As far-fetched as this appeared, Greg could not simply dismiss the obvious connection, though he understandably approached it with some skepticism. A skepticism which only grew when David failed to respond to his request for proof. However, as we shall see, the name of Terry Wrist would crop up again in due course. In the meantime, the lack of any further emails from Dr. Christie was seen as suspicious, and just as Greg was beginning to write the whole thing off as a brief but intriguing hoax, another message appeared in his inbox.
My apologies for the time it has taken me to reply to your previous email. The situation at my home had become unbearable, and we chose to stay with my wife's family out of state until an appropriate solution can be reached. I am at my wit's end. This afternoon, my brother-in-law and I traveled back to the house for the first time in over a month, as I needed to check on the security of my property and gather some belongings. The house seems relatively untouched, leading me to believe that the creature's motives were driven by the presence of my family. As you requested, I brought a camera back to the property for the purpose of photographic evidence. While my home was free of tampering, I was able to find a trail of prints that matched the size and shape of those previously left by the creatures on my property. The prints lead into the woods behind my home, following a stream that runs near the mine. My brother-in-law, an avid sportsman, cannot identify the tracks despite his skepticism. Perhaps you know of someone better suited to identify these prints. I will be spending the next 2 nights in my home, and will send you more images should the opportunity present itself. I am looking forward to your thoughts.
Attached to this email was a series of photographs depicting a strange set of footprints left in the mud, which Greg did not recognize. He was not an outdoorsman, but still carried out his due diligence and sent the images to a number of people who were better qualified to identify them. No one had an answer as to what kind of animal could have made them. And what was interesting about these prints was that they exhibited dermal ridges. These are long, thin indentations created by the creases of skin on the bottom of a bare foot. They are considered amongst experts to be as unique as fingerprints and are extremely difficult to fake. The fact that they were present in these examples lent a degree of credence to the doctor's story, and finally attracted Greg's full and undivided attention. He replied instantly, asking whether David could place something next to the footprints which would give them a sense of scale. Sure enough, the next morning, another message was waiting in his inbox, with even more attachments.
The creatures came out the woods late last evening. I have enclosed photographs taken to the best of my ability given the situation. I have also enclosed photographs of the creature's footprints alongside a measuring stick. My brother-in-law is not as skeptical as he was when we arrived, and he will be leaving before dark this evening. I look forward to hearing back from you.
The first set of images showed more footprints, this time with a ruler placed beside them, and it was clear from the measurements that they were about half the length of a human footprint. Each one had the same 3-toed configuration, and they were all missing a heel, suggesting that whatever had made them either walked on its tiptoes or had very small feet. They were also clearly made by a biped, as there was a distinct lack of any foreprints. As interesting as these images were, nothing could have prepared Greg for what he saw in the next few attachments. In total, there were 3 photographs of the so-called creatures, the first of which was thrown out as it didn't seem to show much. The second one was similar, but once the contrast levels were adjusted, it appeared to show what looked like a grey alien standing in profile, looking off to the left. The shape of a large head, as well as a dark eye, and orifice where the ear would be situated could also be seen. The third and final image was a lot clearer, and seemed to depict a humanoid creature of some kind, peeping out from behind a tree. Its head, neck and shoulder, as well as a portion of its left arm were visible even in the low light, but the results were far from conclusive. Whatever was captured in these photographs would unfortunately remain a mystery, as Greg never heard from Dr. David Christie again, despite repeated attempts to re-establish contact. Nevertheless, he was not about to give up on the case, and considered other ways of investigating the doctor's account. As David had mentioned that he'd called the police during these incidents, Greg surmised that there must have been a record of some sort, be it an incident report or call log, and set about contacting the authorities in that area. Hellier itself was too small for a local police station, so he instead contacted the closest state police department. They could indeed confirm that they had received and investigated a call very similar to that described in the email, but would not divulge any further details. Next, Greg checked census records to see if anyone by the name of David Christie had ever lived in the town, but Hellier's small size made this impossible, as no census data had ever been recorded. Finally, he wanted to know if there were any abandoned mines in the region, and after checking government records, found that there were in fact dozens within a relatively small area. Furthermore, quite a few properties had streams running through them, another factor which had been mentioned in the doctor's emails. All of these details seemed to correlate, but there just wasn't enough evidence to pinpoint an exact address, and David had never given any specifics in this regard. As the days turned into weeks, and the weeks into months without any further contact from this man, Greg reluctantly shelved the case and decided to focus his attention elsewhere. During the latter half of the year, he and his wife Dana were heavily involved in the filming and production of Planet Weird's Engaging the Strange documentary web series. During their research and preparation for a particular experiment, which was to be carried out during that series, Greg and Dana had the chance to visit Brown Mountain in North Carolina. Brown Mountain, of course, plays host to the world-famous Brown Mountain Lights, which are frequently reported in the region. Completely unrelated to the case of Dr. Christie, one of the couple's friends and colleagues just happened to mention during filming that he knew of a nearby cave that was supposedly the entrance to an underground alien base, and asked them if they would like to see it. They of course agreed, and whilst Greg and Dana never found any entrances to alien bases, they did find a huge, out-of-place boulder, which did not seem analogous to its surroundings, and appeared to be blocking off a passageway which led into the further recesses of the cave. Although this was interesting, it wasn't exactly definitive, and would have been written off entirely as a light-hearted distraction from filming had it not been for another email 5 months later, from none other than Terry Wrist. On the 4th of February 2013, the following message appeared in Greg's inbox.
Why did you stop when you were so close? I have something for you. 1 week.
Greg immediately jumped to the conclusion that someone was messing around. After all, he had made a public post about David Christie's emails and the connection to Terry Wrist on weekinweird.com, but with most of the personal details redacted. But then, exactly a week later, another email from Mr. Wrist would put this suspicion to bed.
Hellier was just a symptom. The ink and black are isolated still in the third order MIA. Bear in mind, for every door closed, the window must be open. The door is closed, the window is open. Use the numbers.
Attached to this email was an image, which appeared to show an old piece of paper with a string of 16 numbers on it. The fact that the person who had sent this email had mentioned Hellier specifically immediately set alarm bells ringing. In all of his posts, Greg had never mentioned the name of the town. Only a handful of people knew this information, people who Greg trusted implicitly. But even this wasn't the most haunting thing about the message. At first, nobody understood the significance of the 16 numbers in the image. That was until one of Greg's friends suggested that they could be GPS coordinates. Entering them into Google Maps, Greg watched the globe spin as it zoomed into its target, and he immediately felt sick. It pointed directly to the location of the supposed entrance to the underground base, which he and his wife had visited 5 months earlier. Again, very few people had known about this. Only a handful of camera crew, along with Greg and Dana's colleague, had been with them at the time, and even these people did not know the specifics about the case in Hellier. How could this person have known so much? Whilst it's possible that all of the emails Greg received were sent by the same person, how would that person have known about his trip to Brown Mountain, and more specifically, the exact location he visited on a whim? Something about this communication just didn't add up. For good reason, Greg and his wife felt extremely unsettled by its potential connotations. There was indeed a lot more to this mystery than he first thought, and this would lead him to formulate his own theories regarding the events. The similarities between David's case and the Kentucky Goblins of 1955 are hard to ignore. Both of them took place in rural Kentucky, and both of them featured a family being terrorized by small humanoid creatures, although the more recent case occurred over a prolonged period, as opposed to the fleeting appearance made by the Kentucky Goblins. Greg questions whether these creatures could have been one and the same. Whilst there are a few notable differences between the two given descriptions, he suggests that these could be mechanical in nature rather than biological. For instance, what the Suttons thought were large ears on the so-called goblins might actually have been part of a helmet or headset, which could be removed. Kentucky itself is saturated with old coal mines and cave systems, as are many of the states in close proximity to the hills and mountains which run off the Appalachian Trail. Oddly enough, sightings of strange creatures resembling those seen in both these cases are not uncommon, and have given rise to a local legend alluding to the Little White Men of Kentucky. One such sighting occurred in 1990. A 14-year-old boy named Donald Patton was playing on his family's property, situated in eastern Kentucky. He had spent the afternoon throwing rocks in the midst of a boulder field, located on a slight hill at the rear of the acreage. There were also a couple of outbuildings nearby, and the land was surrounded by a wooden fence. Usually, his cousin Eric would have joined him, but on that day, he was there alone. At around 7 p.m, just as the sun was setting, Donald had sat down on a rock to take a rest when his father exited the house at the bottom of the slope and shouted, "You boys get back in here, it's getting late." Donald immediately started to walk down the hill towards the house, but his father continued to shout, "Eric, get down here." Confused by this, Donald queried why his dad was calling out to his cousin, explaining that he had been playing up on the hill alone. "Then who were the two people standing behind you?" his father had asked. Later on, he would tell his son that as he'd left the house, he had seen two small, strange-looking children standing right behind him. They were around 3.5 to 4 feet tall, and they were dressed completely in white. After he had called out, the two figures had immediately run off behind one of the outbuildings. "They were standing there, looking right down your shirt collar," he had told his son. With many other accounts involving similar creatures, Greg wonders if the Kentucky Goblins incident of 1955 might have been the beginning of this alleged phenomenon. He postulates that an extraterrestrial craft may have crashed here on Earth, and that its occupants then took refuge in the caves and abandoned mines that dot the Kentucky landscape, and that they still reside there to this day. What's interesting about this is that there was an abandoned mine not far from the Sutton residence. Could this have been where the so-called goblins disappeared to? There is also the theory that these creatures may have been here for much longer, and may actually be terrestrial rather than extraterrestrial. Elsewhere, in the southern states of the US, the Hopi Native American tribe spoke of the Ant People, a race of humanoid creatures who lived in huge caves underground. Their drawings of these entities very much resemble the typical grey alien of UFO lore. So what are we to make of the email sent by Dr. David Christie? Was he genuinely a man besieged by these creatures, or was it all part of a clever hoax? Unfortunately, much like the Kentucky Goblins case, as there is very little in the way of proof, opinion will remain divided. Greg never heard from him, or for that matter the person claiming to be Terry Wrist, ever again, and it has been 4 years since the last communication referencing the case. In 2019, Planet Weird produced a 5-part documentary titled Hellier, which chronicled Greg and Dana's efforts to track down either the property where this apparently took place, or Dr. David Christie himself. This documentary is available to watch on YouTube, and is linked in the description. The possibility of the whole thing being a hoax was very nearly confirmed during this series. At one point, the investigative team realised that they might be able to find the Doctor's physical address by tracking the IP linked to his messages. Using this procedure, they discovered that the emails originated not from Hellier, Kentucky, as one might expect, but from Ajax in Ontario, Canada. However, it is quite possible, and even rather likely, that Dr. Christie was using a VPN, which would have masked his personal details. We must also point out a discrepancy in the messages themselves, and that is that Dr. Christie's dog seemed to change gender. In the second email it was referred to early on as female, and then later it had suddenly changed to male. However, David never quantifies exactly how many dogs he owns. It could be that he had more than one. When all is said and done, it is difficult to deny that the emails are intriguing, as well as the photographs that were sent along with them. They may or may not show inhuman creatures lurking in the woods after dark in a backwater of Kentucky, but either way, they certainly work to fire the imagination and leave us asking, what if? If there was such a person as David Christie, and if he truly was terrorized by these beings, we can only hope that he was elsewhere able to find the peace and quiet for which he had originally moved to Hellier. And if you ever go walking in the backwoods of Kentucky, make sure you stay away from any abandoned mines. From any abandoned mines.
Were rather common in the door they fired at. Fine. Indeed. So let's start with the beginning of the story. What specifically for alcohol and of what they saw, it is possible they did it for fame alone not long before. Their did in alien could have simply been an odd effect of the moonlight.
Depeche Mode. Memento Mori World Tour 2023. Live across North America. Get tickets now at livenation.com.
Today on Hey Culligan, smooth skin and soft hair comes from where? Here's Mike.
Hey Culligan, I've tried every conditioner, lotion, and body wash known to man, and my skin still feels like sandpaper.
It could be your water, Mike.
Oh, that's harsh.
More like hard water. Are you interested in smart, high-efficiency water softeners from Culligan Water?
Huh?
Want baby smooth skin and soft, luxurious hair?
Yeah, can you hurry? I have a date tonight.
We're already on the way, Mike. Let us help you out with the free in-home water test from a local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
Oh, sit here. Thanks.
Hey, I saw you give up your seat for the woman with the oxygen tank. Another way to show her your good side? Donate at Grifols Plasma, because she also relies on plasma-based medicines.
Next stop,
Find a center at grifolsplasma.com.
Receive up to $700 your first month.
Take a fast class at the College of Southern Nevada. Short-term 4 to 8 week classes start soon. Flexible classes on days, nights, weekends, and online. Hurry, sign up today at csn.edu. We are visionaries, achievers, artists, and athletes. We are the College of Southern Nevada. So apply today at csn.edu. Achieve, succeed, and prosper.
intent to get one. So I'm going to tell you how to get one. All right? I'm going to tell you my secret. All right? Now, shh, listen up. We're going to get right into this. The guy that stepped to me said, yo, how can I get that white girl? I'm not talking about that hood white girl that's all down with black people. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about I need a Becky, man. I need a Megan. I need a girl with a boy's name, Taylor or something. Some prissy Mercedes driving, tanned up, jogging with her halter top on, or the belly shirt with the yoga pants. I get it, alright? Ain't nothing wrong with those girls. Now, the reason why I just said that is because they want the same thing. They want you, okay? While you want Becky, Megan, and Taylor, they want Tyrone, Derek, and James. You know what I'm saying? They want you to be you. Be yourself. What you want to do is just, like I said, be yourself, all right? And when you see her looking at you, 9 times out of 10, I'm sure it's going to work out. You'll get the number, you'll get the number. Period. That's it. I've been actually asked this question a few times over the years. You gotta be different or act like them to get. She wants you to walk over with that swag and that lean. That's what she wants. All right, so everybody out there looking in the racial date, just be yourself. Be yourself. The guy that stepped to me said, yo, how can I get that white girl? I'm not talking about that hood white girl that's all down with black people. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about I need a Becky, man. I need a Megan. I need a girl with a boy's name, Taylor or something. So I'm like, okay. So you talking about some prissy Mercedes driving. Be yourself.
millions of dollars worth of cocaine fell from the sky this morning outside Knoxville, Tennessee.
Inspired by true events.
Check it out. It's drugs, I think. Something got into it.
The bear. It did cocaine. A bear did cocaine.
Cocaine Bear's back.
We should go.
Oh, God. What's wrong with that bear?
Cocaine Bear. Rated R. In theaters now.
On holiday, there's nothing like doing nothing. As an Expedia member, you can save up to 30% when you add a hotel to
I got saved. I got I got saved from woman that I got saved from woman that from woman that I got saved from woman that I got saved from woman that got saved from woman that. Saved from woman that. I got saved from woman that. 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 Saved from woman that.
Today's story inspired
I think we all tend to believe that everywhere in the world is accessible if I just had the time, the money, or maybe both. But today, I'm going to shatter that illusion and share with you a top 3 list of places you can't go, no matter how much time or money. Something very strange seems to be going on inside of national parks in North America. Every year, hundreds of people go missing in these parks, but these parks are huge expanses of wilderness. So it's not particularly unusual that people might go missing inside of them. But every year, of those hundreds of people that go missing, there's always a few that go missing under very strange circumstances. Either the way in which they disappeared doesn't really add up. You know, someone will be watching or keeping an eye on someone, they'll turn around and then turn back, and that person's missing. There's not a trace of them, and never found again. Or you'll have instances of someone will go missing, there'll be an extensive search, there's no trace of them, and then they're found like miles and miles away in locations that are almost impossible to get to. Now, one man, David Paulides, who's a former police detective, he began researching these very strange disappearances inside of national parks. It started when a park ranger actually approached him and said, hey, there's a bunch of weird things happening in state parks. You should look into it because you're a former detective. And so after looking into it, he discovered that there were so many oddities around many of these strange disappearances. And he saw there was many overlaps and similarities that he really dove into it. And he's examined thousands of these strange cases. By his count, 10,000 plus hours of research. He's written 4 books. They're all under the name Missing 411. If you Google Missing 411, you'll find a plethora of information about these cases. He has 2 documentaries out. And so David, while he doesn't actually take a stance as to, what's causing these strange disappearances, anybody that follows along with the Missing 411 cases is basically led to believe that something is hunting humans in North America inside of national parks. It is fascinating, it is terrifying, and I've picked out 5 of the most bizarre cases that I've come across inside of Missing 411. Before we get into those 5 stories though, if this is the type of content that you're interested in strange, dark, and mysterious that I promised in this video, well, that's what my channel is all about. And I post 3 to 4 times a week. So if that's your style and you like that type of content, if you could, please gently lambast the like button and then please turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of my videos. Alright, let's get into the stories.
Dispatch, can you give me some more info on that call?
On Father's Day weekend, 1969, 6-year-old Dennis Martin, his brother, his father, and his grandfather headed up to the Smoky Mountains to go camping. This is a family tradition on Father's Day, and they were excited about it. They get to the campsite, they were set up, they have a wonderful first night, camp out, and the next day, another camper in the area happened to walk up and saw that Dennis and his brother were playing there. And so this camper had kids as well, and he asked Dennis's father, hey, would you okay to kids tonight? His father says, sure, bring them down. So the man goes, gets his kids, they come back, and before long, all the kids are playing kids. Now, Dennis's father would say that he had an eye on Dennis. He was just at a distance watching his son to make sure he didn't get lost. And so at one point, all the kids are hiding from their parents. And at some point, the parents say, okay, show yourselves. And all the kids, except for Dennis, show themselves. And Dennis's father has watched Dennis go behind a particular tree. He watched him do it. He was watching the whole time. And so when they said, come out, and he didn't come out, he actually wasn't that concerned because he knew exactly where his son was. And then after a few moments, he yelled to his son directly and starts walking over and says, Dennis, come out, Dennis. I know you're behind the tree. And he finally got over there. Dennis wasn't. Dennis's father immediately starts running off into the woods, screaming for his son. He actually ends up running for 2 miles up the Appalachian Trail, just hollering for his son. He can't find him. And the rest of the family had broken up and was searching the area. Could go behind the tree. I watched him. I don't know where he is, but I watched him go behind the tree. So they're searching everywhere. Dennis is gone. So a huge search. In fact, the biggest search in all history. 1,500 searchers that included the Army Green Berets, the Special Forces guys. They are combing a 60 square mile plot. They're looking everywhere. And there is nothing. There's no trace. There's no scent. There is nothing connected to Dennis anywhere. And so they go back to Dennis's father and they're like, you have to tell us what you saw. Dennis, like, this doesn't add up. If you were looking at the tree and he was right there, how is it that he just vanished into the night? But no one knew. That was it. No one knows what happened. There's no closure. It's just gone. We never knew what happened. Years later, when David Paulides was doing his research for Missing 411 and was researching the Dennis Murray case, he interviewed other families that had been at the same time that Dennis had been missing. One of those families was the Keith family, and they had asked a park ranger where they could go on the campground where they might be able to see some Dennis. So the park ranger obviously said, be careful, but you can go over here to this side. Anyway, so they head over there and they're looking for bears. And one of their children hears a scream, or thinks he hears a scream, and kind of directs the family to look in the direction of the scream. And from their vantage point, they could see up onto the side of this mountain where there's sparse trees all over the mountain, so you kind of see in between the trees. And they saw what looked like a bear running along the mountainside, but something slung over its shoulder. Except the interesting thing about this bear was the father was quoted as saying that it didn't really act like it was acting more like a human. It was like looking hairy and like an animal, but it was running and dodging between trees. It was holding this child over its shoulder. It acted almost like a human. And so you have a bear man that has been spotted by the Keith family, and they bring this up to the investigators. They're looking at the Dennis Martin case. Obviously, the Dennis Martin investigators, they don't think this is. They think that they're just, saying some ridiculous thing with attention or whatever it is. So, it never really was entered into the case of Dennis Martin. It wasn't until the Missing 411 case that it was never connected. But there really was a family that claims to have seen a bear named a child about an hour after missing in the same area where Dennis Martin was missing. In the spring of 1952, 2-year-old Keith Parkins was playing with his siblings outside of his grandfather's ranch in Withers, Oregon. When the kids were all called in and run, Keith was nowhere to be found. And so the siblings and the family went out and did a cursory search for Keith. And when nothing turns up, they call the authorities and a full-fledged search is launched for Keith. With no sign, there's nothing. And 4 miles away, they find several hours later some footprints that look like they might belong to a tree. They start tracking those footprints, and they go on for miles and miles, and they just don't stop. It wouldn't be until the next day, 12 miles away from the initial ranch, they would ultimately find Keith. Surprisingly, Keith, who had disappeared with not enough clothing to be out in sub-zero temperatures with snow on the ground, and being 2 years old, he wasn't prepared to run out. He was found alive, face down, 12 miles away. His jacket and his hat had been stacked neatly next to him, and he had scratch marks all over his face, but he was unhurt. When asked, what happened, he's 2 years old, he had said a cat scratched him, and he kept repeating that a cat had scratched him. That was the only thing that he could articulate. No one knew how a 2-year-old, in the span of in the middle of the night, 12 miles away. Les Stroud, who is a very competent star, is survivor. He actually, because of this case, went out and tried to actually cover the distance. Went out and covered this 12 miles. He couldn't do it. And he even said, it's not possible for a 2-year-old to cover this distance, let alone survive the exposure to the elements at the time that he was out there. But somehow he did. And years and years later, he was interviewed. What happened? And he has no idea. No memory. At the end of 1973, 19-year-old Charles McCullough, who was an amateur photographer, had been doing a West Coast tour of the United States, going to all the different national parks to photograph beautiful scenery. And by January of 1974, he was in Oregon and wanted to go to Crater Lake, where he wanted to take pictures of Crater Lake. So he asked his friend, who had an all-terrain vehicle, to take him out to Crater Lake. His van, his VW beat up old van, it couldn't have made it out that far. And as his friend is driving him out to Crater Lake, Charles says to him, kind of jokingly, "I'll go with you in a couple of days, file a missing person." Sure enough, a couple of days later, when Charles doesn't show up, that friend does file a missing person report, and an extensive search is conducted at Crater Lake. There's no sign of Charles. There's nothing. There's no anything about Charles. And his father, as he flew out there and stayed for several months, just constantly searching the area, found nothing. So nothing. So a year later, a couple of backpackers were hiking the area around Crater Lake and they get lost. And they're well off the trail. They discover a backpack. In the backpack, they found a strange-looking Volkswagen key. That anyone that knew Charles McCullough knew that he had this strange key. And so when they found it, it was a distinctive key. And so when they gave it to police, it turned out that it was Charles McCullough's backpack. So investigators went out and started looking in the area that this backpack was found, which was 12 miles off the trailhead. Well off the trailhead. And near the backpack, they find what remained of Charles McCullough. So they found his pants unbuttoned and on a log, as if he was sitting on the log and then just disappeared into the ground. But his pants were full. Sticking out of the pants were his socks or shoes. And in the socks were his feet bones. There was no jacket, there was no upper portion of his skeleton. 12 feet away, they find a portion of his skull. And that is the last thing they find of Charles McCullough. And ultimately, it was determined that he died of natural causes. His family was not prepared to accept that. However, when you look at some of the circumstances, we have, he's missing his jacket, he's missing his boots, he's missing his photography equipment, his head is detached from his body. He was also 12 miles off the trailhead. And when he went missing, there had been approximately 5 to 7 feet of snow that was dumped in the area. So how did he lose 12 miles off the trailhead with 7 feet of snow? Especially when you consider he was not an outdoorsy type, and he got dropped off by his friend that drove him out there. He even said later on that he felt like Charles was very ill-equipped for the environment he was going into. But at the end of the day, it was left as, sorry, he went missing and he died of natural causes. Bart Schleyer was a famous outdoorsman and hunter. He was just one of those people that you could drop into any environment and he's not only going to survive, he's going to thrive. A testament to that, he spent months in Siberia tracking and catching Siberian tigers and world-renowned tiger tracking. He's just like a super rugged, super confident outdoorsman. In September of 2004, Bart booked a float plane to take him 175 miles north of the Yukon Territory in Canada for him to go hunt moose on his own for 3 weeks. He had all the right equipment, obviously extremely capable, and no one thought twice about it. When he got dropped off, he told the pilot he would be back there on the plane. So he was back 2 weeks later. Now the pilot knew Bart was like a dog in the wilderness, and so he wasn't really concerned, but he went over to where he had been told his campsite would be. And the campsite still living there. We got it all. And then near his campsite, he found a fly bag, which looked like it had an indent on it, where somebody might have been sitting next to the tree. It looked like an area where a hunter might have been sitting. Near the fly bag, there was a couple of sharks. Initially, the thought is, well, a large predator must have snuck up on Bart. Except there's a couple of problems with that theory. One, Bart, his friends at least would say, and people that knew him would say, he would never get snuck up on by a predator. He was so accomplished in the wilderness that he was no sign of what they call a death strike. Where it's like your life is smashing into everything. There's none of that. There's no marking on the ground or in the surrounding areas that the large predator has attacked them. Also, this camp had food out in the open. And if the large predator had come through like a bear, after it finished the bark, it would have been inside. It didn't. So the way this was left was he was attacked by a predator. But nobody believes that because that wouldn't have been there in the circumstances of the campsite. In 2002, Christopher Tompkins was a surveyor, and he was assigned to this 4-man survey crew that was working in Harris County, Georgia. They were walking along this road spaced about 50 feet apart, all 4 of them. And Chris was the last one. The third one in line would later tell investigators and police that as they were walking along the road, he would pull out his phone and just for a quick second think that Chris was in the way. And they were walking along, no sound or any indication that anything's happening. He turned around and saw Chris, kept walking. A few minutes later,
Any situation report when you can.
it's gone. Third guy hails the other two.
Any of the units stand by?
They're looking down the road, but he stop. They step off the trail, but they can't see him. And they go back to, they start walking down the road towards where he would have been, and they find on the ground a pile of loose change and some of his tools that would have been in his pockets. And then they see one of his boots stuck in the barbed wire because there was a full barbed wire fence that was running the length of this road. One of his boots was stuck in the barbed wire, and there was nothing else. They searched the area, they looked everywhere that was sent to people in the survey group, especially those in line. It was like, I literally saw him a minute ago, and there's no way he should have gotten the right gut hearing or seen some indication of where he was. There was no sign of him. He was gone. So after this huge investigation, they don't find any sign of him. And that's it. They're just like, yeah, he's gone. They did find 9 months later, they found the other boot near a stone 900 yards away, but it didn't provide any more clarity to what happened. However, if you look at the pile of loose change and things that were in the pockets that were on the road, it indicates that it's something. He may have been upside down. Think about the entirety of all of these strange stories where you'll hear things that are just picture in your head Chris Tompkins walking along with something flipping him upside down, dumping the contents out, and then being gone in a matter of a minute when no one can see it. These 5 stories are just a fraction of the literal thousands of others that are covered in the Missing 411 series. And while many people believe that all of the cases of Missing 411 and any others that ultimately are super strange parts have a rational explanation for their whereas other groups believes that this Missing 411 phenomenon is an indication that something is hunting humans in the national parks across North America. Some say Bigfoot, some say aliens, some say something else. But paranormal is certainly the other thing in terms of trying to explain away what these strange disappearances are causing. Whether or not we ever find a definitive conclusion remains to be seen, and I would love to hear what you think is going on inside of these strange cases of Missing 411, whether it's a rational explanation or some other option. But I'd love to hear what you have to say in the comments, and that's going to do it, guys. If you enjoyed this, please, if you could, gently land fast the like button and turn on all post notifications. Want to get in touch with me, please DM me on Instagram. My handle is Ball46. Also, I'm very active on TikTok and as well. And that's going to do it, guys. Until next time, take care. Every year, hundreds of people go missing inside of national parks all over North America. But of those hundreds of people every year, few of them go missing under very strange circumstances. And a man named David Paulides, who's a former police detective, has made it his mission to look into just bizarre disappearances that are occurring all over North America in his series that's called Missing there are thousands of these strange cases inside of Missing 411 that they've provided for tens of thousands of hours.
Remaining units be advised, vehicle went PCB.
So there's really no shortage of strange cases to look at. But as I get my own and learn about these cases, I have been pulling groups of stories that stand out to me as being particularly interesting or fascinating or strange. I've made videos highlighting those stories. So I've already done one video like this where I highlighted 5 stories that I thought were particularly strange. You can find that in the description. I'll link to that video if you want to check that out. And so today I'm going to be looking at another 5 cases from the Missing 411 project that are just totally. But before we get into today's stories, if you're interested in strange, dark, mysterious, delivered in story format, come to the right channel, because I post 3 to 4 times a week all about the strange, dark, and mysterious. Like I'm promising to deliver today, and if that's your deal, I would ask you to gently uppercut the like button and also subscribe to my channel and turn on all post notifications so you don't miss any of those 3 to 4 videos. Alright, let's get into this. So this first one really takes the cake. They're just being stupid. You have a family that basically has 2 experiences that are somewhat connected. You can actually judge if they're connected. Very soon. On October 1st of 2003, this family who decided to run the nuns for the Missing 411 story, they go camping, and it's a 3.5-year-old boy, his older sister, and then the mom and the dad. And so they go camping at Mount Shasta in California, which is a popular camping site. And the family loved to go camping there. And so they're all sitting around the campfire, kind of hanging out at the campsite. It's getting late in the evening, maybe 5, 6 o'clock. And the sister would say that she was looking at her brother, turned away for a second, and then looked back, and he was gone. And it was so sudden that she actually went to go look for him and couldn't find him. So she went and told her mom and her dad, and they start calling for their son, and they're looking all over their campsite, and he's gone. Authorities show up, and they launch a full search. And for 5 hours, they have hundreds of people scouring this area, not only the campsite, but the surrounding areas, and there's no trace of this boy. 5 hours later, they find him laying in a thicket on a trail that had been searched multiple times. And it wasn't like hidden. The thicket was like right by the side of the trail. So if you've searched this trail, you've found this kid. So meaning he couldn't have been there during the search. He must have arrived and then they found him on this trail. Everybody was so happy that they found this kid and he wasn't physically harmed that no one really looked into the fact that it doesn't make any sense that he is here. How did he get here? Where did he go? Where has he been? No one thought about that. They were like, we got the kid back. We're all happy. The parents are happy. Everyone's ready to just move on. And so the kid goes to the hospital. The doctor looks at the kid and says, you know what? He's fine. This is obviously a traumatic situation, but he's fine. You can take him home. And so the kid goes home with his parents, and pretty quickly the family went back to normal. They were obviously super grateful that they didn't lose their son. About 3 weeks after this whole ordeal, the boy is with his grandmother, who he called Cappy, and he looks at Cappy and he goes, I don't like the other Cappy. And so his grandmother, the real Cappy, she looks at him and she was like, what do you mean? Now, remember, this is a 3.5-year-old boy. Language skills, not the best, okay? But this story that he tells his grandmother, he had previously told his father, but the father had written it off as the ramblings of a 3.5-year-old. It wasn't until the grandmother told the father about the story that he was like, I've heard that story. And so the boy says, you know, while he was camping, he turned and he saw Cappy waving to him to come with him. And so he loves Cappy and he goes with Cappy, and Cappy leads him up a hill to a cave. Now the whole time, the real Cappy, who wasn't there, she was not with them camping. She's thinking, oh my God, someone who looks like me abducted this child. So she's listening, horrified. He said, you know, she brought me up to a cave. And when we got into the cave, he said there were spiders and purses, like women's purses. And he turned to look at Cappy, and he said that her head was glowing. And it was when he realized this is not Cappy. This is the other Cappy. And he said the other Cappy kept asking him questions, but he didn't know the answers. And so the other Cappy got frustrated and told him to leave and pushed him out of the cave. And he said that he left the cave and wound up in the thicket, and that's when he was found. And so when Cappy goes and tells the father, and the father says, I've heard that story, they're like, that's so weird. Do you think there's any truth to this? Is there someone that looked like me, Cappy, that took the boy away? And so as Cappy and the boy's father are talking, Cappy feels compelled to share her own strange story about being on Mount Shasta, because prior to this, the family, I think the way they were looking at what happened is the boy wandered off and he returned 5 hours later. But with the boy's story being kind of corroborated by, the father who heard the same story, Cappy's like, I got to share my story now because I don't know if it's connected, but I had a very strange experience on Mount Shasta as well a year ago. She went camping a year earlier with her friend, and they go to a campsite on Mount Shasta, the same place the boy disappeared, and apparently saw the other Cappy. And so Cappy says that night they're sitting around the campfire and it's dark, and she notices a set of eyes in the woods that were glowing. So glowing red eyes, she says. And Cappy and her friend, they go camping all the time. And so they know there could be predators and animals all over the place. And so they grab their flashlights and they shine in the direction of the eyes, and the eyes dart away and they don't think anything of it. Over the course of the night, the eyes would keep showing up all around them. And every time they'd shine a light in their direction, they would vanish. Cappy and her friend are unable to get the light on this thing. So they don't know what it is. And so they're very uneasy about it. But they decide, you know what? We're psyching ourselves out. It's just an animal that's interested in us. And so they go to bed and they sleep in their own. She slept in a tent and he slept in a camper. And they go to bed. And the next morning, Cappy wakes up and she's laying on the dirt outside of her tent. And immediately she has pain in the back of her neck. And so she reaches back and she grabs her neck and she can feel there's a cut on the back of her neck. She doesn't know what it is, and she looks up and her friend is on the ground outside of his camper face down as well. And so she gets up, she feels horrible, like sick, like violently sick in fact, and she kind of staggers away over to her friend who is laying there, and she can see too that he's got a mark on his neck, and he gets up and he's like, what happened? And they assumed that they had been bitten by, a poisonous spider. That's actually what they believed, because it was a little puncture wound on both of their necks, and that it had caused them to be sick and delirious. They'd wandered out of their camper and their tent, and they'd wound up on the ground. But now, as Cappy is retelling the story, she was like, I don't know how to connect that experience with what happened to the boy, but I can't help but feel like something weird's happening on Mount Shasta. And it would turn out that, maybe they weren't wrong, because Mount Shasta is like a hotspot for missing 411 strange disappearances. And in fact, our next story is another Mount Shasta case. In 1999, Carl Landers was a very experienced hiker, climber, whose passion in life was, on the weekends or any chance he got, was to go hiking and climbing and camping. That was just what he did. He was in great shape. He was enjoying retirement. That was his happy place, is being on a mountain somewhere in California, hiking around. And he had two very close friends that he would go hiking with just about every chance he could. In 1999, in the summer, Carl decides he wants to summit Mount Shasta. And it's something he had attempted to do before, and he had been unsuccessful, and this time he was going to do it. And so Mount Shasta, it's high enough, it's about 14,000 feet, that it's not uncommon for people to stop at this point called Lake Helen, where hikers can adjust to the altitude, because it's certainly possible to get sick from being at altitude if you don't adjust to it, or if your body doesn't respond well to it. And so their plan was get to Lake Helen, camp out for the night, and then summit the next day. So they head up in May of 1999, the three of them. They get to Lake Helen and they set up their camp for the night. It was clear that Carl already had some sort of altitude sickness, because by the time they reach Lake Helen, he's weak, he's sick, and he figures, I'm going to try to sleep it off tonight. I'll see how I feel in the morning. And so all night, Carl is just super sick. It's a horrible night for him. And so early the next morning, Carl is a real stubborn guy, and he really wanted to climb Mount Shasta. He says to his two friends, hey, look, I'm just going to get a head start here. I've been up basically all night. I'm going to just get up the last stretch here, summit this mountain, and then come back down and be done with it. And so his two friends, they didn't like the idea of splitting up, but Carl's an experienced guy. And I mean, he's only covering a distance of maybe 650 feet. Like, this is not some epic distance he's covering. It's basically like a day hike. So Carl leaves on his own. He leaves his backpack at the campsite, and his two friends would watch him as he kind of bent around the mountain and went up towards the summit, and that would be the last time they ever saw him. The two friends would attempt to summit as well about 30 minutes later. One of them apparently had gotten sick overnight and said, look, I can't do this, and he stays at the camp. He's like, I'll be here. You know, we've already split up from Carl. Why don't you also go on your own, summit yourself, and I'll be here. I'll wait for Carl. I'll wait for you. The friend that does make the summit, he goes up. He follows the same trail, this short distance up to the summit, gets to the summit, and he hasn't seen Carl. He's not shocked. It is a little strange that they wouldn't have passed on the way, but he's thinking, you know, anything could have happened. Maybe he sat down somewhere. I don't know what it is. And then comes back down expecting to see Carl back at the campsite. So he gets back to the campsite at Lake Helen where the other sick friend had not left. He was still there. And he says, hey, has Carl come back? And the friend's like, no, didn't you see him on the way up? Did you lap him? Like, what's he doing up there? And he's like, no, I went up. I didn't see him on the way up. I didn't see him at the summit, and I didn't see him on the way down. And they're thinking to themselves, like, thinking about the trail itself. It's incredibly open. There's almost nowhere to like fall. There's no crevasse. There's no sheer cliff. You know, there's almost no vegetation really to obscure you. It just didn't make any sense that you could vanish. A huge search is launched. They never found anything. There was also 50 to 100 people in the area that day, and nobody knew where he went. No one saw him. No one had any idea what happened to him. They interviewed everybody there. No one knows what happened to Carl. The only clue that we have of Carl is the backpack that he left at Lake Helen before he made the summit run. Other than that, for 20 years, we have no clue what happened to him. None. So this next story is really creepy. One of the strange phenomenons that you get inside of these missing 411 stories is you have people that go missing really suddenly, like as if they were pulled away at high speed and just ripped off the face of the mountain. And this story is one of those stories. In 2010, Eric Lewis was 57 years old. He was an extremely experienced mountain climber, and he had two very close friends that were also very experienced mountain climbers. And they decided that they wanted to go hike Mount Rainier in Washington State, which is a huge mountain. And they were doing a climb that was fairly technical and fairly dangerous, and it required the three of them to be tethered together on the same cable. And so as they're making this ascent of Mount Rainier, you have friend one in the front, friend two in the middle, and then Eric Lewis is the third guy on the line all the way down. And so the way it worked is the first climber, friend number one, if he wanted to rest, the other two climbers would keep climbing up to his position and take a rest with him. So he was kind of in charge of setting the cadence of how quickly they were going to climb this mountain. And so over the course of the day, the first climber would stop periodically, and then the second climber and Eric would make their way up and wait and relax. All day that was happening. And then one time they come to a stop, and there's been nothing weird happening. Nothing's happened to this point. Everything feels very normal. The first guy stops, the second climber gets up to him, and then Eric doesn't show up. And so they pull on the line, and it's very light. And they pull it up, and the rope has been cut. Like, Eric's gone. And they're like, okay, only in an emergency would you cut the line. And so they just start immediately descending because they're like, well, it just snowed. It'll be very easy to track his footsteps. If he cut the line, he must have had a reason. Let's follow his footsteps to wherever he went. But the only footsteps on the mountain were the ones walking up, attached to the rope. Basically, Eric had been walking up, leaving footprints right behind the other two, and then the footprints just stop. There aren't footprints that go back down. It was like he was pulled off of the mountain. And so they start walking down thinking they're gonna run into him, but they don't. The weather gets bad enough that they ultimately abandon the hike. They go down and they're like, geez. They tell the authorities and they're looking everywhere and they can't find him. And then they discover this creepy cave that's like 200 feet down and away from where they were hiking. That would have been very hard to get to. Inside of this ice cave is Eric's gear, but no Eric. And they've never found Eric's body. But for that gear to get into the cave, it wasn't just, hanging on the edge. It was inside the cave. But there was no footprints leading to the cave. There was no footprints anywhere. It was just like inexplicably, Eric's gear winds up deep inside an ice cave 200 feet away, and Eric's body was never recovered, and no one has any idea what happened to him. So the last story is actually really two distinct stories, but they together make up a particular phenomenon that occurs inside some of these missing 411 cases, and that's when some creature takes a child and actually
Most people come to the beach to relax, and I'm no exception. But what may be a bit unusual in my case is that I find thinking about lost civilizations, such as Atlantis, as having a calming and even relaxing effect on me. That said, contemplating ancient myths and legends is not enough. I also try to prove or disprove theories scientifically, especially in cases pertaining to the inner Earth, where only speculation seems to exist. One fascinating experiment that I stumbled upon took place aboard the space station, which is only about a minute long and involved a demonstration of what happens to a rotating sphere of water in microgravity that I'd like to play now before we start today's episode.
Here we have a rotating sphere of water about 25 millimeters in diameter, and inside this sphere are a whole bunch of little tiny air bubbles. And we will see what the angular acceleration due to rotation does to these air bubbles as a function of time. What you are observing are the bubbles moving to the center axis of rotation. As a function of time, they will form this rather tightly packed bubble core. These bubbles are kept from coalescing from a small amount of added surfactant to the water. Here we have a rotating sphere filled with bubbles and tea leaves, and as expected, the bubbles go to the center and the tea leaves go to the outside edge, along with a few chunks of orange peel. Here we have a rotating sphere with bubbles and chunks from breaking up a small vitamin tablet. And the bubbles go to the center core, but the vitamin chunks seem to stay in their location dispersed through the sphere. And from this we deduced that the vitamin chunks have a density near that of water.
While this experiment in itself does not prove anything about the Earth being hollow, and I'm certainly not claiming that it is entirely so, as there must be an iron core somewhere that is at least partially responsible for the Earth's magnetosphere, which is the magnetic field surrounding the Earth. However, I did find it interesting to see how different densities separate over time during rotation, and I offer it simply as food for thought. That said, I recently posted a video discussing the possibility of polar entrances into massive cavities which allegedly exist in the Earth's mantle, which at least one world government during the 20th century was convinced was inhabited, which I'll leave a link to in the description. The North and South Pole are not the only alleged entrances into the inner world, which brings us to today's topic. The End of the Earth, the strange history of a mysterious being and the account of a remarkable journey, is the title of a novel that also went by the name Edidorfa, which is the backward spelling of the name Aphrodite. The first editions of Edidorfa were distributed privately before it eventually became a success, with 18 editions and translated into 7 languages. The book alleges that it is from a manuscript dictated by a strange being concerning topics like alchemy, secret Masonic orders, the hollow earth, and the concept of transcending the physical realm. The book's first chapter begins when Johann Drury, studying occult and alchemical phenomena, receives an unexpected visitor late in the night. A white-haired elderly man teleports into his parlor and entrusts a manuscript to our narrator, recounting events that transpired 3 decades earlier, during the early part of the 19th century, and eventually introducing himself by the name I Am the Man. The manuscript goes on to tell about how the speaker is kidnapped by fellow members of a secret hermetic society because he's suspected to be a threat to the confidentiality of their occult order. Although the secret society is unnamed, the narrator is made to take an oath by raising his hand and repeating after a man who acts as his guide to swear, quote, "To all this I most solemnly and sincerely promise and swear, with a firm and steadfast resolution, to keep and perform my oath without the least equivocation, mental reservation, or self-evasion whatever." A pledge reminiscent of initiatory oaths of multiple degrees in Masonry. A man the narrator encounters around the end of the novel says, quote, "The future is operative and speculative," reminiscent of operative and speculative Freemasonry, and the speculative science and the operative art in Freemasonry. The being called I Am the Man is forced to disguise himself and is then taken to a cave in Kentucky. There he is led by a cavern dweller on a long subterranean journey into the underworld. It becomes an inner journey of the spirit as much as a geographical trip through underground realms. The story is so bizarre that there are persisting rumors that the author of the book, John Uri Lloyd, who was a pharmacologist, was high on some sort of drug when writing the novel, but this is merely speculation and has never been proven. The entrance to the inner earth is Kentucky, which happens to be where the Mammoth Cave National Park is located, the longest recorded cave system in the world, with more than 400 miles explored and mapped. The subterranean kingdom has an Alice in Wonderland feel to it, with a landscape of giant mushrooms and upright walking reptilian beings. As they descend deeper into the Earth's interior, passing through forests of colossal fungi, we read, quote, "If, in the course of experimentation, a chemist should strike upon a compound that in traces only would subject his mind and drive his pen to record such seemingly extravagant ideas as are found in the hallucinations herein pictured, or to frame word sentences foreign to normal conditions and beyond his natural ability, and yet could he not know the end of such a drug? Would it not be his duty to bury the discovery from others, to cover for mankind the existence of such a noxious fruit of the chemist or pharmacist's art?" With such passages, one can see why there is speculation about the author's involvement with drugs, particularly psilocybin mushrooms. The novel's title stems from an encounter with a beautiful being named Edidorfa, which, as I already stated, is Aphrodite spelled backwards, and appears after the character named I Am the Man declines to drink a distillation of, quote, derivatives of the rarest species of the fungus family. She later introduces herself as an entity once known as Venus and says things like, quote, stars and suns enamored pulsate and throb in space and kiss each other in waves of light. Atoms cold embrace and cling together. Structures inanimate affiliate with and attract inanimate structures. Bodies dead to other noble passions are not dead to love. Except for the beautiful Etidorpa, there are no female characters, and she only appears briefly in a hallucination. Once the main character is inside the hollow earth, it just halts. He doesn't even get to meet the goddess of love again. The book makes a substantial effort to scientifically support the idea of a hollow, inhabited planet, with long passages of speculative science describing the physical structure of the subterranean Earth, postulating the effects of gravitation at various places, which is much better worked out than some of the non-fiction Hollow Earth books in the genre. With that said, the journey is a not-so-subtle allegory of spiritual progression to being a disembodied adept. Along the way, he loses his youth, loses sunlight, becomes weightless, stops breathing, can hear without ears, and his heart stops. And still, he lives. Each of the steps is symbolic of a progression to a more ethereal plane of existence. Some books are written in the form of a novel in order to present certain esoteric ideas or occult truths without inviting undue attack from various quarters. Etidorpa is considered by most to be a science fiction book, but any intelligent and discerning reader realizes that it isn't. The guide in this story was a cavern dweller who was a member of a secret organization whose objective was the preservation of vital knowledge for the future enlightenment of mankind. The objective of this trip was the inner shell of the earth, where the main character was to receive advanced schooling in the ancient mysteries. The book described this amazing trip through the caverns of the inner earth in detail. It also presented some of the philosophy and scientific truths the guide imparted to this man. Since I know most people watching this video will not read the book, even though it's available for free online, I'll go ahead and read an excerpt to you now from Chapter 4, titled A Search for Knowledge, The Alchemistic Letter, in the hopes that it'll give you a glimpse into this special book, so well written and elegantly articulated in its candid expression of the true spiritual gold veiled behind the symbolism of ancient Hermeticism or medieval alchemy. Quote, I am the man who, unfortunately for my future happiness, was dissatisfied with such knowledge as could be derived from ordinary books concerning semi-scientific subjects in which I had long been absorbed. I studied the current works of my day on philosophy and chemistry, hoping therein to find something tangible regarding the relationship that exists between matter and spirit, but studied in vain. Astronomy, history, philosophy, and the mysterious, incoherent works of alchemy and occultism were finally appealed to, but likewise failed to satisfy me. These studies were pursued in secret, though I'm not aware that any necessity existed for concealment. Be that as it may, at every opportunity I covertly acquainted myself with such alchemical lore as could be attained either by purchase or by correspondence with others whom I found to be pursuing investigations in the same direction, and ultimately introduced me to a brotherhood of adepts. I discovered that many talented men are still firm believers in the lost art of alchemy, and that among the followers of the thrice famed Hermes are to be found statesmen, clergymen, lawyers, and scientific men who, for various reasons, invariably conceal with great tact their connection with the fraternity of adepts. It was thus demonstrated, For what I have related is history, that in this 19th century there exists a fraternity, the members of which are as earnest in their belief in the truth of esoteric philosophy as were the followers of Hermes himself, savants who, in secret, circulate among themselves a literature that the materialism of this self-same 19th century has relegated to the diluted and murky periods that produced it. One day, a postal package came to my address, this being the manner in which some of our literature circulated, which, on examination, I found to be a letter of instruction and advice from some unknown member of the circle. I was already becoming disheartened over the mental confusion into which my studies were leading me, and the contents of the letter, in which I was greatly interested, made a lasting impression upon me. It seemed to have been circulated a long time among our members in Europe and America, for it bore numerous marginal notes of various dates, but each and every one of its readers had for one reason or another declined the task therein suggested. From the substance of the paper, which was written exquisitely, yet partook of the ambiguous alchemistic style, it was evident that the author was well versed in alchemy, and, in order that my position may be clearly understood at this turning point in a life of remarkable adventure, the letter is appended in full. The alchemistic letter to the brother adept who dares try to discover Zoroaster's cave. Know thou that Hermes Trismegistus did not originate, but he gave to our philosophy his name, the Hermetic art. Evolved in a dim, mystic age before antiquity began, it endured through the slowly rolling cycles to be bandied about by the ever-ready flippancy of 19th century students. It has lived because it is endowed with that quality which never dies, truth. Modern philosophy, of which chemistry is but a fragment, draws its sustenance from the prime facts which were revealed in ancient Egypt through Hermetic thought and fixed by the Hermetic stylus. The Hermetic allegories, so various in interpretable susceptibility, led subsequent thinkers into speculations and experimentations which have resulted profitably to the world. It is not strange that some of the followers of Hermes, especially the more mercurial and imaginative, should have evolved nebulous theories, no longer explainable, and involving recondite spiritual considerations. Know thou that the ultimate on psychochemical investigation is the proximate of the infinite. Accordingly, a class came to believe that a projection of natural mental faculties into an advanced state of consciousness called the wisdom faculty constitutes the final possibility of alchemy. The attainment of this exalted condition is still believed practicable by many earnest savants. Once on this lofty plane, the individual would not be trammeled by material obstacles, but would abide in that spiritual placidity which is the exquisite realization of mortal perfection. So exalted, he would be a naked parallelism with omniscience, and through his illuminated understanding could feast his soul on those exalted pleasures which are only less than deific. Having become a member of the secret society as directed by the writer of the letter I have just read, and having obtained the secrets hinted at in the mystic directions, my next desire was to find a secluded spot where, without interruption, I could prepare for publication what I had gathered surreptitiously in the lodges of the fraternity I designed to betray. Another fascinating chapter discusses the ambient light that permeates the subterranean world, which is not overtly bright like the surface world, lit by one central point, which is obviously the sun, but allegedly has a soft, diffuse glow, evenly distributed, which grew in intensity the deeper they traveled. The science behind how this can be was subtly revealed and exquisitely disclosed. Quote, deep in the earth. Incomprehensible, incredible, I muttered. And yet, as we went onward and time passed, the darkness was less intense. The barely perceptible hue became gray and somber, and then of a pearly translucence, and although I could not distinguish the outline of objects, yet I unquestionably perceived light. I am amazed. What can be the cause of this phenomenon? What is the nature of this mysterious halo that surrounds us? I held my open hand before my eyes and perceived the darkness of my spread fingers. It is light. It is light, I shouted. It is really light. The guide said that, compose yourself. This emotional exhibition is an evidence of weakness. An investigator should neither become depressed over a reverse nor unduly enthusiastic over a fortunate discovery. But we approach the Earth's surface. Soon I will be back in the sunshine again. Upon the contrary, we have been continually descending into the Earth, and we are now 10 miles or more beneath the level of the ocean. Listen to me, he said. Can you not understand that I have led you continually down a steep descent, and that for hours there has been no step upward? With but little exertion you have walked this distance without becoming wearied, and you could not, without great fatigue, have ascended for so long a period. You are entering a zone of inner earth light. We are in the surface, the upper edge of it. Let us hasten on, for when this cavern darkness is at an end, and I will say we have nearly passed that limit, your courage will return, and then we will rest. You surely do not speak the truth. Science and philosophy, and I am somewhat versed in both, have never told me of such a light. Can philosophers more than speculate about that which they have not experienced if they have no data from which to calculate? Name the student in science who has reached this depth in the earth, or has seen a man to tell him of these facts. I cannot. Then why should you have expected any of them to describe our surroundings? Misguided men will torture science by refuting facts with theories, but a fact is no less a fact when science opposes. I recognized the force of his arguments, and cordially grasped his hand in indication of submission. We continued our journey, and rapidly traveled downward and onward. The light gradually increased in intensity, until at length the cavern near about us seemed to be as bright as diffused daylight could have made it. There was apparently no central point of radiation. The light was such as to pervade and exist in the surrounding space, somewhat as the vapor of phosphorus spreads as self-luminous haze throughout the bubble into which it is blown. The visual agent surrounding us had a permanent, self-existing luminosity, and was a pervading, bright, unreachable essence that, without an obvious origin, diffused itself equally in all directions. And while each chapter provides its own nugget of esoteric wisdom, layered beneath a refreshingly scientific explanation, I will close this presentation with an excerpt from chapter 18 called The Food of Man. Quote, you are, or should be, aware of other and as marked differences in food products of Upper Earth, induced by climate, soil, and cultivation. The potato, which, next to wheat, rice, or corn, supplies nations of men with starchy food, originated as a wild weed in South America and Mexico, where it yet exists as a small, watery, marble-like tuber, and its nearest kindred, botanically, is still poisonous. The luscious apple reached its present excellence by slow stages from naughty, wild, astringent fruit, to which it again returns when escaped from cultivation. Oranges, in their wild condition, are bitter and are used principally as medicinal agents. Asparagus was once a weed native to the salty edges of the sea, and as this weed has become a food, so it is possible for other wild weeds yet to do. The wild parsnip is a poison, and the parsnip of cultivation relapses quickly into its natural condition if allowed to escape and roam again. The root of the tapioca plant contains a volatile poison and is deadly, but when the same root is properly prepared, it becomes the wholesome food, tapioca. Such examples might be multiplied indefinitely, but I have cited enough to illustrate the fact that neither the difference in size and structure of the species in the mushroom forest through which we are passing, nor the conditions of these bodies, as compared with those you formerly knew, need excite your astonishment. Cultivate a potato in your former home so that the growing tuber is exposed to sunshine and it becomes green and acrid and strongly virulent. Cultivate the spores of the intra-earth fungi about us on the face of the earth, and although now all parts of the plants are edible, the species will degenerate and may even become poisonous. They lose their flavor under such unfavorable conditions, and although some species will retain vitality enough to resist poisonous degeneration, they dwindle in size and adapt themselves to new and unnatural conditions. They have all degenerated. Here, they live on water, pure nitrogen, and its modifications, grasping with their roots the carbon of the disintegrated limestone, affiliating these substances and evolving from these bodies rich and delicate flavors, far superior to the flavor of Earth's surface foods. On the surface of the Earth, after they become abnormal, they live only on dead and devitalized organic matter, having lost the power of assimilating elementary matter. They then partake of the nature of animals, breathe oxygen and exhale carbonic acid, as animals do, being the reverse of other plant existences. Here they breathe oxygen, nitrogen, and vapor of water, but exhale some of the carbon in combination with hydrogen, thus evolving these delicate ethereal essences instead of the poisonous gas, carbonic acid. Their substance is here made up of all the elements necessary for the support of animal life: nitrogen to make muscle, carbon and hydrogen for fat, lime for bone. This fungoid forest could feed a multitude. It is probable that in the time to come, when man deserts the bleak earth's surface, as he will someday be forced to do, as has been the case in frozen planets that are not now inhabited on the outer crust, nations will march through these spaces on their way from the dreary outside earth to the delights of the salubrious inner sphere. Here then, when that day of necessity appears, as it will surely come under inflexible climatic changes that will control the destiny of outer earth life, these constantly increasing stores adapted to nourish humanity will be found accumulated and ready for food. My name is Robert Sepper. I'm an anthropologist. My published work is available on Amazon and through all other major book outlets. If you'd like to support my work, you can do that through patreon.com. There should be a link in the description. Please subscribe for future updates. Leave your thoughts below. Have a wonderful weekend, and I hope to see you again soon.
After the story
In 1704, using a series of calculations, Isaac Newton predicted the world would end sometime around the year 2060. Almost 300 years later, in 1973, a computer at MIT made the prediction that life as we know it will end around the year 2040. It also predicted that some of the first signs would be seen in the year 2020. Some of its predictions have come true, and scientists are taking this seriously. Let's find out why. In the 300 years since Isaac Newton's ominous prediction, there have been plenty of doomsayers announcing the end of the world. Usually these folks are religious zealots, false prophets, frauds, or all the above. But in the 1970s, computer scientists said, hold my beer. Their scientific predictions aren't based on ancient texts or interpretation of scripture. Instead, they use data models. Computer scientists have come to the same apocalyptic conclusion as Newton, right down to the date. Now, to be clear, the end of the world in this context doesn't mean the end of the planet, or even the end of life on the planet. It just means the collapse of society. The model's based on the work of J. Wright Forrester, who's considered the father of system dynamics.
Which is?
Well, system dynamics is a methodology and mathematical modeling technique used to understand complex issues and problems.
Oh, thanks. Very helpful.
Okay, a little less slogany. Systems are pretty much everything. System dynamics is how pieces of the system relate to each other. For example, the deer population is a system. The resulting calculation using system dynamics is called a stock. The number of deer born is a dynamic piece of that data that adds to the population. The number of deer that die subtracts from the population.
Okay.
But to that model, we start adding more and more complexities, like the birth rate of the deer, which takes into account how many deer there are, what percentage of those deer are female, and what percentage of those are likely to have offspring. We calculate their death rate by knowing how many deer there are and what is their average lifespan. Now that's a simple way to calculate deer population, but you can do all kinds of complexities to this model, like, is hunting affecting the population? And if so, what percentage of deer are killed? How often are deer killed in accidents? Do weather conditions affect the population? What about local food sources, or what kinds of predators are present? You can then fine-tune all these different input variables, and if your model is accurate, you can get pretty good results. Now, MIT researchers developed a program which they called World 3 to simulate global sustainability, and it was built using system dynamics. The study looked at the 5 factors thought most likely to affect growth on Earth: population increase, agricultural production, non-renewable resource depletion, industrial output, and pollution generation. The scientists who participated in this research were excited to see a bright future in the results. Instead, the program predicted the end of the world. To predict what the future of worldwide growth looks like given finite planetary resources, the MIT researchers who developed the Doomsday Model were commissioned by an elite organization called the Club of Rome.
The Club of Rome sounds like an Illuminati group.
Oh yeah, there are plenty of fun conspiracies about these guys.
No, can we?
Well, that's not really the point of this video.
Please? Please, 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 please.
Fine.
Thank you.
The Club of Rome was created in 1968 by the Morgenthau Group during a secret meeting at Rockefeller's private estate, Bellagio.
Yeah, this sounds right.
The meeting was organized by Aurelio Pace, an Italian industrialist who had close ties to the Olivetti Corporation and Fiat. Now, Pace claimed to have solutions for world peace and prosperity, which could be accomplished through a new world order.
There it is.
The Club of Rome was established with 75 prominent industrialists, economists, and scientists from 25 nations. The Bilderberg Group and the Club of Rome are the most important foreign policy arms of the Round Table, which is led by the Committee of 300.
Whoa. Round Table? Committee of 300?
Well, the Round Table is a secret society that, if you believe the theory, is building the New World Order.
No, I believe it.
I know you do. The Committee of 300 is a council that creates policy for groups like the Club of Rome and the Trilateral Commission.
Trilateral Commission?
Yeah, it's a rabbit hole. Each of these groups deserves its own video. Back to the Club of Rome and the MIT experiment. The Club of Rome acts as a research institute on political, social, and economic issues, and supposedly NATO economic and military policy comes directly from this group. The Club of Rome claims that the future survival of mankind depends on a new global community under a single form of government.
New World Order.
Right. And the biggest threat to this New World Order and the biggest threat to mankind is overpopulation. Now, it's been alleged that the Club of Rome supports massive depopulation using any means necessary.
Any means?
Any means. In August 1980, Howard Odom, who was a member of the Club of Rome, was quoted saying, "It's necessary that the U.S. cut its population by 2/3 within the next 50 years. Now, he failed to mention how this would be accomplished. So that's when the Club of Rome found unlikely but effective partners, 4 scientists from MIT. The MIT computer program was designed to look at the current projected trends around pollution, natural resources, consumption, and population growth and see what would happen. And the results were published by the Club of Rome in a book called The Limits to Growth, released in 1973. Now, some immediately criticized the data being inaccurate, but supporters claimed this was Western society avoiding responsibility. The program's results show that once all factors converge, quality of life will quickly decline, ultimately leading to a collapse of society. And this convergence was predicted to occur in 2020. 2020 was a rough year.
Yeah, you ain't just whistling Dixie.
Now, according to the Club of Rome's report, the collapse can only be prevented if nations like the USA and China stop devouring global resources.
They're not gonna stop, are they?
They're not, but carbon emissions in the US are actually going down. And even China claims their carbon emissions are down slightly from a year or two ago.
Fake news.
Probably. But what the Limits to Growth model failed to predict is the explosion of growth in emerging countries. India, Pakistan, Indonesia, the Philippines, North Korea, Peru, Sri Lanka, Ukraine. Carbon emissions are up between 5 and 20% in those countries. And over 2 billion people live there. That's a quarter of the world's population. Now, those economies are not going to slow down anytime soon, and their carbon emissions are only going up. So clearly, at least according to this model, we're still at risk. Okay, some perspective. Is climate change and overpopulation dangerous? I don't know. There's debate on this, and I don't know who's right. You don't either. These debates are so full of noise and emotion that it's hard to know who to trust. Now, instinctively, I would trust scientists from MIT about just about anything, and I think that was intentional. The Club of Rome already had come to the conclusion that there is a threat of imminent global collapse. They arrived at this conclusion before hiring the scientists at MIT who, coincidentally, came up with this exact conclusion that fits the agenda. So can we trust this research?
I don't think so.
I don't either. For a long time, tobacco companies paid scientists to publish misleading information. The most famous of these was called A Frank Statement to Cigarette Smokers, which was published in over 400 newspapers in 1954. And the study said there is no proof that cigarette smoking causes lung cancer.
Tens of thousands of doctors, general practitioners, surgeons, specialists, doctors in every branch of medicine were included. And according to this nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Oh boy.
In 1981, a Japanese study proved the dangerous effects of secondhand smoke. Again, Big Tobacco bought themselves some science that said otherwise. Now, in the 90s, they sponsored studies saying that dirty air filters were more dangerous to the lungs than cigarettes.
Oh, come on.
And in the 60s, sugar companies paid scientists at Harvard to report that sugar doesn't make you fat and doesn't have a role in heart disease. And as recently as 2017, Coca-Cola and the Mars Candy Company funded research to divert attention away from their products connected to obesity and diabetes. The fact is, 70% of all scientific research is funded by private companies, and that money often comes with strings. Of the most recent 50 food industry-sponsored studies, 70% of them yielded results that were favorable to the sponsor. 25% of them were neutral, and less than 5% of the studies came to conclusions that did not favor the sponsor's product.
Consider the messenger?
That's right. We're constantly bombarded by scientific studies on everything. Which ones can we trust?
None of them?
None of them. Now, the next time the media throws data at you that they got from a scientific paper, take a minute to look at who paid for the research. More often than not, there's an agenda. Unfortunately, most people, including the media, won't take the time to find out who benefits. I think that's the point. Thanks so much for hanging out with us today. My name is AJ, that's Hecklefish. This has been the Y-Files. If you had fun or learned anything, do me a favor and subscribe, like, comment, share. All that stuff really helps the channel. Until next time, be safe, be kind, know that you are appreciated. Have you ever wondered what ghosts sound like? In the early 1980s, Vic Tandy was working at Warwick Labs in the UK, where he designed medical equipment. And there were rumors among the staff that the building was haunted. But Tandy figured this was related to the constant sound of life support systems that were operating on site. But one night, Tandy was working late when he started to feel strange. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up. He broke into a cold sweat and felt this sense of dread wash over him. His heart started to race, and he had the very specific feeling that he was being watched. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught the glimpse of a gray figure drifting across the room. He turned around, and the figure was gone. Absolutely terrified, Vic Tandy bolted from the lab and raced home. Now, after he calmed down, he vowed to find a logical, scientific explanation for what happened.
Oh, did he?
Well, Vic Tandy got to his office the next day and started looking around for the ghost. Now, he didn't find one, but he did notice something strange. He was an avid fencer, and in his lab, he had a foil locked in a vise.
Wait, he sold stolen merchandise?
No, that's a fence. Fencing is a style of sword fighting using a foil.
A sword made out of foil?
Now, a foil is the type of sword.
I'm so confused.
It doesn't matter. Anyway, a foil
sword
was locked in a vise, and Tandy noticed it was vibrating really quickly, even though nothing was touching it. Now, it turns out a fan was recently installed in the lab and was causing a sound wave to bounce between the walls. And the wave's intensity was focused in the center of the room, which was the location of the foil.
Sword!
And where he was standing when he saw the ghost. Now, Tandy calculated the frequency of the sound at about 19 hertz. And this frequency is important. The range of human hearing starts at 20 hertz, so Tandy's fan wasn't audible. It's what's known as infrasound. But just because we can't hear it doesn't mean it can't affect us. All material objects have a natural resonant frequency, and if the object is exposed to a sound wave of this frequency, it'll vibrate in response. This is called sympathetic resonance, and you can test this. If you strike a key on a piano in one room, a piano in another room will resonate that same note. This is also why running your finger around the rim of a glass at just the right speed will produce sound. Now back to Tandy's lab. It turns out that the human eye resonates at about 19 hertz. So what appeared to be a ghost was actually Tandy's eye vibrating at the frequency of the fan. Since this frequency has an actual physical effect on the body, the sound was causing a sense of fear and anxiety to employees in the area. And Tandy said that when they switched off the fan, it was like a huge weight was lifted. And these frequencies don't just affect humans. Researchers have discovered that just before a tiger attacks, its roar contains frequencies at 18 hertz, which could disorient their prey long enough for the tiger to move in for the kill. Now, just under 20 hertz has been called the fear frequency for how it affects mammals. And lots of horror movies have used sounds at or just above the fear frequency to make their films even scarier.
What happens if we go lower?
Lower than 18 hertz?
Yeah.
Things get much worse.
How much worse?
Ever hear of the brown note?
The brown note? Does that mean what I think it means?
Grab a diaper.
Oh, no!
The brown note is said to occur at frequencies between 5 and 9 hertz. This is the hypothetical range of sound that supposedly causes humans to lose control of their bowels. I say hypothetical because nobody's been able to actually prove it yet. The brown note was famously busted by Adam Savage on Mythbusters when he surrounded himself with giant speakers and had the note pumped into his body. Now, he didn't feel so great afterwards, but his diaper stayed clean.
He actually wore a diaper?
Yup.
I love Mythbusters.
Me too. But here's the thing about that experiment. Air really isn't a great conductor of sound, especially with his body. On Mythbusters when he surrounded himself with giant speakers and had the note pumped into his body. Now, he didn't feel so great afterwards, but his diaper stayed clean.
He actually wore a diaper?
Yup.
I love Mythbusters.
Me too. But here's the thing about that experiment. Air really isn't a great conductor of sound, especially at low frequencies. But when you're physically connected to the vibration, its effects are much more intense. The United States Space Program conducted tests that transferred brown note and other frequencies directly to subjects' bodies by vibrating cockpit chairs. Now, test frequencies range from 0.5 hertz to 40 hertz and power levels of 160 decibels.
Is that loud?
Well, for comparison, a lawnmower is 90 decibels, a chainsaw is about 130, and a gunshot is 140. So testing people at 160 dB, even if you can't technically hear the sound, it's gonna get results. Test subjects experienced nausea, hallucinations, difficulty breathing, and involuntary motor functions. Now, nobody officially crapped their pants, but this experiment is probably where the urban myth came from. But you don't have to be an astronaut to get sick from sound. There's something called wind turbine syndrome. Now, not everyone, but a little over 20% of people who live near large wind turbine farms report all kinds of negative effects. And they range from difficulty concentrating all the way up to extreme stress and uncontrollable migraines. In one instance, an air traffic controller almost caused a fatal plane crash because he was experiencing insomnia caused by living near a wind farm. Now, there have been about 20 studies done on wind farms, but they found no link between the turbines and people getting sick.
Who conducted these studies?
The wind turbine companies.
I thought so.
Still, it has been proven that people who live and work near a lot of noise experience higher levels of stress and have more cortisol in their blood than people who live in quiet environments. So if we know sound can be dangerous, could it be used as a weapon?
I'm gonna go with the yes.
Yup. The most dangerous frequencies to humans are at about 7 hertz. This is the median alpha rhythm of the brain and the resonant frequency of many of the body's organs.
What does all that word salad mean?
This means that at high enough volume, these sounds can directly affect the central nervous system, causing panic, convulsions, vomiting, and with long enough exposure, organ rupture and death. And one of the most well-known inventors of infrasonic weapons was a Russian-born French scientist named Vladimir Gavreau. Now, Gavreau became interested in sound research in 1957 when he was asked to cure an unknown illness that was affecting people at a research plant in Marseille. Now, Gavreau tracked the problem to air conditioning units that were generating low-frequency sound. When the units were turned off, the problem suddenly disappeared. So, Gavreau began experimenting with acoustics to create a weapon for the French military.
A big shock. Whenever we discover something dangerous, turn it into a weapon.
That does seem to be what happens.
Gain of function.
So Gavreau developed a few prototypes which he tested on himself and his team. And according to reports, one of the researchers died instantly, and Gavreau wrote, his internal organs mashed into an amorphous jelly by the vibrations.
Organ jelly.
Now, even people at nearby labs were sick for hours. They said every organ in their body was vibrating. Hearts, lungs, stomachs, everything. Now, these weapons used infrasound, which are frequencies below human hearing. But what about frequencies above human hearing? That's called ultrasound, and it's also dangerous. There are 2 ways that ultrasound damages the body. The first is that sound waves can actually heat up human cells, which causes all kinds of problems. The other is something called cavitation. When sound waves pass through an object, they rapidly push and pull on that object. This is called compression and refraction. When ultrasound causes human cells to cavitate, it creates bubbles in the tissue. And this is exactly what happens to divers suffering from decompression sickness.
The bends.
Right, the bends. Ultrasound is such an effective weapon that it's been used by the US Navy to repel pirates.
Arr.
So the US has used sonic weapons against its enemies. But have the enemies of the US used sonic weapons to attack Americans? Turns out, they have. A strange illness has been afflicting American intelligence officers and diplomats in Cuba, and it's now known as Havana syndrome. And this summer, the CIA reported that officers were experiencing symptoms while traveling to India. And 2 US officials visiting Hanoi suffered unexplained health incidents. And recently, German officials confirmed that they are investigating an alleged sonic attack against the US Embassy in Berlin. So what does Havana syndrome feel like? Well, it's described as someone suddenly experiencing a broad range of symptoms like migraines, anxiety, dizziness, lapses of memory, and cognitive disruption. Now, some people describe that they feel like they were hit by a blast wave or a beam of energy. And in some cases, the symptoms were brief, but other people experienced such devastating effects that they required hospitalization and long-term care. The first cases of Havana syndrome were reported in 2016 when Canadian and American officials arrived in Cuba. Now, CIA officers stationed at the embassy there reported feeling fatigue, nausea, and pressure headaches. And brain scans showed tissue damage that's normally seen in people with concussions after being in a car accident. The issue was so serious that the Obama administration evacuated the embassy.
And what did the Cubans have to say about it?
Oh, they had no idea what could be happening.
Uh-huh.
But since then, Havana syndrome has been reported by U.S. officials all over the world. Cuba, China, Russia, Colombia, Uzbekistan, even the United States. And last year, 2 White House staff experienced symptoms while working at the White House. Now, according to investigators, the illness could be the result of a sonic weapon or exposure to high-energy microwaves. Another study done by the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine said that directed pulsed radio frequency energy could be responsible. Many intelligence officers are quietly pointing the finger at Russia, but no evidence has been made public yet.
And what did the Russians have to say about it?
They deny any involvement.
Uh-huh.
As of now, there's still no official explanation, but the CIA and State Department have prioritized getting to the root cause of Havana syndrome.
Oh, they're always trying to get to the root cause.
They are.
Do they ever find it? Uh-huh.
Thanks for hanging out with us today. My name is AJ, that's Hecklefish. This has been the Y-Files. If you had fun or learned anything, help us out by liking, commenting, or sharing this video. Only with your help can we defeat the algorithm. Until next time, be safe, be kind, and know that you are appreciated. Every second, about 16 million tons of water evaporates from the surface of the Earth. During that same second, 16 million tons of water falls back down to the Earth as rain. But water isn't the only type of precipitation we experience. Due to certain weather conditions, all kinds of crazy stuff has fallen from the sky. Things like frogs, snakes, spiders, animal flesh, even blood have rained down all over the world for centuries.
Oh, this is sounding ominous.
Well, it's more common than you think. In fact, in Honduras, they celebrate Lluvia de Peces, which means rain of fish. Now, Honduras is a landlocked nation with the nearest body of water 120 miles away. Yet every spring, it rains thousands of fish all over the town of Lloro. And these fish are completely aquatic. We're not talking about flying fish.
Whoa, 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 whoa. What do you mean, flying fish?
There are a few species of fish that can fly. Well, technically, they glide, but it's pretty amazing, actually.
Amazing? I'll say. It's like a whole new world. All new stuff for me to see. I just fly along and sing this song. It's a whole new world for me. What?
Anyway, fish rain, snake rain.
Whole new world for me. What?
Anyway, fish rain, snake rain, blood rain. It's weird and it's real. Let's find out why. Welcome to the Y-Files, where smart folks like us come to laugh and learn. Today we're talking about the phenomenon of raining animals. Animal rain has been documented throughout human history. Pliny the Elder talked about a storm of frogs and fish as early as the 1st century AD. In the late 18th century, French soldiers saw frogs falling from the sky during a heavy rain near the city of Lille. This story fascinated French physicist André-Marie Ampère. Yes, that Ampère, who was one of the first scientists to take these stories seriously. Ampère speculated that violent winds could pick up large numbers of small animals and carry them great distances. He might be right. The current working hypothesis is that animal rain involves tornadic waterspouts, which are tornadoes that form over water. Waterspouts usually occur in the tropics, but they can occur anywhere. Europe, Australia, Antarctica, even over America's Great Lakes if the conditions are right. Waterspouts typically form as their parent clouds are developing over warm water. Did I say warm?
You did.
As the warm water evaporates, humid air is pulled up toward the cloud. As more humid air pours in, a vortex can form.
And these vortices, can grow to be 300 feet wide, 90 meters, and 2,000 feet tall, 600 meters. Large water spouts can be violent and dangerous. When they reach speeds of 160 kph, they can damage ships, airplanes, and put people's lives in jeopardy.
Lennox, get out of there!
Anything within a meter of the water's surface can be lifted into the air. And if the water spout is powerful enough, these animals can be carried all the way up to the parent cloud, and sometimes even stay up there for miles after the water spout is long gone. Fish specifically are small, light, and flat, and they're light enough that they can be buffeted up and down within a cloud for a long time. Don't you dare.
Oh, fine.
This is what scientists believe is happening in Honduras. A waterspout is pulling fish from the ocean and carrying them far inland. Others speculate there's an underground river that's carrying the fish closer to the town. Still, something is lifting them in the air. Is it a waterspout? It could be. They're common in that part of the world. But reports of fish rain have occurred all over the planet, as recently as 2017 in India and Sri Lanka, but also Mexico, Wales, Saskatchewan, California, even Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Recently, on September 9th, 2016, Lisa Lowbury was out for a walk in the suburbs of Philly. Now she hears a rustling in the trees above her. She looks up and she gets smacked in the face with a 5-pound catfish. That's not funny. She ended up with a cut on her eye.
Oh, is she all right?
Well, she's all right now, but...
Now the shoes on the other fin. Oh, people catching fish, boring. But fish catching people? Oh boy. Oh, it hurts me.
Now, nobody's sure how a catfish can fall from the sky in Philadelphia. Now, some people have speculated that a bird was carrying it, but that'd have to be a pretty large bird.
It could grip it by the husk.
Just a few months ago, thousands of small fish rained on the town of Yawa, Australia. What makes this so weird is that Yawa is 500 miles inland, and some of the fish were alive. And the waterspout theory doesn't address why some incidents of animal rain only consist of one species, and not all kinds of different animals of the same size. Let's look at a few of these. Just kidding, that was just a bad movie.
Yeah, I rather enjoyed it. Spiders.
Now this one's not a horror movie, but it definitely looks like one. Let's go back to the terror continent called Australia. On May 15th, 2015, residents of Goulburn, Australia witnessed millions of baby spiders literally raining down and blanketing the countryside in silky white webs. What happened in this case is called ballooning, which is a form of spider transportation. Spiders will climb to the top of the highest tree or structure they can, then spin a web into a sort of parachute that catches a breeze which can carry them a long way. They do this to escape predators, seek food, or to establish new territories. When a spider is getting ready to travel, it will raise its legs and sample the airflow. Once it's satisfied, it orients its abdomen skyward, spins a little silk, and off it goes. Normally this goes unnoticed because spiders typically travel one at a time. But sometimes, like in Goulburn, the weather conditions were so favorable to ballooning that thousands of spiders took to the air simultaneously. The same thing happened in Brazil. However, these weren't baby spiders. These were nightmare spiders.
Meu Deus!
Folks in Brazil were pretty upset. I mean, before this video, I didn't know how to say the world is ending in Portuguese, but I do now. If you want to see more of that, I'll link to some spider rain videos below.
Worms.
Worms from the sky is strange because it can occur in calm weather as well as stormy. And worms don't seem to mind the cold either. Thousands of worms appeared on a snowy mountain in Norway in 2015, and scientists still don't know how it happened. The worms were first noticed by a skier who said the mountain was covered with thousands of them. He assumed they were dead, but then he grabbed a few and they were alive. How? The worms couldn't have come from the ground because under the snow was about a meter of soil, frozen solid. So general consensus is that a violent air pocket lifted the worms and then dropped them on the mountain. But from where? Where are there thousands of live worms in the mountains in Norway in March? Nobody knows. Sweden? Same thing. Raining worms. Where? Why? How? So I did some research, and it seems that this has been happening in Scandinavia since at least the 1920s. And in Europe, far before that. Nobody knows why.
They're under the ground! They're under the ground!
Scotland, 2011. So many sky worms rained on a middle school football game that they had to call off the game and go inside.
There's wee worms everywhere. Let's go inside.
Texas, 2015. Clumps of earthworms appeared in the middle of the street out of nowhere. Hundreds of them, in piles, in the street. From where? Aurora, Michigan, 2016. Skyworms. Tucson, Arizona, 2018. Skyworms.
Can you fly, you sucker?
This is sounding a lot less like weather and more like an invasion.
Blood!
Oh, nothing is better at whipping up a little local hysteria like raining blood. Cases of blood rain or red rain have been recorded since Homer's Iliad and throughout history. In Europe alone, there are hundreds of reports of blood rain going back centuries, and every time it occurred, it was considered supernatural and a bad omen. In the year 787 AD, there was a recorded rain of blood that was later said to predict the Viking invasion of England. In Germany, a shower of blood in 1347 was followed by the arrival of the Black Plague, so, you know, they just connected the dots. Blood rain, bad. Plague, bad. One of the first scientists to try to prove this phenomenon was not supernatural was Giuseppe Maria Giovene. Blood rain fell in Italy in 1803, and Giovene correctly came to the conclusion that sand from Africa was pulled high in the atmosphere, crossed the Adriatic, and mixed with storm clouds to turn the water red. In 2001, blood rain received international attention when it fell on Kerala, India. Initial studies showed the rain had large amounts of nickel, titanium, iron, and other metals. This led to a theory that the red rain was caused by an atmospheric meteor burst. Now that sounds super cool, but further studies showed that the rain contained spores of a specific type of algae indigenous to Austria that had migrated to India in the upper atmosphere. After another incident of red rain in Kerala in 2012, studies have confirmed with certainty that the microalgae Trentifolia is indeed turning the rain red. So no, blood rain is not actually blood, except when it is. March 3rd, 1876 was the famous Kentucky meat storm.
That doesn't sound like a derby.
For several minutes, small chunks of meat fell from the sky on a farm in Rankin, Kentucky. Enough meat to fill a large wagon, so the story goes. Reports say it appeared to be beef.
Cow.
But according to an issue of Scientific American, two gentlemen who tasted the meat thought it was either lamb or deer.
Unknown meats fell from the sky and someone ate it?
Yep.
And Joe Rogan wasn't there?
Nope.
Gross.
Yep. Studies of the meat determined it was lung tissue either from a horse or from a human infant.
Oh, nobody noticed a missing baby? Or a missing horse? Who was in charge of this investigation?
Transylvania University.
Wait. So Dracula ate the baby?
No. Transylvania University's in Lexington, Kentucky.
I'm so confused.
Oh, you're not the only one. A scientific reason for the Kentucky meat storm was never settled, but locals think it came from vultures, who when threatened will regurgitate everything in their stomachs to make a quicker getaway. And when one vulture vomits, they all do.
Oh, there's so much blood.
No, don't you start doing that. No, you're gonna make...
Buzzard vomit. Okay, fine. But 9 days later, on March 12th, 1876, the same thing happened in London, England. Still no explanation.
Well, it does explain English cooking. Snakes!
The famous snake rain occurred in Memphis in 1877. Reports say thousands of black snakes rained from the heavens and slithered all over the streets. Snakes of all sizes. Some they say were over a foot long. Oh, I really wanted this one. I really did. Every list, article, and video about weird rain has this story in it. Thousands of snakes thudding to the ground, writhing around and hissing. That's YouTube gold. We had clips from Indiana Jones and Sam L. Jackson, photos and B-roll that would have blew your mind. But those of you who followed the Y-Files since the beginning know that even though we're a goofy channel, we do try to get the facts right. This was a huge national story in 1877. It was picked up by the New York Times, and it was reprinted in newspapers all around the country. But nobody fact-checked. They just regurgitated the same story.
19th century clickbait. Nothing ever changes.
There was actually only one eyewitness to the Memphis snake rain, and she didn't really see them fall. They were already on the ground. She said the snakes were black and clumped together, but when rinsed with water, they turned flesh in color. They also didn't move like snakes. She said they gathered up their bodies in horseshoe shapes and creeped along the ground. That's how worms move.
Ooh, I love how they do that.
The infamous snake rain of Memphis of 1877 was probably earthworms. But I did find actual newspaper stories from Pierre, South Dakota, 1870, Columbus, Kentucky, 1907, and San Francisco, 1909, all talking about actual live snakes falling from the sky.
I have had it with these fucking snakes on this plane.
I'm glad we worked that in. Links below.
Tadpoles.
In 2009, the entire country of Japan was covered in dead tadpoles. I mean, the entire country. They were first spotted in Ishikawa, which is on the west coast of Japan. But dead tadpoles were reported in towns and villages and on cars all over the country. In one incident, a 55-year-old man who was caught in a tadpole downpour described hearing a strange sound in the parking lot of a civic center in the city of Nanao. And upon further exploration, he found 100 tadpoles covering the windshields of cars. Nanao is in the middle of the island, miles away from Ishikawa. And there are two theories for what happened here, both of which we discussed, and I believe neither of them. First explanation, waterspout. But even local meteorologists aren't buying this because the weather was clear, the winds were light, and it doesn't explain how tadpoles got scattered everywhere. The second explanation is that large birds like herons or crows or seagulls drop the tadpoles while being disturbed mid-flight. Fine, but again, how does this happen across an entire country simultaneously? Nobody knows, or they won't tell us.
Frogs!
It's been raining frogs for a long time. Even the Bible's book of Exodus talks about a swarm of frogs as one of the plagues. It might not have been a metaphor. This is a real thing that happens periodically in different places around the world, not just in Paul Thomas Anderson movies. In 1873, Kansas City, Missouri experienced a rainstorm that covered the entire city in frogs. Same thing happened in Minneapolis in 1901, where the frogs were so thick that travel was impossible. Leicester, Mass, 1953. Sheffield, UK, 1995. But we don't need to comb through old newspapers to find stories about raining frogs. We just have to go back to 2010. In June of 2010, in Hungary, thousands of tiny frogs rained all over the country, and many of them were still alive. Can a waterspout do this? If you drop a frog from a building, it goes splat. And in all the cases I mentioned, Hungary included, there were no reports of weird weather, or wind, or waterspouts. And in this particular case in Hungary, frogs were falling for several days across the whole country. Now, some zoologists claim that this is common migratory behavior for frogs. That's fine, but then how did the frogs get on top of cars and buses and buildings? Answer me that, zoologists. Now, this is an ongoing debate, but I find it really interesting that there are all these reports of animal rain, but very little video of the animals actually falling. And lack of evidence brings out all kinds of theories, from the wrath of God to alien intervention. And that brings us to Star Jelly.
Star Jelly!
Before Hollywood icon Steve McQueen was dubbed the King of Cool, he starred in a little horror movie called The Blob. The Blob was released in 1958, and it's a well-known film to horror fans and Hollywood history buffs.
What's up?
What's not so well known is the inspiration for The Blob. The plot goes like this. It's a small town in rural Pennsylvania. Two teenagers are making out on Lover's Lane when they see a meteorite crash just over yonder. Later, an old feller investigates the site, and naturally, he pokes the meteorite with a stick. It breaks open and a small jelly-like substance oozes out, attacks him, and he goes screaming off for help. 28-year-old teenager Steve McQueen picks him up and takes him to a doctor. The rest is movie history. But The Blob was inspired by a real event. In 1950, 4 Philadelphia policemen reported the discovery of a domed disc of quivering jelly 6 feet in diameter and 1 foot thick at the center and an inch or 2 near the edge. When they tried to pick it up, it dissolved into an odorless, sticky scum. The producer of The Blob, Jack Harris, is from Pennsylvania, and he was fascinated with the local Star Jelly legend. An outbreak of star jelly happened as recently as 2013 at the Ham Wall Nature Reserve in England. But star jelly occurs all over the world, so it has a lot of names. Star slime, star slubber. In German, it's called Sternrotz, which means star snot. In Spanish, it's caca de luna, which...
Moon poop!
I was gonna say excrement.
Oh, you're such a slave.
Caca de... It's called Sternrotz, which means star snot. In Spanish, in German, it's called Sternrotz, which means star snot. In Spanish, it's caca de luna, which...
Moon poop!
I was gonna say excrement.
Oh, you're such a slave to the YouTube algorithm. Grow a pair!
Sky jelly is a gelatinous substance that's been found in grass, but also in branches of trees. And reports of sky jelly go back centuries. And explanations range from frog eggs to bacteria to alien organic matter to the paranormal.
So what is it?
We don't know. Star jelly usually dissolves or evaporates as soon as it's discovered, so we don't have a lot of samples. But scientists in the National Geographic Society tested a sample in the US. They found no DNA at all.
So what is it?
We don't know.
Oh, I don't care for that at all.
I don't either. Thanks for hanging out with us today. My name is AJ. That's Hecklefish. This has been the Y-Files. Have you ever witnessed weird things or animals falling from the sky or heard stories about it? Post them in the comments so we can all check them out. We're just getting started here at the Y